And so today, Pakistan have won the toss, and we are batting first. And I think we're going to look to stake our claim to winning this series 2-0 after a great 4 days in the first test, where we came back from 27 for 4 with the partnership between Fuad Alam and Azhar Ali. And then obviously going into the second innings for South Africa, obviously we had Noman Ali on debut, getting a debut fifer. And then Barber showing that he's getting back to some kind of form as well, before he graciously was out towards the end and let Fuad Alam hit the winning runs. So unchanged team for us today. What do you make of that, Hamza?
Yeah, not a surprise. We're not really the type of team to chop and change when we win. And the only possible change I would have made was probably played Sold for Abid, but it's not a surprise that they've stuck with the same team.
Yeah, I think that the same the wicket's kind of roughly the same as the Karachi one here in Pindi. Doc, I know you were listening to the pitch report, weren't you, a few minutes ago?
Yeah, they said maybe a touch more moisture on it, and maybe a touch more for the bowlers. I think on balance, certainly, Wasim Akram was saying you'd probably win the toss and bat, but if there is one ground maybe where you would win the toss and bowl, it would be Rawalpindi. First ball coming up, and it's left alone by Imran. So
a bit of swing on that one. Wasn't a bit of outswing on that one?
A little bit, yeah. And obviously the new ball is going to do and it doesn't matter where you are in the world, the new ball will do a little bit. So we've got to be fairly watchful, and this is the one ground, as I say, where maybe you'd think about winning the toss and bowling. I'm not sure. I didn't hear Quinton de Kock's interview about whether South Africa would have batted or bowled if they'd won the toss. I don't know if anyone in the comments at some point will let us know, but that's a lovely shot.
Oh, beautiful shot. And that's held the pause at the end as well there.
Yeah. Not a lot of movement on that one. He was able to kind of play right through the line. Really big stride forward as well. I think we'll see this on the replay again. Yeah, got a good stride in.
And that's one for that's one for the textbook lovers.
Good shot. Well, that'll give him a bit of confidence in Imran, because obviously he didn't score particularly well in that first game, but obviously it's his debut, so you give him a bit of time, don't
you? Yeah, definitely. Carl, what do you make of everything today then, coming into this 1-0 ahead against the Senate team, South Africa? What are you expecting in this first innings?
Inshallah, another 4-day finish.
So you mean you don't have Monday booked off work?
Yeah, obviously you make it a lot easier for us, isn't it? No, obviously the same as just keep the basics in it, same as we did last game. Just everything. Obviously it's a home game again, so obviously we've got the advantage. We're 1-0 up, so South Africa got double pressure now. So I think just keep the basics. We'll get the wickets. They'll automatically come again. So just pile the runs on. We should aim to just bat once now, I think.
Wow, you're that confident in bat once. Wow, I like it.
We're 1-0 up. It's home ground. Come on, why not?
Yeah, there's a decent amount of swing that Rabada's getting here. Doc, what do you make of South Africa? So they're 11. They've just changed one, haven't they? So Ngidi's out, and they've brought in Mulder. What do you make of that change?
Well, they strengthened their bowling. They know they need to win, so they're kind of I say they strengthened their bowling. They've dropped a frontline seamer, but they've still got a kind of Mulder more of a bowling all rounder.
Through the gap of the slips.
Oof,
bit of a loose shot that was.
There's that fine line, isn't there, between a lovely drive and one that just you edge and goes through slip. So we've got 8 off that first over, but that was all too close. So they've come with a bowling all rounder. I guess you'd say it probably strengthens their batting overall, but I don't think it's a significant change to their team. I don't think it's going to change their fortunes too much. Again, I don't see the interview. I don't know if Shamsi's still injured. I read last night they were a little bit concerned that his back might go again, which is why they didn't pick him.
Okay. because he got injured just before the first test, I think, didn't he?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Abid Ali's taking strike now, so this is a big game for him as well. All right,
How many balls is he going to survive?
Last time he played in this ground, did he get a century? I think against Sri Lanka last year, was it?
It was one of the Sri Lanka or Bangladesh games that he got a big 100. I think it was Sri Lanka where he got 174, but obviously since then he averages about 20, which is obviously not particularly good, is it? So I think he'll know that the pressure is on him with people talking about Azhar moving up. There was a really good article on Quick Info yesterday about Azhar's average as an opener and how good it is. And obviously then with players like Abdullah Shafiq waiting in the wings. Norkia's first ball is wide outside off stump.
But we've got to remember, though, that as an opener, we said this before, was it last week, that yes, his average is only low as 20, but his job as an opener is to see off the shine of the ball. So if he gets 20, but he's in for 100 odd balls and stuff, it's a lot different to a middle order batsman getting an average of 20 as well. So we'll see how long it lasts.
Before Hamza steams in, the only thing I would say is that maybe in away conditions, I agree. I think that's quite good, and it's what you want your opener to do. I feel like Hamza might add that in home conditions, you probably got to do a little bit more than just get 20 off 60. No?
Yeah, you're still a batsman. It's your job. It's your first job to see off the new ball. Then it's to start accumulating runs. So.
Hamza, it's a bit early in the morning for you. You seem a bit reserved, mate.
No, when we're actually playing, I don't want him to get out. I still want him to make runs. I just don't think he will. But good luck to him.
No, so he's only faced a couple of balls so far, and he's just kind of getting used to the pace of the wicket. It'll be interesting to see if there's that variable bounce between Karachi here as well. That surprised a few of the batsmen.
Yeah, and that was Karachi was keeping low and spitting off a good length on day one. If you think back to the end of day one, the ball that I think it was Imran got, the one that reared up at him and got caught at short leg, I think. So that was day one. So I mean, so far it doesn't look like there's many demons in the pitch. The ball's
interesting that Mulder's a seam bowling all-rounder. So they've decided just to let me just see what
down leg
nipped into Abid, but they've not really got. It's not really a big shout. It's quick though. It looked quick. 87 miles per hour.
Yeah, his previous one was at 88 as well. So he's getting closer to 90.
So the thing that I guess would be concerning here, and obviously no, they're not going to review it and it's not out. But the thing that's concerning is it's another delivery that Abid's been kind of caught on the crease with one that just kind of nips into him. So. There is a little bit of a technical deficiency there, isn't it? He's just played down the wrong line, really. But it's shaping down leg side. So interestingly, from a South Africa point of view as well. Morning, Billy. From a South Africa point of view, this is probably Quentin de Kock's last game as well. It is his last game as captain. Actually, Abid got an inside edge on that anyway, so it wouldn't have been given out. But this is de Kock's last game as captain. Which backs up our point in the last game that he's very much a reluctant captain. He doesn't look like a natural captain. Does he have the air of a natural captain? And I think he'd be quite relieved, to be honest, to give up that job. He's been wanting to get rid of it since the moment he got it, really.
So Billy says, but then he says, called Elgar to be captain for a while. He has to be one for now till Markram is ready for. He's ready no other option for South Africa. Yeah, so I think that with obviously Australia having cancelled their tour as well, they don't need to make a decision imminently, do they? I think they've got a while before the next. I don't even know who their next series is with. They've got a while before they need to make that decision.
Have they extended the tour to Pakistan
then? No, they haven't extended it. No.
In fact, the annoying thing about all that is that obviously Australia cancelled that tour pretty much the moment the South Africa team. Or the replacements got done because all of their test players are going home, or pretty much all their test players. Oh, that's a better shout.
Down leg again.
Ooh.
And that was against Butt this time.
86 miles per hour. Again, one that's kind of just shaping in towards middle and leg really. So the ball is doing a little bit, as you would expect any new ball to do. So we're 8 for none, but this is when you're an opening batsman, you know this is going to happen.
Yeah. So let's see what everyone's choice is. Billy says that his choice is a cup of tea, digestive biscuits, and an hour of cricket before work. So I've got my bottle of water here. What else has everyone else got for refreshments over the next couple of hours?
I think we're all being quite boring, aren't we? I've got water as well.
Carl? On you as well. Go on, Hamza. Save the day.
I ain't got nothing. I'm gonna go off and make some cereal in 10 minutes. It's a bit too early. It's a bit too early for me to start eating.
Doc, we've got a question for you. Madil, thank you very much for joining us. He says, morning, Doc. What do you make of the India versus England 4 test matches to be shown on Channel 4 in the UK? Is anyone going to watch that game? Well, the Doc isn't, because the Doc's going to be here with us, watching the Pakistan game for a start. Right, Doc?
Yeah, so we might have an eye on that game, but obviously mainly be watching Pakistan. I mean, I think in terms of the Channel 4 side of things, it's interesting. So that's a good shot from none.
Middled.
I think Star Sports, who have got the rights, wanted to sell them to BT or Sky for something like 15-20 million.
Was that the amount that they said? I haven't seen any figures.
That's what I've read. They wanted to sell them for quite a lot more. I think BT and Sky both essentially have tried to save their money for further battles down the line. You've got the Ashes series at the end of this year that obviously both of them would want, and essentially decided they didn't want to have their kind of pants pulled down on the price. And then Channel 4 have come in and bid something like 5 or 6 million, which is obviously a lot less. But of course, because it's a terrestrial channel, there are going to be so many more eyes on it. So I think Star Sports were happy to sell for a slightly reduced price to Channel 4. I mean, it's good that it's on terrestrial TV. The more eyes on cricket, the better. Let's not forget though, Sky do a lot, and they do their cricket really, really well. So as someone who's been kind of grown up watching cricket on Sky, I quite like Hussain, Atherton, Bumble, Gower, both, and all that lot. Whereas I think what Channel 4 will do is essentially they'll take inside edge there onto the pad. Channel 4 will take the pictures directly from Star Sports, and then might put a couple of pundits in the studio. But on the pitch, I think India will batter them, unfortunately, 3 or 4-0. I don't see England winning a test match out there.
Yeah, I think that it's England are severely lacking in their spin department. But saying that, if there's a little bit of assistance for Jack Leach and I've forgotten the name of the other spinner,
Dom Best,
Dangerous Dom. If there's a bit of assistance there for them, then you never know what might happen. But we'll be keeping an eye on that game.
I don't know. I think England will do quite well. I think they'll do all right.
I think batting wise they're fine. It's just you just never know that spin department, really, do you?
Come on, they've got Moeen Ali back.
They ain't got him back yet, is he?
He's back, I think. Yeah,
he's back.
Is he back?
Yeah,
and I think Crawley suffered an injury, so actually it probably makes it a little bit easier for Moeen to get back into the team. I think the thing that concerns me from an England point of view is that if India prepare a pitch that does a bit for seamers, they've got the seamers that can trouble England's batsmen. And of course, if it turns, you'd expect their spinners to get a bit more out of the pitch than the England spinners. The problem that India, the mistake that India made back in 2012 is that they made these ridiculously turning pitches, and it brought Swan and Panesar into it. Whereas actually, if the pitch turns just enough, Ashwin and Jadeja or whoever are going to play for them from a spinning point of view is probably more skilled than the England spinners. But anyway, let's hope England can go there and do something pretty good.
So Billy's saying that Stokes will stand up and England will win. I'm with you on that, Billy. I hope they really do.
Inshallah.
Jordan says we'll miss Bumble's commentary.
Come on, at the end of the day, we've got to support England regardless. Apart from if the opposition is not Pakistan, we've got to support England regardless, whoever the opposition is. Even if it is India or if it's any other team, we've got to support England because obviously it's our home, innit? So we've got to support England.
England's Zindabad, innit? Innit, Hamza?
Yeah, that's it. I think you're on the wrong channel, mate.
This is called the Stani army, brother, not the Barmy army.
It's interesting. I mean, I have to be honest. I have a bit of quite an affinity for the England team because you just see so much of it. Obviously, growing up, I probably watch. You guys are probably the same. Probably watch just as much. Oh, bouncer.
A bit of a bouncer there.
Well, left from Arvid. Arvid is 0 of 9, so he's being watchful. He's also been beaten a couple of times. Growing up, I mean, I probably watched just as much England cricket as I've watched Pakistan cricket because it's just always on, whether it's BBC, Channel 4, Sky Sports. Looking forward to seeing some of those series, that series anyway.
I mean, I grew up here in the 90s, and we always used to watch the England series on BBC during the summer. And whoever they played, it's Pakistan, Australia, New Zealand, West Indies, Sri Lanka, India, etc. So I remember my first memory of an England-India game was where Graham Gooch got his 333 and then 123.
When was that, 91 or something? I think 91.
Yeah, I think it was 91. Yeah, then we came in 92, and that was a fun series. I think that was our last 5 Test match series in England. That was a brilliant summer. That was 1-1 went into the last Test out at the Oval. We came on last innings. I think we needed about 5 or 6 to win, and the Ramprakash came onto ball.
So there's no kind of demons in the pitch or anything like that, though. I think it's fair to say it's
conventional.
Yeah. This Ryan Mulder's got decent first-class stats. Batting average 38, bowling average 24 with a strike rate of 44. So it looks like a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, he played again. I think he played in that Sri Lanka series and did quite well. He's going to be one to watch. But I'd have to be honest. I don't think he's. Arvid's off the mark. Shot.
We can say thank you to Billy for that. He's doing his reverse magic on him. Arvid is out soon. That must mean that he's going to get a century, obviously, Billy now.
Yeah. You got the Shoaib Akhtar enclosure there at Rawalpindi.
What do you guys think? First thing, what will be enough to just bat once?
To bat once? Yeah. If you want to bat once, you're going to have to get 400, aren't you? Minimum.
You never know. You can get South Africa for under 100 first inning and second inning maybe 60, 70. That's it.
Oh
yeah, come on, man. Is it not possible?
Everything's possible, yeah.
Yeah, you got to think in it. Positive intent in it.
I think as a minimum, though, bat once, bat twice, whatever. You want.
I think we should
minimum. You want to have a minimum of 300 just to put a bit of scoreboard pressure onto.
I think if we get 300, then the aim should be just dig in and try. Obviously, we've lost minimum amount of wickets. If we get 300, then just go for it. I think we should try just batting once and just get as many runs as possible.
Ooh. I mean, I think the pass score here is about 300. That's about the average first inning score here in.
Is that 300?
Yeah, about 300. Yeah, that was what we certainly looked at the pitch report. They said 300 is what you should be aiming for. So, let's get to 300. I mean, I think in most grounds around the world, most conditions, you get 300, 350, you're in the game. That's what we should be going for. As long as we're batting at the end of the day, that's target number 1, isn't it? Don't get bowled out today, certainly.
Yeah. Friends, just before we move on to Raja, Billy saying if he gets his century, he'll give us £10.
That's all of us.
Hey, £10. All that hard work and £10. That's not good enough. You should come back with a better offer.
Hamza, what do you make of this? Ali Raja says Imran Butt's technique is not of a test batsman. He won't be in the test team for long, even if he gets a century.
I don't think there's anything I've seen in his technique to suggest he can't bat as an opener. Seems to have a better technique than Abid so far. I think he flashes a bit outside the off stump a little too much. But yeah, technically I haven't seen anything to suggest he can't make it as an opener.
I think you guys were saying that he's had one good season in domestic, and then obviously we'll see what he does here. But what did you think of not including Saud Shakil for this game, Hamza?
Yeah, I would have picked him. I don't know. It depends what Azhar would have said to us asking him to open. But yeah, I would have picked Saud. He's in good
Who,
form.
who would you have dropped if you picked Saud?
Have a guess.
I think if you could.
Oh,
Ooh,
what was that?
Abid's tried to leave one, and it's caught the bottom and toe end of his bat and gone for 4 behind.
Actually, there could be 2 players. Hamza could drop.
No, I can't
He
drop
would
the other
have
one.
done
The other one's doing all right.
What was that? That was just.
Again, that doesn't inspire confidence when you're trying to leave one and it hits the toe end of the bat and goes for 4.
Or what you could think is that try teaching that in the nets. How do you play that shot?
Yeah.
How do you know he didn't mean to do it?
Well,
exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. That was skill. That.
You've got to believe Hamza. But just going back to the Saud Shakil then, Hamza. You know, that brings our next series is against Zimbabwe. So if they play him in that, then, you know, no disrespect to Zimbabwe, but that's an easier series, you'd imagine, than the South Africa series. So maybe that's an easy series for him to kind of get to bed in from. You reckon?
About? For Saud?
Saud, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think you can make a decision as a one-off. You could say to Saud, you know, you're going to be in the Zimbabwe squad as well. But yeah, I would have even opened Saud here. Yeah, have a left-right combination as an opener. And yeah, it's man management, isn't it? So you say to him, look, this is a one-off. Azad doesn't want to open. Are you comfortable opening on your test debut? I mean, think about it, man. People asking you to play for your country, you take it. You bite someone's hand off.
Has he ever opened?
Maybe in domestic, I don't know, but he bats at 3 or 4 in domestic.
Well, we'll see what happens for the for the Zimbabwe series. Billy, I'd like to make you an offer that you can't refuse. So some of you guys who are football, I'm assuming Doc, you know who this guy is. I'll let you read that one.
So have you not thought of Mo from Arsenal Fan TV? I'm sure he's Pakistani, and yeah, we can't just get any old random Pakistani in, Billy. But yeah, maybe some kind of collaboration with Arsenal Fan TV. I think we might need to start being a bit more dramatic, though, if we're going to be competing with Arsenal or comparing ourselves with Arsenal Fan TV. Yeah, don't get me started.
If you're Man U, then maybe you had a chance, but
well, exactly, yeah.
Raja says, poor outside off as test opener, you have to be able to leave the ball, but Imran flashes at almost every ball outside off. Well, he's already had one that kind of flew between, what was it, third and fourth slip so far. But, you know, 5 overs in, 5.1, and they're both still here.
I mean, the thing that most people say about Imran, obviously, is that, you know, he's been in domestics for a good 5-6 years now, and yet the average is only about 35, 36. In domestic cricket, which is not amazing, but equally it's not that much lower than in the history of Pakistan cricket. I don't think we don't have hugely highly averaging kind of openers. He's left one there quite well, which is good. I think he looks all right. I think he's worth a go. Obviously, the next cab off the rank, I guess, is someone like Abdullah Shafiq. If we're thinking of kind of, you know, replacement openers, or we go back to someone like Shan or Imam or whoever, you know, someone who's already been tried. So I think sometimes the step up from domestic to international cricket is not just about your scores. Also, it's about what's between your ears. So hopefully he's ready psychologically as well to play Test cricket for the challenges of Test cricket, or he's just edged on through slips and belly.
It's funny, you just don't have any openers. Because even Butler, you look at his domestic record, it's nothing special.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not great, is it?
Yeah. That's why I keep talking about Imam. He's just the best of a bad bunch, I think. I think technically he's good.
He's still injured, Imam.
The good thing,
yeah.
The good thing about that one, certainly that shot, is he did play it with quite soft hands, and he kind of played it down. Obviously,
he went down, yeah.
As an opener, you know, tell me an opener that doesn't get out, keeper caught first slip or second slip. You know, that's pretty much where all openers end up getting out because they're facing a new ball. So he's got himself to 12 or 15.
That's the other thing I'm saying. Like, how many times has Abid been bowled and stuff like that? He gets out in ways where it's not because it's a new ball kind of thing.
Yes, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like caught in first slip, the ball moving away. You know.
Billy saying, scrambled mind that who bats like that on day one on a fairly flat wicket. Sorry, lads, don't think he'll last long for Pakistan. I think that's still talking about Abid, isn't he?
We've got 13. That's pretty good. 13 for none.
Got 17, Hamza. You just
17
wait.
for none.
17. Oh, bloody hell. A couple of balls behind you.
How many balls have
Yeah, 5.5 now. 5.5. Yeah, I mean, the jury's still out on Abid. But it'll be interesting to see what changes are made for the Zimbabwe series. So you can have after the white ball games against South Africa, you'll have the PSL, which I think takes us to the end of March-ish. And then you'll have the Zimbabwe series from around April time. So it'll be interesting to see what changes are made then for the test team.
The problem, I think he goes into completely defense mode. He stays there enough on the crease here for him to get enough runs. I think if he gets obviously more runs, because the time he takes plenty of time there. So if he gets enough runs, I think he'll be okay. But he just goes completely into defense mode. So when he's defending, obviously, then he's not getting no runs. He takes plenty of time, but he's not getting no runs, and then he gets out. So I think that's his downfall. If he's scoring runs as well at the same time, even the time what he's taking to the crease, he'll be okay, I think. But because he's not getting enough runs, that's where obviously his figures are completely down there.
Yeah, because you get bogged down.
Time that he's spending, a lot of time there. He's like taking the shine off the new ball and everything. But if he's scoring runs at the same time, I think it'd be fine. What do you think, Doc?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that is the problem, isn't it, with Abid? Is that he rarely looks amazing. He rarely looks like he should cash in on that. He's got one down to fine leg. He rarely looks like he's in great touch. But then equally, like we say, he gets to 20, he gets to 25, and you're thinking, okay, now the hard work, now is the time to cash in. And then he just somehow finds a way to get out, whether that's poor technique or he gets the odd good ball or something. And that's a frustrating thing because you think, well, surely you've done the hard work now. But equally, 25s aren't good enough age, and regardless of how long you play for. So I think he'll know that he is not many failures away from possibly being dropped.
Nice little Civic RS Turbo for someone to win.
Yeah, I wonder what they have to do to win that. They don't normally tell you, do they?
But that's for Abid if he gets to 20.
So we've got Ali Raja saying he's agreeing with you, Hamza, where he says that I think we should stick with Imam. He has a better technique than all the options we have. I agree with Hamza that Imam's the best of the bad bunch of openers that we have.
Where's my money?
I mean, the other thing is that if you look at the score now, we're 6.3 and we've got 18. And okay, yeah, there's been a couple of streaky boundaries, but at least we're going at around almost 3 and over. It doesn't look like we're not going at 6 overs and we've got 5 runs. So at least we're slowly accumulating a score, because that's always the big thing, isn't it? That rotate the strike, get the runs, keep the scoreboard ticking over. So they are doing that, to be fair to them.
Yeah, and then so many times we see Pakistan get totally bogged down. We've seen it a few times recently. Obviously, this track is, it's not doing a heck of a lot. We've got obviously 2 pretty high-class bowlers bowling. Sorry, I think the aim that what we need to aim to do is to see off this first spell from Rabada and Norkia, because I think after that, Ngidi probably was more of a threat than someone like Mulder will be. I think, or you want to get their spinners on a track that isn't expected to turn a huge amount. I'd be interested to see how much it does turn, because both teams have gone in essentially with 2 spinners, which I don't think teams do that often at rugby. I'd have to look at it. But there's another single there, so we get on to 19 for none now. So
that's a good point. I think once this opening spell's gone, I've never seen that bowl. I've never seen him battle bowl, so I don't know what his bowling's like. But if you're a proper batsman, you'd kind of fancy yourself once you see Rabada and Nortje off. Because I mean Maharaj is good, but I think it was only Baba who was making him look amazing in the first test.
mean, that's a good point that Billy makes about James Vince. After a while, I agree. 25 isn't good enough for Test cricket. So yeah, you can't carry a player averaging 25. I agree. I think generally over the course of some of these shows that we've done, I think I've been more up in than some people. But I'm not to the point of kind of blind favoritism where just because he sees off the new ball and gets 24, it's not good enough. It's just a question of how long do you give someone, and then that's what makes selection and team management so difficult, because sometimes someone isn't performing, but you have faith in them and you see enough to think, they're going to come good. I have to be honest, maybe we haven't really seen that in our bit at the moment. If anything, James Vince, I was going to say, if anything, James Vince is probably someone who does look really good at the crease, always looks brilliant, and then gets out for 25. So with him, that's probably even more frustrating, because Maharaj is on after 7 overs. That's a surprise.
Well, I guess we'll see now if it spins then. How much it's turning.
Yeah, James Vince got a pretty poor record. Test average 24, ODIs 23, T20s 28. I thought he was doing better than that.
So I think he does. I'm trying to think which county is he in? Essex boy? I can't remember now who Vince's county is, but it could be Hampshire. I'm not sure. So I think he got his debut. I think was in the Ashes. I think he got 80 odd out there, and then since then it's just been a downwards kind of trajectory. But like Billy's pointing out, he always looks good, with some lovely kind of offside drives and cuts and things like that, and then finds a way to get out, which is obviously pretty infuriating when you look like you're in good nick. Right, so first one, spin.
Oh, was that dropped?
Yeah, I think it looks like it's gone just through his hands.
Hello, that's okay.
Ooh, that looked like it turned a fair bit.
It did, didn't it? Let's see.
Yeah, it
takes
has
the edge.
He's poked at it.
Oh no, just before.
I don't think Bavoon was low enough there. Let's have a look. Oh, they should catch that. I'm sorry, that's a really easy catch.
No, that was hard, though. Come on.
No, it wasn't. I don't think it went quickly. If you see the replay, I don't think it went very quickly.
Look at
it's not like he's not.
It went straight through his legs.
Yeah, but he's. I think if one of ours dropped that, I'd be well annoyed.
Obviously, if one of ours did it, would
obviously. then you see all the steam coming out of Carl's head and everything.
Yeah.
I don't think he was expecting the first ball, just relaxing a bit. I think he even touched his hand. I'm sure it clipped his hand.
Yeah, I think the openers are just shocked that they survived to see a spinner. Like, what the hell is this?
You should have caught that.
That's odd.
I don't think you were expecting it. That's what it were.
He kept his eyes on it. Seemed to keep his eyes on it quite well. Seemed to be fairly low.
If you look properly, Doc, I think it dipped.
Sorry?
I think it dipped.
Yeah.
If you look, because obviously he had his hands out at the right time and everything, but I think it just dipped. It went a bit lower.
Sure, that's okay.
That's it, Doc, you're getting the hand now. Look. Oh, actually, no, it didn't dip. His hand went down. I thought it dipped, it didn't. It just
because his fingers, didn't it?
His fingers went down. I think he just put his. I think he went for it too early or something.
That was just the orthodox slip. I'm just seeing it now. Let me just see the replay. It just looked like it just went straight to him.
It did.
That was an interesting leftover.
He went too quick for it. That's why he kicked his feet.
Did it take a little bit of No, it didn't. I thought it looked from the front on angle. It looked like it just clipped the cock's knee or something, but it didn't. No, it just went straight to Bavuma. No, that's just the orthodox slip catch.
That's why the thing is, you've got to have one of your best fielders in that position.
Shan Masood.
Such an important. Yeah.
Right, that's it. That's it, Hamza. I'm kicking you out.
Believe it or not, domestic cricket, he had a game, I think, not so long ago, and I think he scored a century.
Who?
Sean?
Yeah.
Mashallah, I'm happy for him in domestic, just like I'm happy for Kamran Akmal in domestic. Stay there then, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm happy for Shoaib
Good luck
Malik
to
in
them.
domestic as well.
That guy.
Exactly.
Last series, he just topped it. I swear.
Who?
Okay, you have a bad, batting and all that, yeah. But then you just continue that in the fielding, and then you're laughing it off. Just completely.
Just going back to the James Vince thing. So Billy said he was for Hampshire and he was the captain. But then, like years and years ago, Pakistan used to be ridiculed for their openers, whereas England had Cook and Strauss. But then as soon as the Cook and Strauss partnership was broken up and then they both retired, you then had England kind of, it was like a turnstiles going through their openers over and over again. But I'm pretty sure, and I'm happy to be proved wrong on this, that there was a stat that someone posted up on Cricinfo or ICC about openers over the past 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And you'd imagine that Pakistan would be way down on the bottom of that. And they weren't. They were mid-table or kind of, or even higher than mid-table. They were not. They were not towards the bottom of that, which was surprising. Which just shows that maybe the openers that Pakistan have had, okay, we can all speak about the failures that they've had, but they've not been that bad compared to the openers from other teams. So anyone that are listening, I'm happy to be proven wrong on that.
No, Hulk, you're right. We don't have bad stats in terms of opening kind of combinations. I guess the only kind of slight caveat is you look at the conditions that we open in the Emirates, or what was the Emirates, obviously up until recently, and even Pakistan's not the most difficult kind of place to open. So I think that kind of works in our favour slightly. But no, you're right. It is nice to be pleasantly surprised, and so there have been quite a few different combinations in that. I guess Sami Islam and what's his name? Sami Islam and Shan Masood obviously had a decent kind of had a decent spell. Then you had Imam for a while. You had Hafiz for a while as well. So we've been through our fair share of kind of combinations, and we've done some good results.
Yeah.
This is the worst.
I just said that this is the worst South African side Pakistan are facing in the recent past, and at home we should be beating them. We have a good home record. Well, we won quite convincingly, though, 1-0, didn't we? Sorry, Carl.
Yeah, we won one game. So at the end of the day, I think the teams are both neck and neck because we're still building on our team as well. So it's not as though that we've got one of our best, best teams as well, haven't we?
They probably think we're one of the worst Pakistan teams they've ever faced.
Exactly.
Well, how does that make them feel losing to us then?
Yeah. They're probably thinking we're proper.
Obviously, they must be thinking it's not the best team in it. So
Yeah, but Carl, but Carl, at the end of the day, yeah, Jolo, that's okay.
That's the new
thing. Pakistan in it. That's the main thing. If it's in Pakistan's favor, that's fine. If it's not, then obviously it's a different ball game, isn't it?
Sorry, Doc, you were saying?
No, I was. I think I've forgotten what I was going to say. Oh no, the South Africa team. The South Africa team. Yeah, it's hardly Donald and Pollock and Klusner and Gibbs and Callis and that lot, is it? So yeah, you're right. It probably is one of the poorer teams that we played. But look, you can only. Oh, here we go, Maharaj again. You can only beat what's in front of you. And yeah, I mean we've had to face some pretty tough teams in the past from South Africa who've given us a good hiding. And you're right. It's 5 versus 6 in the rankings as well. So it's 2 fairly evenly matched teams, you would think.
Mm. Just looking back at the England openers, Billy says that England have tried Lyth, Cambery, Robson, Stoneman, Balance, Jennings, Hamid, Duckett, just to name a few. Yeah, they've gone turnstiles there as well. So yeah, Compton was the one that they've got a man at. They've got 2 close catches, haven't they, and a keeper, so they're attacking the run. So yeah, Carberry's an interesting one because Carbery pretty much only opened in one horrible Ashes tour and averaged quite well and never came back. And then Compton essentially was discarded for his face didn't quite fit in the dressing room and also scoring too slowly. So, yeah, they've had some tenuous reasons for dropping a few. Haseeb Hamid came in and then broke a finger and has been in shocking form domestically. Yeah.
Jennings, they were thinking of bringing back, I think, this winter because he plays quite well in spinning conditions, but obviously they decided not to. And now they've got Crawley and, Burns and Sibley. And obviously Crawley was opening when Burns wasn't there, and now Crawley's broken a wrist apparently. So
Crawley didn't open against when he played us, did he? When we came to England, he was number 3. Yeah.
I like the comment from Ali Raja about Bavuma. He must have had makkan paratha on his hands.
Oh yeah, you must have had a
proper
makan paratha
Pakistani
this morning.
breakfast. What do you guys have when you go to, when you're in Pakistan? What do you have for breakfast out there? What do your family give
paratha,
you?
don't you? Yeah, paratha, don't you? Makan paratha and stuff.
I don't get that unless I ask for it. Usually it's like bread roll. Bread roll, yeah, bread roll with a bit of butter, bit of honey. Oh, that's nice. I'm getting hungry. I gotta get something to eat.
You'll get something to eat, bro. Earlier saying that's because we haven't played so many test matches in the past 2 years. That's why we didn't have too many opening combinations. Well, that opens up other kind of worms, doesn't it? That you have some teams who play a hell of a load of test matches and other teams who hardly get anything.
Well, we all teams are trying. Yeah, no, opening's not easy. I mean, I feel like Australia have had Warner plus someone for a while. Warner's obviously been a bit of a fixture there, but the others kind of has been rotating. New Zealand obviously haven't made quite as many changes, but it's a difficult place to bat. Everyone wants to bat in the middle order. If you look at the old school way of thinking, leg
side.
Abid gets out or gets troubled by a lot of straight balls, isn't he?
Yeah.
Are they going to review this? They've got 8 seconds. I think they're not going to.
Don't think so, no.
So De Kock reviewed 4 unsuccessfully, I think, in the first game. So it looks like he's very much keeping his So lovely seam position, but yeah, going down leg side. But if you look, I was just going to say, the other thing is, everyone wants to bat in limited test cricket. Everyone wants to bat kind of further down the order. So whereas the old school way of thinking was that your best batsman bats at 3, that was what the Aussies always used to say. And be a fixture at 3. Actually, everyone wants to bat at 4 or even lower now. So you got Kohli, Root, Smith, Williamson. Pretty much all of them, I think, bat at 4. Obviously, having seen off the new ball, or having had someone else see off the new ball for them.
Billy's saying that he was one of the best batsmen in the Ashes tour. Not sure who he's referring to there.
So that would be, I think that would be Carberry, probably Carberry in the 2013-14 tour. He it was a difficult tour for England. It was a series that they lost 5-0, and I seem to remember he got a Abid through gully again, well fielded. And I seem to remember he took a few blows as well, Carberry. It was a horrible tour, like I say, for England as a squad. It's where they all fell out, and Swan left halfway through, and Peterson, I don't think, played for them again after that.
Oh, was it that series? Oh.
Yeah.
That was the Mitchell Johnson series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, he did, and again, I don't think Carberry then when they came. I'm trying to think who toured England in 2013. It could have been. Might have been the West Indies or Sri Lanka. I can't remember now. It wasn't us. I don't think it was India either.
Abid's playing with fire here. Is all you can say. He's doing everything he can to prove Hamza right.
Yeah, this is a pretty rogue inning so far. He
doesn't succeed.
He's tried to leave one, and it's reared back and got him on the gloves. He's got no idea where that's going, has he? He lives all at sea. Unfortunately, you don't want to see any of the players look like this now.
No.
Yeah, especially your openers.
But he didn't carry those, so Jello, that's okay. Ranji brings up a good point where he says
2013. Sorry. No, just because I made a mistake. I've just remembered. It was the 2013-14 Ashes that Carberry played, and in 2014 Sri Lanka and India came here, and I don't think Carberry played at all. I think they went with a different opener. And 2014 was probably when Cook was very close to getting sacked. They lost that. Do you remember that game against Sri Lanka where Anderson got out in the last over?
Oh yeah, and he was like proper depressed when he got out. Yeah.
But then Cook, I think India came. They beat India. They beat Australia the following year in the Ashes, and it all kind of ended happily for Mr. Cook. But
Sri Lanka won that series. Sri Lanka won. Matthews made a few runs.
Yes, yeah. So the first game they drew. They just held on for a draw because they were 9 wickets down at Lords. I think they lost their 10th wicket, but it was reviews. So it was a really good finish to that game. And in the second game, they kind of turned it around on England, who were surviving or battling to survive the final day. And Moeen Ali made 100, but Anderson was out at the end.
Sorry, let me just go through these comments. Thanks a lot for joining, Billy. Hope you have a good day at work. And in a closing comment by Billy, he says, should have just opened with the Night Watchman. Hope we see you tomorrow, Billy.
When both will be there, I mean, a century.
Yeah, that's right, Billy. We'll let you know about Abid's century.
Oh,
what?
Imran Butt's out.
Oh.
He's tickled one. It's to Maharaj. I think it must have just caught the glove or the shoulder of the bat, and it's gone through to De Kock. It's very similar to the one that was dropped at slip, except this time it was a finer edge. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just regulation. The keeper. He's just poked at it. Really, it's a bit of a nothing shot. I don't think they were expecting spin so early. Don't know if that's an excuse or not.
Well, it's good to see that the wicket is turning, because obviously we've got Yasser and Nomania, haven't we?
That was fast.
Nomania.
Nomania, man, Nomania.
I think it would have
good change by De Kock to bring him first chain.
Yeah, I don't think any of us saw that coming. We were all talking about seeing off Rabada and Norkir, and then you got Mulder coming in or whatever. I guess the slightly worrying thing is that's of the two, that was a slightly more secure opener in this innings anyway. I thought Imran probably looked a touch more secure than Abid even.
Yeah, it's pretty because Butt looked okay out there. I know he's flashed at a few, but he seemed to be all right out there.
If you were to think that which one of the openers is going to go first, you would put your money on Abid, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's what Butt's probably thinking as he's walking off. How did I get out before him?
Well, others in now. Just looking at the openers here, Ryan makes a point that says openers have averaged 33.4 since 2016. That's the lowest 5-year number since 1996. That's interesting. The average has been going down.
There are some decent new ball. I mean, I'm trying to think of kind of the 2000s and maybe some of the early 2010s weren't great for fast bowling. But now you look at Australia's fast bowlers. You look at, they've got a great pack of fast bowlers. You look at India have kind of finally got a decent set of seamers. Obviously, South Africa have got players like Rabada. Seam bowling is actually in pretty good place. You got Bolt and Southey from New Zealand as well. So that probably explains why the average is coming down. So we've got Azad now, who sometimes doesn't start so well against spin.
But that was a positive shot to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Down the ground.
Yeah, it's just kissed the shoulder of the bat, and
you could clearly see the ball move. Yeah, that they had to show ultra edge.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Tell you what, Maharaj is causing all sorts of problems here, isn't he?
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if he gets another spinner on the other end.
Who is your spinner?
That'd be Linda, wouldn't
All-rounder.
So we spoke about getting bogged down earlier, but obviously, if we were on 18 after about 6 overs, and now in the last 5 overs we've only added another 3 to that score. Abid is 6 off 31. Azad is never a great spinner, never a great starter, especially against spin. So unless it's a bit of a counter attack, we might be get a touch bogged down here. Not that that's a bad thing. It's not about run rate on the first morning of a test, but that in itself can bring men around the back. It can invite a bit of pressure, can't it, if you don't counter attack?
Ali Raja, it's Shreddies.
He's the Shreddies man.
Not today, anyway. I don't think Amir Sohail had a great technique, to be fair. It was a slightly odd one.
I think, they were going back to the days of Sohail and Saeed Anwar, when we had solid openers.
To be fair, that was more Saeed Anwar.
Yeah. Then you had the great partnership of Sohail and Rambo, Ramiz Raja, didn't you? I was surprised that Ramiz Raja's only hit 2 test centuries in his career. Surprised at that start.
Well,
So
I'm sure
long.
we've all seen that argument between Muhammad Yusuf and Ramiz Raja, and Yusuf wasn't
Oh my God.
particularly complimentary about Ramiz's contributions to Pakistan cricket on the pitch, anyway.
Which argument? Which argument? I haven't seen this. What do you mean?
Well, I'll let you YouTube that one at some point. There, Hope. It's I think it was on one of these Masala Pakistani news shows. Or to be fair, actually, the news.
That's probably why I've never seen it then.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the anchor in that one actually was quite shocked and didn't really. It wasn't trying to kind of get some kind of argument going, but I don't know what the backstory is to why Yusuf and Ramiz weren't particularly fond of each other. But yeah, some pretty nasty things said in both directions.
Muhammad Yusuf started talking about how Ramiz thinks he's clever because he speaks good English. It was pathetic.
But if you look at our openers over the years, not many of them average over 40, do they?
No, I think Tawfiq Umar has been statistically one of the best. I think he averages like 40 or 39 or something.
Just shows you can prove anything with stats, right?
Yeah.
Whenever there's England, whenever Pakistan's touring England, I always see him wandering around in the streets around here because his sister lives in Rotherham, not far from me.
Sorry, Cal, you're a bit quiet. I think you put your headphones on or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, talking about Ramiz Raja, whenever Pakistan is touring England, I always see him wandering, going for walks on the streets because his sister lives in Rotherham.
Ramiz Raja?
Yeah, his sister lives in Rotherham, and I always see him walking, going for walks. Just not so far from him.
Well, next time you see him, invite him to one of these watchalongs then.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we could keep up with Ramiz and his.
He has got a lot of
vast vocabulary.
Attitude and that as well, he's not a straightforward person to start chatting to and that, he has got like a chip on his shoulder.
I don't know.
Going back to what Ali was saying, the Sohail Saeed Anwar Hope partnership was really at its sort of peak. 96 tour of England, them two were just amazing in that tour. Unfortunately, Sohail didn't really carry his form on for much longer after that.
He was a good cutter and a good puller, though, wasn't he, Sohail?
Yeah.
Certainly from memory, anyway.
So they're showing on the screen here about some of the footmarks that Nokia is making in the wicket, which is interesting because obviously then Maharaj is bowling from the other end into those footmarks. But those footmarks are still going to be there, even though they're going to put the roller on it before the next innings. It's interesting to see how easily those footmarks are actually being created, and they hasn't been warned by the umpires, not that I've seen anyway.
Well, only Pakistan players get warned for running on the pitch. That's one thing I would say. I feel like there's a disproportionate amount of our bowlers that get called for that kind of stuff.
Definitely.
Just going back to Ramiz's commentary. Am I the only one that finds it really annoying? I can't be, right? I don't know if anyone in the comments also has an opinion on it. I genuinely find his commentary frustrating and annoying.
I think he's better than people. I don't know. He gets a little too much hatred. I don't think he's very good. I prefer Bazid.
Bazid's good. I like Bazid.
But I don't know. He gets a lot of hatred.
Tries too hard to be funny, and he just uses words. He tried to destroy the batsman. Just say he tried to get him out, Ramiz. It's all right. You don't have to use destroy. You don't have to use. You don't have to say uncouple. Are we looking to uncouple them? No one says uncouple. I've never used the word uncouple. So yeah, I don't know. I just
you do look for any opportunity to criticize, innit?
And the other thing is the other funny thing about Ramiz is, and this is 100% true. So someone did a statistical analysis. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. Actually, someone did a statistical analysis.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
When Ramiz is on commentary, batting, and basically just having Ramiz on commentary, and a sample size of about 5-6 matches, but just having Ramiz Raja on commentary, I think we lose 2 wickets without any runs, basically, just simply by having Ramiz there. So he's not a particularly good luck charm for Pakistan either.
I remember back in the days when David Gower used to commentate.
Yeah.
Whether 90s and maybe the early 2000s, and Gower and Ramiz Raja were on commentary for Pakistan England game, obviously, and there was a no ball that Pakistan did, and they showed the replay, and Ramiz Raja goes, "Oh, that's quite close, is that?" And Gower just goes, what do you mean, Ramiz? That's a clear no ball. It wasn't even on the. It was way. It was over. Yeah. I just don't understand what Ramiz was saying. Oh, that's a close tight call, and Coward just closed him up, and because that was a clear no ball, mate.
You just gave him a stone cold stunner.
Yeah. Look, I don't want anyone to be out at work or anything like that. But it is interesting the fact that Ramiz used. That's a good shout. It's out.
Azar as well.
It's one that's pitched on middle and leg, and it's straightened. And I think that's probably hitting middle and leg, and which is why I'm reviewing it.
It's the right decision to not review it.
21 for 2.
Sugar.
Maharaj has got 2 for 1 in his 4th over, and we are making him look like.
And then we've got Babar walking wicket to Ashwin. Not Ashwin.
Yeah, but Hamza, all you got to remember, is that Abid is still there, mate.
Yeah, but it's going on.
Okay, what the hell are we going to do here? Because we can't just have Maharaj bowling at us like this all day. We're not going to get to 100 here. What have we got?
Well, it's time for Babar to step up now, isn't it?
And Bob and Abid. Abid must be saying on the side, listen, mate, I'm okay where I am. Don't let me come up.
Yeah.
Let me stay on this side. As long as everybody gets out before me, I'm okay.
This has got to be the worst 37 balls I've ever seen from an opening batsman. I know he's still out there.
But you're still supporting him. That's the main thing, Hamza, yeah?
If he's playing for Pakistan, I will still support him.
Ali Raja goes that me and my dad, God bless his soul, watched that 96 series live. We won 2-0. Is that the Pakistan-England series?
Yeah.
Because we toured here, didn't we, in 96?
Yeah, that was a great series. Wasim, Waka, Mushi, Sohail, Ijaz, Inzi.
Zar continues with his bad
form. This is frustrating because we've got like 13 in the last 10 overs. We've become completely bogged down. There's men around the bat. Maharaj is just bowling exactly where he wants, and there's no sense of counter-attack. And that might happen now with Babar coming out.
So he says that we need 250 in the first innings, so we're going down. First, Cal was saying we want to bat once, yeah. And I said, okay, 400. Then I said 300. Now we're going down to 250. Cal, you still saying bat once, yeah?
Yeah. Their spin is good, yeah. Watch when ours come on.
Exactly, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you need scoreboard pressure. There's no point being 120 all out. It's not going to put any pressure on them.
Yeah.
No matter, Doc, even if you got 100 in the ball, if our bowlers, spinners are bowling good, yeah, we can get them out for 10.
Oh, Cal. Always the right side of life, eh?
No, that's okay.
Okay, not 10, but even 50, that's good enough. You know what I'm saying? What's the lowest test ever score?
Well, I don't know about the lowest one yet, but in recent times, I've heard it was 36.
No, there is 36.
I've heard it was 36.
We don't need to think too far behind. It's just around the corner, not so long ago.
So Adam says that Botham was bad. He sounded so uninterested when Asian teams play. And I'm sure I remember that. You know when England became #1 test team in the world around 2011-12, and they were going to tour Pakistan, obviously in the UAE, and Botham previewed that series, and he goes, 3-0 England, easy. I don't see anything else. And then, did we win that series 2-0 or 3-0? I can't remember now.
3-0 then.
I think 3-0.
I think we
3-0. Yeah, that was so funny.
That just reminds me of the Champions Trophy final against India.
Why? What do you mean?
Because that's what they were saying. Oh yeah, India's gonna walk this, no problem. This time, all over the commentary. That's all it was, and then we smashed them. And
yeah.
The thing that annoyed me about Ian Botham with his commentary was that with some commentators you get the kind of feeling that if they weren't on it, they'd be watching at home anyway because they just like watching cricket. Whereas I think it very much came across that both being paid to watch this game. He didn't really watch any other cricket. Didn't see players that were there that he hadn't seen before. And so you just think, well, hold on, if you're not interested in it, then kind of why should I be? Which always annoys me when you hear commentators when you hear commentators kind of hoping. Some commentators will say, I hope this game doesn't go into the 5th day because they'd rather be on the golf course. Like that really, really frustrates me. Right, we've got a slip, a gully, and a silly point, and Barbara's on strike.
The funny thing is, we've done that twice to England. So in 2005, when they won the Ashes and thinking they're the best thing in the world and everyone's getting MBs and OBs, they come to Pakistan and get smashed 2-0.
Yeah.
And then again,
one of my favourite ever series. That again, another one.
Yeah.
Where you watch every ball, which I think I did back then. That series was absolutely brilliant, and especially the one days as well. Afterwards, we beat England 3-2, I think. So Buzzard thought that was out straight away.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that 3-0, that 2-0 series in 2005, especially that first test at Multan, one of the great Pakistan wins.
Yeah, and Shoaib Akhtar was superb in that series all the way through.
We were really good under Bob Woolmer at that time.
They showed that the highlights of one of those games from that series on Sky Sports now, getting in the England v Pakistan shorts that they do.
Yes.
Let me just go through some of these comments. So it'll be hard to bat on 4th and 5th day. Yes, it will definitely will be. You've seen some of the footmarks that are going into the wicket now.
So before we do that, sorry, there's a stat on the screen. So last 5 overs, I'm sure you can see this as well.
Oh, yeah.
Last 5 overs, none for 2. Now, everything we know about batting at the top of the order and batting in Test cricket is about strike rotation, and just that was gone just completely out of.
Where's the sweep shot gone? Why isn't anyone sweeping Ashwin? I haven't seen one sweep shot played.
Well, for a start, Ashwin's not playing.
Ashwin. All these Indians look the same to me.
I don't think it is. Ashwin's what first.
Maharaj.
Well, Carl, you need to put your mic up to your mouth. We didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it.
Ashwin, we're not playing. We're not playing.
I swear we do make some mediocre stuff decent, look amazing. Like,
I'm getting flashbacks from Paul Harris now.
Yeah, I mean I know Maharaj is better than Paul Harris, but where's the sweep shot? Eunice used to get the sweep out straight away to.
No ball. That's a run at least. There's a comment about. I'm sure there's a comment about Eunice coming, isn't there? Hulk, I'll let you do that. Sorry.
Yeah, let me just see this. Yeah, it was a clear no ball. But just while you see that no ball, yeah, who's that backing up on the end? Was Babar? See, that always annoys me. Yeah, about this whole mankading thing. Non-striker should stay in his crease until the bowlers release the ball. Full stop. So Babar loses a couple of points for me on that.
What happened to it being a gentleman's game? Oh.
No, forget the gentleman's game. I'll come back to that in any point. I'm happy to be challenged on this by anyone. Right. Adil says maybe Yunus Khan knew that we were going to go 2 down in 21 runs. That's why he was working with Babar to be the saviour. Well, I think unfortunately Babar's been the saviour too many times, and that was one of the refreshing things in the first test. Was that I think he made 7 and 30. I think. But we still made, we still won the game. We still put a lot of runs onto the board, and it wasn't all down to Babar. So the rest of the team did stand up. But now, we're collapsing a little bit. So it's time for Babar's turn now.
Come on.
Here you go, Hamza. Maharaja.
Yeah, who's that breathing?
I think you need to control your microphone thing, Carl. Okay.
Can you get some ideas for funny Indian combinations for Keshav Maharaj? I'm trying to think of a few more. like funny, sort of totally random ones, not just Ashwin.
That was well played by Abid.
1 run in 34 balls. I'm sorry, I know it is Test cricket, but there's got to be some element of strike rotation there that's, better than this.
Come on,
Keshav
Carl.
Chawla.
Even our viewers are saying that you're having a shocker. Jello, that's okay.
It's not now, we're 2 down.
Venkatapati Ashwin.
I don't know what you're doing, Hamza.
I'm having fun with myself, having some trying to think of Indian combinations.
Was out!
What a catch!
Was that down leg?
Rubbish.
It's one of the worst ways to get out is that caught down leg.
fended a short ball to short leg, who looks like it went pretty quickly. This looks like a really good catch, to be fair. It's Markram. I think it's bat hip. Boy, if he gets this one hand,
wow, what a catch!
Wow,
what a catch!
He just finds a way to get out, doesn't he, Abid? That's the thing. He's it goes back to that argument. Oh, you've seen off the first hour, but you can't just get 6 or 43. That's not job done by any stretch.
Definitely not.
Oh, bloody hell. One run in 35 balls, 3 wickets, 21, 22 for 3. It's a bit of a disaster, isn't it?
Who's the next? Is it Fuad now?
Yeah.
See, when there's this crisis at hand, who would you rather have at the crease then? Babar and Fuad. Oh, yeah. Ali says that this wicket reminds me of that wicket in UAE when we got bowled out for 99 in the first innings against England and still won that match.
Oh, that was a crazy test.
There's always a chance. Keep the faith, lads.
Was that the game that we would? I think that was the 3rd game of the series. I think we were already 2-0 up in the series by that point, I think. Did Hafiz get a second innings 100, I think, or a big 100? I can't remember now.
Sure. Come on, Fuad.
Relax. Could it also remind you of the wicket?
There you are.
Didn't we get bowled out against South Africa for about 90 odd in one of the test matches in the Emirates and lost it heavily, I think?
We're trying to promote the positive side here, Doc. Keep bringing us down with the doom and gloom.
Sorry. 22 for 3.
Come on, we rebounded from 27 for 4 in the first match.
This is true.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
That's a really good catch.
All this started happening as soon as Billy left, so I blame him. And Abid didn't get a century either.
What a catch, though! That was an amazing catch.
Brilliant catch.
They need to show it in real time, I think, to appreciate how. Obviously, the ball slows down by coming off the hip a little bit, but
that's got to be one of the worst opening displays I've seen in my life, and we've seen some really bad ones from Pakistanis over the years. Just awful.
I think the point I would make, Hamza, is that it's not just about runs, is it? It's not just about how many you get. It's also about how you look getting them, and I think he looked awful in that innings. You have to say.
Again, even Imran Butt, he's failed 3 times, but all 3 times he didn't look like he was clueless. You know what I mean? I know he's failed 3 times, but you know, there's bad and then there's worse. So yeah, Fawad and Babar have got to do another rebuilding job.
Oh, nice full toss, but no runs. So it's a shame it's dismissal again. Oof.
Yeah.
So back onto left hip.
Yeah, I think because it went off the hip, it sort of slowed it down.
I know, but if you see Hamza, I'll show you. You'll see in a minute on your kind of stream that they show it in real time again, and it's a heck of a catch.
It's the kind of catch that Abid caught in the first match, isn't it? In the first test match.
Yes. Oof. It just looks like at the moment every ball looks like getting a wicket, and I think it's because obviously we're playing Maharaj with a lot of caution. You've got a man at slip and a man at silly point, I think. I just feel like there's got to be some kind of transfer of pressure back onto South Africa. You can't that's a bad ball.
Like that one.
You haven't played a single sweep shot.
Shot, Baba, good.
Where's the bloody sweep shot gone? Yunus is the captain. That was his go-to for every spinner. Sweep, the big sort of, played. When we play the sweep with the ball right in front of you.
Yeah.
Not like
smother the spin.
Sweep.
The only thing I would say there is that as this pitch looks like it's bouncing a little bit, whether you've got the danger of sweeping the pitch as bouncing a touch, and whether you obviously then kind of don't want a top edge one or anything like that. But I agree, there's got to be some kind of plan, whether you use your feet or something. Oof. That was one that just went on, the one that got him in the first for both innings. It's another boundary there.
Do you want to read out the stats for the past 5 overs now? I think it's gone through the roof now. Adam goes that we were 33 for 4. We were actually 27 for 4. I think it was 33 for 4 at close, but we were actually 27 for 4 in that first innings. Ali says England match was the 3rd test, and Azhar Ali and Yunus Khan both scored 100+ in the 2nd innings.
So that test match that I was thinking of was South Africa-Pakistan in 2013-14. We got bowled, but we did get bowled up for 99 in the first innings. Top scorer was Zulfikar with 25. Zulfikar Baba, the left-arm spinner, that is. South Africa responded to our 99 with 517, which is a decent first innings lead, and then we made 326. Asad Shafiq with his customary second innings pointless 100 for 130. And we lost by
fluffing his average of pointless 100.
Yeah,
92. And that was actually, we were 1-0 up in that series, but then that was the 3rd game. I think that was Misbah's one of the early Misbah. Shots for one.
See, good, beautifully clipped off his legs. That scoring rate is just going through the roof now.
Here we go, 12 in the past couple of overs.
So at least that's that's taking some of the pressure off, because the scoreboard's ticking over now.
Was this aerial at all? Let's have a look. He clipped it off his legs. Not really. No one's catching that.
Oh, beautiful nutmeg that was.
Yeah, nutmeg short leg there.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Ali, about Abid being in the squad just as a sub-silly point fielder from what he did in the first test match.
Here's a point. What if he makes like a 60 in the 2nd innings? Do you reckon people will be using that as a defence to keep him in the team?
Personally, I think that
he's got a defence.
Sorry, Carl?
I think him just getting out 3rd, he's got like a...
Your microphone's going to... You need to...
I think because he got out 3rd, I think he'd be all right.
Yeah. Kind of excuses. Have you even been watching the game?
He's got an argument. I mean, he just said, "Look, I never got out first, even though I was opener. I didn't get out first."
You know what? Yeah, I think it's just. I just hope that mentality doesn't exist in the PCB. I got out 3rd. Yeah, he's gonna go in there and say, "I got out 3rd, Cholo. That's okay." Then I'll jump for the Zimbabwe series.
You need to ask Azhar and they got out before me.
Yeah.
This isn't bloody school kids cricket,
It was very close to PCB.
I'm sure Tabriz will make that argument, actually. He's a vociferous defender of Abid. But he lasted 40 balls, though, Hamza. He saw the shine off. 40 balls.
And he was out 3rd.
Yeah. So are you saying that Hamza and Imran Butt should be dropped as well, Hamza? Is that what you're saying? I was like, is Abid your chacha?
Looks like they're going shorter for one. That's 2 short ones in a row. Maybe they want to try something different because he batted so well in the last game. He got what did he make? He got 101, was it? I think.
Yeah, he was out. He didn't make much more past 100. I don't think.
No.
Who was that for? What?
Yeah. It's so sad seeing the ground so empty.
Or saying that they for PSL they're gonna have they're gonna allow people in.
Yeah, I think they've applied to get people in. I don't know if the government's approved it yet or not.
I think they should allow a few, like as long as it's spaced, and maybe 150, 200 or something. It feel like a packed crowd in the UAE.
But I mean, England on Friday is going to have about 20. Sorry, no, not the first test. The second India-England test will have about 25,000 people in. Apparently, obviously,
is it?
It's a pretty big stadium, so they can be distanced. But I'm sure I read something like 25,000 people. And I think with the PSL, are they not asked for is it a quarter or something, or quarter or half?
Yeah, I think I had about 25%.
Yeah.
There's no lockdown in Pakistan anyway, so I think they should allow it.
Ali says that there you go. That's what Carl meant about batting once. South Africa only batted once in that match, scoring 500 plus. Yeah, you know, Ali, between you and Doc, yeah, you just complete doom and gloom these days. Where's the positivity?
Have you seen the score?
How long have you been? How long have you been following Pakistan?
Yes,
how many times have we dug ourselves out of this position?
This is true. Ooh, short one again for Fawad.
Ooh.
That's the fourth short one in a row. He tried to pick that one on, but it was at 93 miles per hour.
93.
That was too quick for him.
Bit of zip there. Right, they're not reviewing it, so I hope he hit this one.
That's great. So between Shane Warne at one end and Malcolm Marshall at the other, we're struggling here.
Malcolm Marshall. Is that one of those skiddy bouncers?
Yeah.
Interesting. Clearly, South Africa have sort of thought about a few plans and stuff after the first test, bringing Maharaj on early and stuff like that. In order to do these bounces, shows they're not sort of just going to take this sitting down.
Yeah, there was a piece that Ramiz and Wasim Akram did, I think, in the first test about how you would get Fawad out, because obviously it does present a bit of a conundrum to bowlers as to whether you do something different. And essentially, they were saying that you kind of pitch middle and leg and try and cut off some of his scoring opportunities, but they've obviously decided.
Way over.
So the thing that's worrying me about Babar is he's planting his pad, and his bat's just coming down in time. But he's a big LBW candidate here.
All right, 34 for 3, 17.3 overs. Babar's on 8, Fawad's on 4. Maharaj is 2 for 9.
2 for 9 in the 6th over, and let's be honest, he can probably bowl. He can bowl a nice long spell from this end. The thing is, when he bowls a bad ball like that one, which is on leg, you really, quite wide down the leg side, you've got to kind of cash in, and they got the single, which is good. You can't just block everything, because it just means that even his bad balls aren't being punished, and he will bowl bad balls. This is Keshav Maharaj. This is not Shane Warne. This is not whoever, Murali.
Inshallah, here we go. Positivity is in the pavilion. That's what we like, Ali.
No, I think he means the positivity's out. That's why we don't have much positivity at the moment. But I don't know, maybe you can clarify that.
In, man.
Hey, let's be honest. At the moment, our two best batsmen, either kind of in form or in kind of stature, at the moment are these two, and then of course you've got Rizwan coming in, who will, be fairly counter-attacking as well. You would think so. That's a good shot for Fawad for 1.
Good rotation. See, both of them are looking to score runs.
Yeah.
And even when there's 3 wickets down, they're with 36 for 3 now. Yeah, they're still looking to score runs, and that's essentially what we want. We don't want to be hitting, trying to hit boundaries at cow corner all the time. We just rotate the strike a little bit. Just showing a bit of a tent.
And obviously with a left and right hand combination as well, it messes with the field slightly.
Yeah.
It keeps them on their toes, and you just don't let them settle. You can't just let a spinner settle. And to be fair, you have to be fair to Maharaj. He's bowled really well this morning. He's there's not been many bad balls.
Very good control.
Yeah, 2 for 11 in 6 overs. You'd take that, wouldn't you?
Even got an appreciative comment from Hamza there. Must be doing good.
Yeah, Ashwin's doing well.
Adam says, how big of a problem is ticket touting in cricket compared to football?
It's difficult to compare the two. I would say it's a big problem. And if you go on any of these websites, whether it's Seatwave or Viagogo and all that kind of stuff, that's touting. It's just legalized touting essentially, because you can resell your tickets on that platform for a heck of a lot more than you paid for it. I mean, I think it happens I know it happens in football as well. All these sites where you can buy cricket tickets from, you can buy football tickets as well. So I would say in terms of a problem comparing the two, it's probably just a bigger problem in both. The only thing I would say is that in cricket, generally you tend to have smaller stadiums. So the demand for tickets is probably quite high. But then equally football is a very popular sport. So, yeah.
I think there's still a big problem in touting in cricket, isn't there? I mean, we've seen it for a lot of the games that we've tried to get to. So even when you look at the World Cup, even if you didn't have tickets to any of the games, you turn up on the day, and if you're prepared to pay, 3, 4, 5 times face value, then you're likely to get a ticket, even if it was for the World Cup final, I imagine. And it's sad because it just prices a lot of the genuine fans out of the game.
Mm. So just going to say, we've got Linda on now. So we've got, to be honest, I mean, I'm trying to think how many overs Norkia bowled, but I guess he's been on pretty much unchanged since the morning.
7.
Yeah, so that's probably why. Because, I mean, he was looking very threatening. 7 overs, 1 for 10. And they've got Linda on. So they've basically got spin from both ends now, unless they bring on Mulder from Maharaj's end, which I don't think they will. But it's, trial by spin, which I don't think any of us really expect. I didn't expect anyway. For one.
What happened there?
So it's been caught a slip, but I don't think he hit the bat. I think it's come off his pad, and equally it was going to miss the stump. So it's neither LBW nor caught off the bat. But he got into a very awkward position there for a while.
Yeah, he missed it completely.
Chalo.
Chalo.
There. Beautiful.
Chalo wasn't out. It wasn't even a long period. They just went, that's it.
That was a bit of a half tracker.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it again now. Yeah, off the pad.
So it turned again. It went on with the arm. It turned.
Yeah.
A fair amount as well. And then it was caught a slip, but obviously off his pad, so not never going to be out.
No.
God.
Omar says, I think we play better when we lose 2-3 early wickets. Same used to happen in Misbah and Yunus here as well. Well, Omar, if it's that way, we should be world class. We should be number one in the table for everything. That if losing 2-3 early wickets makes us play better.
Best out of us.
We've been experts at that for years.
Maybe we should stick with Abid.
We can bring out the best in us.
That's a really big statement.
For the greater good.
Yeah, because we just want to keep seeing King Fawad coming in, patching things up as usual. He must be thinking, bloody, I've been out for 10 years and I can finally get in, and all you're doing is bringing me in at 30 for 3.
No, but I think
that's
it's
the thing.
Because then he's more appreciated, isn't it? Don't you think?
I'd still appreciate him the same, if he came in at 150 for 3, then coming in all the time at 30 for 3, though. Carl, you got to move your microphone up when you're talking.
Highlight, isn't it? Obviously, he stands out more in it. The rest of us, he scored, he stands out more in it. Whereas if somebody else scored 50, 100 as well, and then he scores 100 as well.
Your mic's still in your daddy.
Yeah. We can't hear you properly.
That's it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. And when you've stopped talking, then move it away.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying is, if
Do you understand
the players are
manual?
50 or 100 at the same time as well, then obviously he's not a highlight itself, is he? So
I understand what you mean, but you don't want someone from the middle order like that to keep coming in all the time at 30 for 3. Even if he comes in at 150 for 3, and he makes a good score, you're still going to be appreciating. But obviously, if he digs us out of a hole, then you are, then he's doing a really good job. But you just want him to come in without the pressure of, we've lost 30 wickets for, we've lost 3 wickets for only 30 runs. So I'm going to have to rebuild innings. You just want him to come in with, the team have got some runs behind them and to let him play his natural game. Yeah, see, now, Cal, now move it away because you're not talking. And when you're talking again, then move it back up. Yeah?
Can someone make him like a slide pack on how to deal with this?
Just a quick shout, anyone who's watching along, obviously thanks for watching, but if anyone's got any things they want to talk about, anyone from the comments, anything you want to talk about at lunch, just put it in a little message now, because if you've got lunch at 7 to 7:40, it'd be good to have as many people sticking around with us as possible, because we're on till tea. So any topics you want to talk about, it can be anything cricket related, anything football related, life, philosophy, anything you want to talk about. And if it's something we know about, we'll talk about it. If we don't know anything about it, we won't. Or, well, we might try.
We'll still talk about it, even if you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got any rashes in difficult places, that can help you out.
Any medical issues. And although I may seem like a non-practicing doctor, I'm more than happy to try and help. No, I won't, of course.
Just send us pictures of your sensitive areas.
Yeah, no, please don't do any of that. I might take my Twitter handle, so please don't DM me any sensitive medical complaints. But yeah, we'll say it now. Maybe we'll say again in a few minutes as well. But any topics you people want to talk about at lunch, we've got 40 minutes with no cricket. Hopefully, Pakistan will still only be 3 down, and we can just chat. Maths homework, yeah, okay. We'll see. It's been a long time since any of us did maths homework, I think.
I could help you out if you're like a sort of primary school kid, Adam. How old are you?
I think Adam's in his teens, isn't he? I think, from what you mentioned last time.
So Omar says that said it before, I say it again. India always gets more tickets given to their team. So we've spoken about that at length on a number of occasions before as well. I think that's just the reality of the situation at the moment. So we'll just see what happens over the next few years for that. That's A-level maths, is that? Good luck with that, Hamza.
Send us one of the questions. Let me have a look at it. I'm serious. Yeah. Send it in.
Hamza, did you do level maths?
I was all right. Yeah. Didn't do A-levels though.
No, fair
I got a B in it for GCSEs.
Fair enough.
But he's got the power of Google now as well. So Adam says that do you spot a loyalty scheme with tickets so that fans who've been to ICC events before get priority, or do you think that would be unfair? That's an interesting question.
I reckon there's a risk on that. Just on that one, I reckon there's a risk that you just get the same people going over and over again. Now, I know that makes you sound like a hypocrite because some of us are the same people going over and over again, but that's not because that's because that's because we apply for pretty much every single game and just go no matter what. But I think there's a risk that you will just get the same people from a certain country who will always potentially get tickets in with that. And equally, I think given the way the world is, and this is not a bad thing. Obviously, you want to increase kids, females, people from diverse backgrounds, or careful for word with the sweep there. If you're going to sweep like Hamza wants, then sweep better than that. Then obviously you want kind of more diverse faces and people at the cricket. So it's not a bad shout, but I think probably unlikely to be a goer.
I think the doc's going to get quite a few medical questions.
Oh, here we
go. Give him one. Give him one. Hulk. There's one there.
What's the best vaccine? What have I got to say now? I think I've got to be politically correct. They're all really good, and the one that your local health authority has approved and invited you for is the one that you should go for. But whatever you do, just get the thing.
The Chinese vaccine is the best vaccine of them all. They have not paid me to say that.
Apparently, the one.
So, Cal, now move the microphone up.
Talking about vaccine, the what's it called? I think it's the Oxford one.
Yeah.
Is it true? It's got some alcohol in it.
So it's got about as much alcohol as
a really small amount.
Yeah, a tiny amount, like a piece of bread or something like that. So yes, a tiny amount. But I think it's been approved by the decision makers.
So you're telling
saying that even if anybody drinks Coke, that's got a tiny amount of alcohol in it as well. I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
So we'll leave this discussion to lunch, and we'll come back to the cricket, as this is a cricket watch along, guys.
What are you doing, man?
Right.
You
So
have a really good conversation there.
we are having a really good conversation about the cricket. All right, Cal, move it away, and let me talk about the cricket. So now we're 42 for 3 after 21 overs. So to be fair, Fawad and Babar, they've kind of solidified the innings a little bit. They've they've hit a few runs as well, a few fours. So we've got.
Everyone's talking about vaccines now.
We'll leave those questions to lunch.
Keep them coming. Half an hour till lunch. We'll save up all your questions, not medical ones, for God's sake, please. I've got a day off. Leave all questions and all things. We'll do it all at lunch. We'll go through. We'll have a chat about life. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So we've got just under half an hour left to lunch. So we're just hoping that these two can stick there until lunch, and then we'll end up on about 60 odd for 3 thereabouts. Do you reckon? 65-ish.
Picked up a little bit, isn't it? Comes up the scoring rate a touch.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cal, you've got to move your micro in.
I think we should get at least another 20 runs in next half an hour.
I mean, the last couple of overs from Maharaj it doesn't seem to be turning quite as much. It's almost like it was kind of the new ball, or a bit of, I don't know if it was a bit of early moisture in the pitch, or I don't know what it was that made the ball turn, but already it seems like it's a little bit easier to play. He's on his 8th over, so I don't know, maybe his fingers are getting tired as well. But
I think they've just played him better.
Yeah.
They just played him a little bit more positively. Because the openers and others were just plodding along, doing nothing.
Is anyone else worried about Baba just planting that front pad? Is it just me that kind of I'm seeing this huge pad that's going to be a target for Maharaj here?
Well, he's getting it quite forward as well, isn't he?
Well, that's a good shot.
That's a good shot. There should get at least a couple there.
Yeah, bad ball, and he's taken full advantage of it, probably for 3 or 2. 3. Good running. I tell you what, we just at lunch, people have a think about it. Don't post now, or have a think, and anyone, you guys as well, who are going to be with us over lunch. Let's cheer the mood up. Worst collapses you can think of in Pakistan cricket.
I don't know. Why Pakistan cricket?
What is with this doom and gloom today, Doc?
Yes. Sorry.
Why don't you say what's the best recoveries that you've seen?
All right.
For example, instead of the best collapses, or why don't you look at the best collapses for other teams?
Yes. All right. Let's talk about collapses. And I feel like they're going more attacking to Fawad. Possibly they've got a man. They've got this kind of short mid on, and he bowls it outside off stump. You see that man? You'll see it in a second when he runs up. Well, they're showing the Maharaj again.
Yeah, we've got some good questions to discuss over the lunch break.
Zach Crawley, we were talking about Crawley for England. He broke his wrist. I don't know if he's broken it, but he's out of the first 2 tests, so that could make it easy for Moeen to come back into the team, I guess, or easier.
What to open? Do you think?
Probably not.
No way would you send Moeen into open in a test.
They bloody did that in UAE.
I know they've done that, yeah, but they've tried it once and stuff. Why would you send Moeen Ali into open in a test now? Especially when he's not even been in the test squad for 1-2 years?
Because he's bloody mowing. He can do whatever he bloody wants.
They only put him in opening because they couldn't find a slot for him. He's been tried everywhere. From top of the order to bottom of the order. No chance. I don't know the England team that well, so I have no idea yet, but I won't put Moeen there.
I think probably Lawrence or Pope would come in, and
Pope's back, isn't he? Yeah, Pope's back.
Yeah.
Yeah. How come Pope hasn't played that much for England of late? He looks really good every time.
I think he had a proper bad shot. I think he dislocated his shoulder. I think that's why he had a nasty injury. Yeah.
Oh, pity. Is he back now or what?
Yeah, I think he's fit to play. Now, so we could well play on Friday.
Yeah, I'm sure I saw some report yesterday that said that he's back in the squad now.
I've got a funny stat here, by the way. Because I was checking out Vernon Philander. I was like, has he retired or not? And he has retired. He retired after 2019 England South Africa, England tour to South Africa. So he retired with 64 tests and exactly 5,000 runs conceded. How weird is that?
Oh, bang on.
Exactly 5,000 runs conceded, 224 wickets at 22. Really good.
Yeah,
Test bowler.
he was a brilliant test bowler. He was Philander. Really good. I don't think he did it much in the. He never hit those heights in the white ball cricket, but from a test perspective, he was really good.
Yeah, he was just that kind of modern day kind of Glenn McGrath kind of thing, wasn't he? A nagging length and doesn't need to be quick because he'd always put it. That's a bad ball. That needs to be put away. So yeah, no, Philander was brilliant for South Africa, and also annoyingly would stick around in the tail as well sometimes. So I'm sure I remember a couple of innings against us as well, where you just think, right, we're into Philander in the tail now, and then he'd stick around annoyingly.
Yeah, a guy who he reminded me of, don't know if you remember him from Australia, Stuart Clark. He played a couple of tests.
Oh, I remember him.
He was really good. If he was about 10 years younger, he'd be in the Aussie team right now, tearing it up. He was really good. Sort of similar sort of thing, 81, 82 miles an hour, sort of just nagging away at the off stump.
So again, Linda is in his third over. He's only gone for 2. I don't think he's bowled anywhere near as well as Maharaj. But again, I think we've been a little bit overly defensive against him. They've got this. Or maybe I'll say when Fawad's on strike. They've got this short mid-on strike for Fawad, which actually seems like quite a good idea.
Make sure you save these questions, yeah, Hope.
I will do. Don't worry, Hamza.
Yeah, don't worry, boys. Keep sending them in. We're taking note of the philosophical and industrial questions that people are sending in. And
Ali says that Moynes actually batted 1 to 10, so that's what I mean. Like, he's batted everywhere, and he just reminds.
Baba down the track.
I thought that was out then.
No, I think it was a bump ball.
Yeah. It just reminds me of Razak, because he batted, I think, from number 1 down to number 10.
I think he's the only one who's batted 1 to 11 in Test cricket.
Did he actually come in at 11 as well?
Guys, nasty.
Whoa, that's bleeding, isn't he?
What happened?
All over the place there. Baba absolutely smashed it into the ground.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That has.
It's hit his left hand.
Is that his pinky?
I think it's quite bad.
And I think that's the end of Linda for now, isn't it? The thing is, with him being a left arm spinner and it being his left hand that it's hit,
it's his bowling hand, isn't it?
You don't know how much of an impact it's going to have.
Good strategy by Babar.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He's a proper bindi boy.
That took his little finger off.
He was very apologetic straight away.
How the hell did you get that up, Ali?
I don't know. I don't understand what this means.
No, because remember what I said, Philander, he ended his career with 5,000 runs given away as a bowler. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
But 1 boundary was given his leg. But how the hell did you know that? Or you must have seen his last ball or something.
You might have just made it up, to be fair.
Ali, are you just making this up?
Just to ruin your stat completely.
Yeah.
So Elgar's going to come on to bowl, which means almost certainly he'll get one to pitch on leg and hit the top of off or something. But let's see.
Is he a part-time spinner, Elgar?
Very much so, but he's got. Is he not allowed to bowl because he's got tape on his finger?
Oh, I don't know.
They're making him take off a bit of tape that's on his.
I've never seen that before.
The only thing is, I think the commentators are making the point that your little finger. I mean, I'm no fast bowler or spinner, but your little finger does very little when you're spinning the ball.
Ali, it's 47 for 3. We'll update the scores for you, lad. Don't worry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do, Ali.
So, Cal, can you do the scores? Yeah. Just keep adjusting the mic thing. Yeah, remember, up, down, up, down.
I can't. I'm a few balls behind.
Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Just make sure you get the up
It'll be
down.
more difficult for me. I think Doc and Cumber is more updated than me.
Yes, with 47 for 3. I think it's 23 overs now, isn't it, Doc?
It is in something like that. 20. Yeah, we've gone to an ad break here, but yeah, 23 overs gone. So even with spin, they probably won't get their 30 overs in before. They won't get the 30 overs in before lunch.
Would have been nice if that was Maharaj getting his finger busted.
Sorry?
I said it would have been nice if that was Maharaj that got his finger busted.
I know he's targeted the wrong bat.
That's not a very nice thing to say, is it, Hamza? It would be nice. Come on. Like that, would you wish that something like that happened to you?
So,
exactly.
I think because of the way Fawad brings his bat down at an angle, right? They've got this guy in at short mid on, and they're going to go for the one where he tries to drive it, and it kind of goes inside edge to this guy. So it's a pretty smart plan. I feel like they've bowled a lot better to Fawad in this game. He's
playing it really well, though, isn't he?
Wouldn't you blame him, Doc? Obviously, he's the one who scored the century last game, so they would be targeting him. But Babar didn't really do anything last game, so
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, from South Africa's point of view, he hurt them a lot more than Babar did. I feel
he was a mainly game changer if you think about it, because obviously we were in a deep hole, and obviously he got us out of the hole, and he scored a century. So,
Yeah, if I was the bowler now, if I was Maharaj, I would throw one up outside off stump and let him drive at it, and see if he kind of gets this kind of the angled bat and he gets out short mid wicket. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but
hell no, we're talking about the bloody vaccines during lunch. I don't care.
Thanks, Hamza.
Yeah, I got to go Wuhan next week. I need some information.
No, it's a good idea. I think you should talk about it.
Well, we might have a quick chat, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what other things come through.
So Babar's on 16, Fawad's on 10.
That's a good shot, but it's been well shot by someone.
Yeah, 47 for 3 still.
23
23 overs gone. Babar on 16, Fawad on 9, Maharaj 2 for 20.
That's correct. It's 48 for 3 and 23.5.
For 3. So that's what I told you. You need to be doing this, bro.
It's okay. We're here to correct you, Hamza. Don't worry.
So it is 48 for 3 after 24 hours. So that's bang on 2 and over. And they just showed the 2 dismissals that Maharaj got Babar with in the last game. And after, to be fair, although I was a bit anxious about Babar's pad just being planted, he feels like it looks like he's playing him with a little bit more comfort past couple of overs than he was initially.
Ali, I thought you said you were just watching us, not watching the actual cricket. That's why you wanted us to tell you the scores. Now you're telling us Cow's a couple of balls behind. What's going on? Is this some sort of a conspiracy? How do you know Cow's a couple of balls behind? Hey? What's going on?
Maybe Ali's got Crick Info open or something wherever he is.
Yeah, but Crick Info, I don't think it's updated more than Sky. I think it's roughly around about the same time, maybe 1 or 2 seconds after.
Fawad is full of determination. You can just see it in his eyes and his beard.
Eye of the tiger.
So
a rock.
Would you carry on with Elgar here?
If he gets a wicket, yeah.
All right, okay. I think that maybe just before maybe an over or 2 of pace, just before lunch.
Because that's a useless delivery that thankfully Fawad's hit away for 4.
Away. I'd maybe try at least a 1 over of pace. Maybe go back to the openers just before lunch. I think.
Because Elgar's very, very part time, and he's. I mean, that delivery there is short, wide, and it's got the treatment it deserves. I feel like if it was us bowling, I'd be well annoyed that our proper kind of part timer was on, and we've got the opposition 52 for 3.
Yeah.
Like I said,
there's just no pressure with Elgar, then, is there?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, we don't want to jinx it or anything, but that's a full toss again. That's for one anyway. In fact, we're going to get 1 from it.
But if you think about it from that perspective, if they've got one of the good bowlers on, I think our players will be a bit more cautious just before lunch, trying to maybe defend it or something. Whereas now they might be paying freely and they might give a chance. So it can work both ways if you think about it.
It can. I know I say it a lot, but generally try and do what the opposition don't want you to do. What do we not want South Africa to do right now? We don't want them to bring on their nasty seamers, and we do want them to carry on with Elgar because that's 6 already.
I think if you flip it around and imagine that South Africa were 54 for 3 and we had Azhar Ali bowling, how would we feel at that point? We'd be livid, wouldn't we?
Well, yeah, I think it's gonna release a bit of pressure. Hopefully. Anyway,
yeah, I'd take Elgar off and put Beethoven on.
Who won?
Was that joke a little bit too haute culture?
That's too classically nuanced, possibly. Hamza there.
Oh, right. Who did you say? Beethoven.
I should have mentioned Adler. You'd have got the joke if I said Adler.
Oh, I don't know. I think Hamzan is Cheerios this morning. Yeah, I've put him a step above everyone else.
I think Hamza's going to take some of these Renaissance art questions at lunch as well. By the sound.
It's a question about inflation and unemployment.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick Google search.
For those that don't know, Hamza's our resident politics expert, so please get your politics questions in for him as well.
No, we want to stay on the air. Please don't give us any.
That's true. I'm all ready to take him off stream as well if he says anything controversial.
Have you got the exit button ready?
He's an amber light at the moment.
It's like they have that dump button on radio, don't they? Where they just get ready to get rid of the caller if there's anything controversial.
Fawad has an eye of Ertugrul. Eyvallah.
So what's happening there? It looks like Linda is on Linda's having some treatment in the dressing room.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming on for the rest of the day.
Ali, we're 54 after 25 overs. So, yep, we're there.
About, 12 minutes left to lunch?
Yeah.
12, 13.
Weird, isn't it? They had that relatively comfortable start. I felt like we were okay for about 45 minutes. Then for about 45 minutes, it was bouncing, it was turning, and we looked like we couldn't buy a run. And now suddenly it's just got relatively straightforward again to that very kind of session of cricket.
Really deep.
54 for 3.
Did you see that? Did you see? I think he was in a lot of pain there,
Yeah, Linda struggling in the dressing room. He was laid out there.
Little finger, man. It's not easy that.
Yeah, Doc. What bone in the finger do you suspect he broke?
Well, tell it was his little finger,
Ali. He came to you.
Sorry, Ali.
Sorry, advice if he came to you.
I'm going to let Hulk carry on. Sorry, Hulk's host. Go on. Sorry.
So I'm going to just say, Ali saying, have you reached 50 yet? Yeah, we're on 55 for 3 off 55 for 3 off 25.3 overs.
Yeah, forward.
I don't even think Ali's watching the game. He's just watching our commentary and just letting us fill him in on the game.
Yeah, he's listening to your breathing.
You can't hear my breathing. I think it's you as well now. You're doing the same thing anyway, Hamza. You're grabbing the mic at the same time while you're talking as well.
You can see tempers getting frayed here. Pakistan 55 for 3, and this is when we all start getting on edge slightly.
Have you seen Doc? Look how many players they've got around the back.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's what you want to do, isn't it? When you've got a team.
Pakistan very rarely does it. We were talking about it last game that when you're a little bit on top of the game, you should put more pressure on the opposition. We very rarely do it. Very rarely.
We could have been a bit more
opposition.
Yeah, and I agree. We could have been a bit more attacking in the last game. This is Maharaj's 10th over. Oi.
Ali asks, whose idea is this watch along? I think it's good. Gives us ordering fans, to give our views on social media. I hope you continue during the T20 World Cup.
Thanks, Ali. It was my idea. Thanks for that.
Danny Morrison mode in the 2020 World Cup, and there he goes. It's the Zula. He's hit the moon. It's gone up to the moon.
I mean, this will be chaos if we did it in a 2020 game. So I'm doing T20s against South Africa. But yeah, no, it is good stuff, isn't it? I think hopefully people watching have enjoyed it. I enjoy it.
Just a quick question: do you know any idea what time the 2020s is starting?
10:30, I think.
In the morning.
Yeah.
Well, our time, yeah.
Yeah.
So then
Cal, I think if it was 10:30 at night, our time, I think that really would be one heck of a occasion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Better.
So before we did the watch along, we've obviously just done the Stani Army verdict, and then we just thought we'd try something a little bit different to do a live watch along and see how it goes. And alhamdulillah, it seems like it's it's going really well. We're getting more engagement from fans and talking about things as they're happening as well. So as Ali says, Jilla, that's okay.
That's okay.
That's the catchphrase on Cal's corner from now on.
Is he not an opening bowler, Rabada?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's the opening. He's the opening bowler.
Pull it up, Cal. Pull it up.
Put your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Go on, then talk.
Is he not opening bowler?
Yeah, he's the opening bowler.
No, but they didn't start with him, did they?
They did.
They did.
We spoke about him as well, and he was getting all the outswing.
I can't remember that.
How far? Yeah. How far
behind? So yeah.
How far behind are you? Has the game even started on your stream?
He's just got like GOTV ads running. He's like, when's cricket gonna start?
No wonder you're a few balls behind them, Zah. That's definitely what's in you.
So Rabada's come on for Elgar then, yeah?
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear those words. Rabada on for Elgar. Yeah.
But so that's closed off the kind of the loose end for us now, hasn't it? So what is it, about 6 minutes now before lunch? So Rabada will get in a couple of overs at least.
I reckon they'll do Rabada, spinner, Rabada again, and that'll probably be it.
Yeah. So you got a couple of overs in. It'll just give us something to think about, and you just want them to, you just want us to stay here now until lunch.
Run rate 2.
Sorry, Carl.
I thought you said so we stay here till lunch. I thought we are staying here till lunch.
No, I meant the batsman. So we're still 3 wickets.
I thought you were going offline or something.
So 56 for 3. Were we at 22 when that third wicket fell? I think we were. So this now 34 runs, which is
mighty.
Needs to be a lot more.
This is Yannick.
Ooh, that was a good leave by Fuad there. Wasn't like Abid's leave, was it? Where he left it and he clipped the bat and then he went for 4. That'll be shown on some replays, won't it? That'll be done like, one, was it Question of Sport where they used to say, what happened next? That's a prime one for that. Adam says, I can't really woke up at 5 a.m. to watch Pakistan on a stream. Respect. Bro, we've all done that. We've woken up in the middle of the night to watch Pakistan on a stream. And we've got Ali saying, I love watching you guys because I love cricket, I love Pakistan, and I always got something to say about cricket as I'm the captain of my team.
Fair enough.
That's one of the things about the watch-alongs. It's just an opportunity to to watch it with like-minded fans as well. Especially in the UK while we're down in this lockdown, really, because otherwise we'd all be around Doc's house watching it there, wouldn't we?
Of course, yeah. The more the merrier. I'm sure my wife won't mind. I tell you what, that's another thing actually, talking about things to talk about at lunch. What's the biggest lengths you've gone to watch a Pakistan game? Or the kind of the biggest things you've missed? Weddings, funerals, graduations, whatever.
Ooh, good question.
Because that's got me into a lot of trouble over the years. And I'm sure other people must be the same.
So I've been, when there's a Pakistan tour, for example, I've always got the schedule on my phone, and I remember one time when we was at the bank with my wife, we were making an appointment for something, and I remember telling the bank person, just hang on, let me check my calendar. And she goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm just checking when the Pakistan matches are on. And she just looked at my wife, and my wife goes, yeah, don't worry, I'm used to it. Yeah. So we had to plan it around that.
Yeah, holidays are the worst. Holidays are lovely to go on, but equally you've got to plan them around. And then honestly, there's some very random places that I've asked if they show in Pakistan, and the answer is usually no. What's cricket?
I've always planned it so when we go on holiday, make sure that it doesn't clash with the Pakistan game either, so you don't have to worry about watching. Because I think the last thing that, if you're going on a holiday, you don't want to be sat in the hotel room watching cricket all the time. You paid all that money to go over there, so I've always made sure it doesn't clash.
It's good watching the cricket on holiday though. Even if you're just sitting there on holiday, it's a different feeling watching cricket on a holiday.
Come on, why would you go on holiday and watch cricket? You could just do that at home in your bedroom.
Yeah, at the pool, got the phone out.
Are you being serious?
Connect it to Wi-Fi, sitting there on the pool, just watching a bit of cricket, watching us 24.
I agree. I
watch cricket. Nowadays, they put cricket on, the big screens, even in gyms. You can go do that here.
Come on, be careful.
He's all right, Jock. Chill out.
He's Cal, you haven't even seen it yet.
I can tell with your reaction. He's okay.
You wait till you see this, right? He just flashed at one outside off stump, and it's missed everything. Hamza, I think it depends who you're with. So I would love to watch cricket on holiday, but I think when it's day 3, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka is 600 for 2, it's very hard to justify to whoever you're with that you need to watch this game and you can't go to the beach or to that monument or whatever. Oh, shot.
That was a good shot.
You're complaining that,
beautiful.
Yeah, he scored 2 runs. Was it 2 or 1?
He got an odd number because Baba's on strike, and that was a lovely drive before.
Yeah.
62 for 3.
So I think there'll be one more over by Rabada, I think.
Probably. And fair play to Maharaj. He's bowled almost unchanged since about 5:30 this morning. So he's probably getting a little knackered. That looked like a bit of a tired delivery, a bit floaty, a bit wide. And he got the treatment. One thing we haven't seen this session is anyone drinking tea. The Tappal Danadar guys. Yes, I was wondering why I was enjoying this match from a point of view. So much more. They don't have idiots pretending to drink tea.
I still can't forget those. Was it the Head and Shoulders guys, the shampoo guys? Used to shake their hair and stuff. That was brilliant.
Adam's very philosophical this morning, isn't he? The free of the market, the free of the people. Yeah, okay, we'll come on to that one possibly.
Yeah, we'll discuss all of them during lunch. Free market principles, trickle down economics. Don't worry. Ali Raja paid £220 to an Indian fan to buy his ticket for the 2009-2020 final. The best payday of my life as a cricket fan. I still have the ticket and managed to sneak in with my camcorder.
What did you take your camcorder for?
Obviously, at the Stani Army, we don't condone the reselling of tickets for higher than face value. But yeah, we've all been there. Well done.
I haven't, and I never will.
Actually, no,
and I never will.
This is against your principles.
Against my principle to pay a penny over it.
Say again, Cal.
Come on, you never paid over the face value for a ticket.
Never paid over more than a penny over face value for a ticket. I've been offered them, and I've always refused.
So if you couldn't get a ticket for a game, and the only option.
Look what's on screen now.
It's Uncle G's, man.
Oh, goodness sake.
Sorry, Carl. You're saying?
So if you couldn't get a ticket for a game and you really want to go to like one of the, for example, if it was a final or something, and you couldn't get a ticket, and you have to pay a little bit over face value, you won't do it.
I won't do it even if I had to pay a penny over face value for it.
And it was for example, World Cup final. Pakistan was in it.
I don't care if it was Pakistan, India World Cup final at the Oval, or wherever. So I wouldn't pay a penny over it. I'd watch it at home.
First of all, hi Umar, and welcome to.
I'd pay.
I was just going to say, Umar's
I would pay.
Okay.
That's you, isn't it, Carl? I wouldn't pay. I'd rather spend that money on something
Not
else.
on the matter of thinking that, oh, no, why am I going to pay extra? The matter of, would you get a chance in your lifetime again to go and watch one of them games? No.
I
wouldn't want to miss it.
That's fine. I might not yet, but I just hate this whole ticket touting thing and stuff. Yeah, so
obviously you don't want to be paying over the price, you know. But if you haven't got an option,
I wouldn't pay that. That's just me. I know other people would. I personally wouldn't pay a penny over it.
Yeah.
Oh, careful for wild. It's all right there.
Yeah, Adam. Sorry, Adam. You're right. Man of principle. Hulk is a principle man.
A man of principle and a man of the people.
Yeah. Sorry, good Doc. I keep cutting you off.
No, you're okay. I was just going to say hi to Umar who's joined us, and also we've so far.
Is it lunch yet?
It will be in a minute. So we've had some really good ideas this morning. So far, we've had Play Night Watchmen as openers, and now we've had let's just not have any openers at all. So I think there are some novel ways of getting around our opening problem at the moment. Any suggestions are welcome.
Play 2 extra bowlers and make them open the batting.
That's a good shout.
So I make it 7:01. We've probably got 1 ball till lunch, and it's 63 for 3 with Rabada bowling to Baba. So one ball to face now.
So Ali Raja says that he took a camcorder because he didn't have a smartphone. So Ali, we haven't seen any of those videos yet. So your next job yet is to dig out those videos and let's have a look at them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, at the Stani Army, we don't condone the illegal filming of cricket matches because obviously
no, but so if you obviously when you go into a match and you've got your mobile phone, you're gonna film things with your phone. So
you're not allowed to film any of the action. You read your small face value ticket, Hulk, and you'll see it.
Okay. Well, I never bother anyway. The only thing I ever film is like the crowd and stuff. But you do see people sometimes actually filming the game itself. Sorry, Carl, you need to move your microphone, mate. Thanks.
And that's lunch.
Is that lunch? So we'll go around. Who do you think the session belongs to? Doc?
Given that we won the session, we won the toss and chose to bat, 3 wickets is too many. So that's just South Africa's session, I reckon.
Yeah. Carl?
Yeah, I think we lost about 2 extra wickets, so I think South Africa are in advantage.
Yeah. Hamza?
I think we're in the driving seat. This is where we are at our best when the useless bowlers and the batsmen are gone, and we've got Fawad.
Are you watching the same game, mate?
So yeah, I think we've got the South Africans by the scruff of the neck.
I'm not driving with you, Andrea. If this is the driving seat, maybe you have to share a car. Yeah, maybe.
What you do? I want to have you as my driver.
I think that if you're South Africa, like Doc said, that you've lost the toss. It's a decent batting wicket, but you've got Pakistan 3 down, and for not that many runs either. 29 over 63. They're just going over 2 and over. So I think that it's definitely leaning in South Africa's favour at the moment.
South Africa will take that. When you lose a toss and you got them 3 down at 70 or 63, South Africa will take that.
You just said we're in the driving seat. Come on, Hamza. You just said we're in the driving seat.
No, I said we're in the passenger seat.
Ali says if it was a final of Pakistan versus India game, I'd pay good money to watch it if I had to. Okay. Omar says it was South Africa session. So people that are watching, whose session do you think it was? As you said, South Africa lost the toss. We won. We chose to bat. It's 63 for 3. Whose session do you think it is? Whose camp would you rather be in at the moment?
Boys, I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to take my daughter to nursery, so I'll be back about 7:40.
Okay.
All right, boys.
What happened to the political questions that you were going to answer?
No trickle-down economics. Tax the rich.
He's gonna have his own political problems if he doesn't take his little one to nursery, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
See you guys in a bit.
Bye. Okay. So, Doc, do you want me to go up and start find some of the lunch questions then? Yeah.
Yeah, go on. And yeah, go on. Yeah, go and find it. And any other questions, people, just chuck them in. We'll try and answer anything we can. Some of them we're not going to have any idea about, but
talking about the vaccine, I think another one's been approved as well, hasn't there? Another UK one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about, obviously, with the vaccine, we've got to be careful what we say because there's a very approved answer that I probably should give. But yeah, I think there is another vaccine. I forget the manufacturer. Essentially, the more vaccines, I think, the better. Really, I don't think that's not a bad thing. Obviously, that means that the more vaccines there are, the more testing is being done. I mean, the only thing I would say in my position as a medical practitioner is anyone watching, like, get it done and tell people to get it done. Like, it's been from a religious point of view, we're not going to go down that road, but from a religious point of view, as far as I'm aware, it's been approved by the people that know these things and the people whose opinion matters. From a medical point of view, very simple. If you can't get it, then you can't give it. So why it wouldn't be lovely if none of us could get COVID and none of us could give COVID to other people? Then wouldn't that be lovely? So yeah, especially I think in the Pakistani and Indian community and the black community, a lot of people have been quite skeptical of it, and that's okay. It's okay to be skeptical about stuff. And yes, vaccines normally take a lot longer than now, but these aren't normal conditions. And also, just generally, just to finish off, we've got to think about more than just ourselves. Okay, we've got to think about, okay, we might feel like guinea pigs at the moment, but if for future generations, we can take the plunge and get this vaccine. And yeah, I know some people will maybe have some adverse reactions or whatever. You got to think about the bigger picture as well. So yes, have the vaccine, tell people to have the vaccine and take it, and it's good stuff.
Okay. Are we all right to move on to the next question?
Yeah, go on.
So Adam says, do you think Renaissance Europe influenced modern day art to a large extent? So do you mind if I take this one?
No.
Please do. Oh.
So when you talk about, I hope you're still listening, Adam, right? When you talk about modern day art, quite a few years ago, about 8-9 years ago, I had the unfortunate experience of going to the Tate Modern Art Gallery in London.
Right.
And I've got to say, it was one of the most disgusting experiences of my life. I spent a couple of hours there going around, and I saw 2 or 3 paintings that I could actually look at and say, wow, that's a really good painting. The rest of it, I don't understand. Is it Impressionist art where they paint like a red circle, a yellow square, a green triangle or something, and that's art? I've never understood that. There was some other, when I said disgusting, I meant some actual disgusting art that I'm not even going to talk about here yet. But so that's my Tate Modern, the Tate Modern experience. But Renaissance Europe influencing modern day art? Yes, it did. Let's move on to the next question. Here's one that you can answer, Carl. Have you ever flown PIA? Apparently it's an experience.
It's an experience of a lifetime. If you haven't done it, you should never fly. No, PIA is one of the best. Come on, man, it's a Pakistan.
No, wait, Carl. What is, sorry, Carl, let's be honest, what's your experiences of traveling on PIA? We've all done it. What's your experiences of it?
To be honest with you, yeah, if you want to travel via PIA, I would recommend you to travel in first class, because it's a total different flight experience. If you travel in economy, then that's a completely different experience. But if you travel in first class, the flight will be perfectly fine. You'll get luxury treatment. But if you travel in economy, no comment.
Okay, now back to us normal people who only ever fly economy. We can't all fly first class like Carl.
No, it's not too expensive. It's just like maybe double the ticket or something. But believe me, like it's a completely different experience. But
like I said, how the other half live?
Okay, so I wouldn't recommend you to travel via PIA because the problem is their airplanes are so old here, and the seats are I can't explain how bad they are. So I wouldn't recommend. I would recommend to travel with either Qatar or Emirates, but Qatar is next level. That's one of the best. Even though the hours of the flights is a lot longer, the experience here, you don't even realize the flight. It's just a wonderful flight, I think. Qatar is one of the best.
The other one I've flown on is Etihad. That was really, really good as well. I really like that one. I've flown Emirates once and I didn't like it. I didn't rate it. I wouldn't choose to go on it again if I could avoid it. But Etihad was really good as well.
You know what it is, Holkia? It's not just down to the flying experience. Like even with the air hostesses, how they treat you and all that. You ask for a drink in PIA, they say, yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, and then you want to get a drink. If you be traveling with, like, for example, Qatar, they'll be you ask for a drink 10 times, they'll give you a drink 10 times.
My brother told me that, said to me once that one of his friends went on PIA and he called one of the stewards over and he said, my headphones don't work. And the guy goes to him, Meka kara. He goes, Meka kara. No, wait. He goes, Meka kara mein nacha. It's just.
I believe it. They don't even have blankets to give out. Forget everything. Headphones. Headphone is different.
I think the thing is that because a lot of us haven't been on PIA in the past, couple of years, it might be difficult for us to kind of say what it's like now, because the stories, my experiences are from years and years ago.
They're going worse. They're not going better. They've gone worse than they was. They're worse.
Just translate what you said, because Adam has said, what does that mean? So you might want to
Sorry. So, but the steward says, "Meka kara mein nacha" means that what do you want me to do? Do you want me to dance?
In case anyone's wondering who's just tuned in, by the way, we are doing a cricket watch along, but we're just taking any and all questions for 40 minutes over lunch. So any questions, anything in life that's troubled you or getting you down at the moment, let us know and we try and answer some of your questions.
Doc's right, we'll answer on anything. About 5 minutes ago, we were talking about the Renaissance. So I'll hand this one over to Doc as our resident footy expert. Pope made some good saves against Liverpool.
He did. So that was Nick Pope in the Burnley game. That was a couple of weeks ago now. But obviously Liverpool lost yesterday, much to my delight. Obviously, as a Manchester United fan, they are 4 points behind us, I think. And obviously United themselves are 3 points behind City. Big game on the weekend, Liverpool versus City. So anyone who's interested in football, any predictions for Liverpool, Man City on Sunday would be good. And just a line, what football fans have we got in? What teams do any of you lot support? And how your season's going? But I don't know if that. I think does that Pope comment? Does that refer to Ollie Pope? I don't know. I wonder maybe we were talking about Ollie Pope earlier. I don't know. It's been a long 2 hours with Buckstone's batting. Adam hates being. Oh, Adam's a Southampton fan. Oh, brilliant. Sorry, Adam. I don't want to bring you down too much. But
does Bednarek play for Southampton?
Jan Bednarek does play for Southampton. You're absolutely right.
Adam, mate. Bednarek killed me in the fantasy league with it yesterday, -7. But then again, some people had captained him, and I saw one person on who said that he triple captained him. That was good.
So that triple captain gets you -21 points. I have to say, I had a brilliant week of fantasy. I got 95 points. And in fact, my lowest scorer was Salah, who was my captain. And I captained Salah because I thought, after his 2 goals against West Ham, he was kind of maybe back on it again. But he was poor yesterday. Brilliant. I'm quite happy that he was.
I'm going to suck him. Should we move on to the next question?
Go for it. We could talk about football all day, couldn't we? Go on.
Yeah. Obviously, we could. Do you think that the main job of the Chancellor should be to control unemployment or control inflation? Cal, why don't you take this one?
Yeah, thanks.
What's that? Again?
So Adam says, do you think the main job of the Chancellor should be to control unemployment or control inflation?
I got no idea about politics. Sorry.
Go on, Doc. You want to crack at it, or should I go?
Okay, so look, here's my knowledge on economics and politics and that kind of stuff. I thought until I was like 30 years old, which was not that long ago, my solution to kind of, economic issues was like, why don't I just print more money? And my sister was like, no, it doesn't work like that. And I said, well, hold on. Surely if you print more money, everyone's got money and everyone can buy stuff. So I don't think I'm the best person to ask about economic issues. I would suspect out of those two, if this is a 50-50, I'm going to toss a coin. I'm going to say control inflation. I reckon if you control inflation, then the rest will follow. And that is how you can try to sound semi-intellectual without knowing anything about a topic. But yeah, go on. Next question. Sorry, I don't think we answered that one very well.
Let me have a crack at answering it.
Oh, go on.
I think the main job of the Chancellor should be, as he has a seat to the government and to the Prime Minister, should be to tell the government to pull their socks up and actually look after the people that they're supposed to govern instead of just hoarding all the money themselves. And let's move on to the next one. do you think it's fair that my year are getting free A levels without having to sit the exams? What do you mean you're getting free A levels? I thought
if A levels aren't happening, then if A levels aren't happening, then I guess it all goes on predicted grades, isn't it, Adam? I'm sure you can fill us in, but I think
right, guys, I'll have to get off here because I need to go and pray on that. So inshallah, I'll meet you guys tomorrow in it now.
Okay.
All right. Take care. Allah Hafiz.
Okay. Allah Hafiz.
Take care, guys. Thanks. Yeah.
Just one last heavy breath to see us off there. Thanks. Something to remember him by. So I think it's all being done on predicted grades and coursework, isn't it? So no, that's not particularly fair, because obviously there are some schools. I speak from I'm not a parent myself, but just people I know. There are some schools where some GCSEs and some A levels I think are still scheduled to happen. I think the international GCSEs are still scheduled to happen. I mean, you could say it's fair for some. It's probably unfair for some people, because there are some people that perform a lot better in exams. I mean, I didn't wake up in my school year till about March, and then that's when you start cramming. I'm pretty sure that's quite a male characteristic. So without generalising too much. So yeah, I think it's gonna hamper some people. But then I don't know, what's the answer? I mean, it's, you know, we're in some ridiculous times, aren't we? So probably to answer the question, is it fair? No. But are we living in very unfair times and it's probably the best of a bad situation? Probably yes. But I'm no expert when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just think it's a very, very difficult time for people your age, Adam. You know, when it comes to, like, even if you look at GCSEs, A levels, etc., even university, it's a horrible time. There's no other way to put it.
But you know what? It won't define you. I know that's easy coming from, you know, some of us who have gone through our A levels and gone through education, all that kind of stuff. But you know, your exam results and exam performance should really be like that much of like everything else in, you know, giving life advice now. But there are plenty of people who have done amazingly successfully despite A levels and GCSEs and what have you, not going kind of in the right way. So don't be defined purely by exam results. Although I know we're living in a system where they are very, very important.
Yeah. Okay. Ali says that my dad always traveled PIA, said he'd rather give his money to Pakistan than any other country. I traveled PIA once and never again. So yeah, my parents are the same, and I'm sure lots of other people listening and their parents are the same as well, that they'd rather give their money to Pakistan. I understand that, but you know, the thing is that you got to think about is that when you pay your money, the £500, £600, £700, whatever you're paying, or if you're going for, double that if you're going first class like our Cal, you know, your experience starts as soon as you leave your house. And then as soon as you get to the airport, if your flight's supposed to leave at, I don't know, 7 p.m., for example, yeah, you get there. And if there's going to be now a 2-hour delay, now you're going to have to spend that more time in the airport, okay? And then so you might have thought it was going to be a 7-hour flight, for example, yeah, but that whole experience now is turning into 10, 12, 15 hours or whatever. Whereas if you'd gone on one of the other ones that has a stop off somewhere, you know, whether it's in Istanbul or the UAE, for example, it's kind of a similar amount of time, but at least you have a more relaxed time at the end of the day. I know that some people say that, well, as soon as I get onto the seat in PIA, I know that I've just got 7-8 hours and I'm going to be there no matter what, even if I don't get a blanket, headphone or whatever. And when it costs the same, yeah, it's, I don't know. I just prefer to go on an airline that I can trust. And I'm sure was it a few years ago, it turned out that quite a lot of the Pakistani, the PIA pilots, they didn't even have a pilot's license or something like that. So I don't know. I just find it too risky.
Next one. We've got 20 minutes, guys. So more questions, as many questions as you like.
How are you guys finding lockdown? Bloody hard.
Hate it. Absolutely hate it. I mean, I'm not locked just because of my job. I'm not necessarily locked down. And I've still got to go to, still travel to my place of work. But yeah, I think I think most people, without generalizing too much, I think most people in our culture, the most difficult thing they're finding, obviously there was Ramzan, and Ramzan is coming back around again, inshallah, in a couple of months' time. But it's we have such a strong kind of family connection, and almost everything you do from a social point of view is family based. Going to see your parents or in-laws if you have to, and cousins and other kind of family members. So Yeah, it's been horrible, and I, just not being able to see your parents and things like that if you don't live with them. So I, like everyone else, finding it really, really difficult. But equally, thank goodness, people that are around me have managed to stay quite well. That's obviously, I know that's not the case for everyone. So prayers and thoughts and du'as with anyone who's lost any someone close to them for whatever reason recently.
Yeah, difficult times. Just want to ask you this one a quick question, Doc, before you go back to any of the other ones. On Friday, will the first session of this game be a 2-hour session? Is it 2.5 hours? I think you said.
I think for Juma, the first session is 2.5 hours. So it will go our time. It will go 5 to 7:30. 7:30 there'll be a lunch break for 2 hours till 8:30. What the heck we're going to talk about in that 1 hour lunch break, God only knows. So please save some ideas for tomorrow.
I'm loving this.
Yeah. So we'll obviously probably answer some more random questions in the hour lunch break, and then I think the second session starts at 8:30 and it's probably an hour and a half. I don't know, because the last test on Friday, it didn't go. We didn't find out because the game finished. But I think it would be 1.5 hours and then probably a normal final session. But we'll see. But we'll be on for 2 sessions here. So join.
Yeah. But Adil, if you find out beforehand, I'll make sure that it's posted from the Stani Army Twitter account as well. So please just keep an eye on that. Adam says, I hate being a Southampton fan. So just a quick one on that. Does it make a difference if you hate being a Southampton fan or whatever other team fan? The fact is that as long as you stick with your team through thick and thin, that's what don't be a glory spotter like a lot of these other fans.
Well,
so
I mean,
shout out to you that.
Yeah, you're talking about glory supporter. The first year I started supporting United, they won the league, and the next season they won the league as well. But then they didn't win the league for 1 year, and I stuck with them. So I think and they won the league for another 3 years or 2 years in a row. So I don't think bona fide knowledge.
It won't surprise me if Liverpool beat City. They bloody better not, because I'm sucking Salah in a couple of days.
The funny thing about City is, just to go back to football for a moment, is that City have basically stopped conceding goals, and you've always got a chance if you don't concede goals. And they're not playing they're not necessarily playing the most amazing football. I mean, I saw their game against Burnley yesterday. It wasn't particularly sparkling, but to be playing the way that they are without a recognised striker really in Aguero, they've got Jesus, I guess. I think it'll be a close game. I think that might be a draw, actually, which probably suits United with them both dropping points.
Adam goes, cry me a river. I think that's in reference to my comment about Southampton.
And also, I think it also is because United didn't win the league for 1 season. And I mean,
that was it, yeah.
Yeah, no, Adam's probably too young to remember that Southampton was a real bogey team for United in the 90s. So 95, 96, we lost 3-1 there. That was the infamous game where we changed our shirts at half time because we couldn't see each other in the grey shirts.
Oh, I've seen that on Sky Sports or something. Something like that.
So we had the grey shirts and we couldn't see. So we won the second half 1-0, but we lost the game 3-1.
We won the second half 1-0.
It proved the point that it was the shirts. And then the next season after that, we lost 6-3 there, and someone scored a hat-trick. Ayol Berkovic scored a hat-trick. And then actually the most damaging defeat was the following season, 97-98. We lost a game there in January. We lost 1-0. I think Kevin Davis scored. And we had chance after chance after chance, and we ended up losing the league by a point to Arsenal. And that was a pretty damaging defeat. So Southampton was a horrible place to go for United for a long time.
Southampton, who Matt Letizia used to play for?
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Brilliant player was Matt Letizia, from everything I've seen. One of the best players to
Yeah, and
brilliant.
Pretty much a one-club man. You watch any Sky Sports,
Yeah, that's where I've seen him, yeah.
Yeah, Premier League years from the 90s, and every season is just Matt Letizia, goal of the season, volleys and all kinds of stuff, and individual goals. Okay, let's carry on. Man United are always 1 game away from a crisis. Yeah, another football question. I'll defer to you, Doc. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely, always feels like we're 1 game away from a crisis. The only thing is, at the moment, there's a little bit more. You can see a bit more of a long-term plan at the moment with Ole at the wheel. But yeah, I mean that's what happens when you're the biggest club in the world and most successful club in England. Then things get magnified when you lose the odd game. So yeah, it's just the way it is, isn't it? Yeah. Adam says we were robbed against United in the League Cup final a few years back. Why couldn't you just let us win 1 trophy? I'm trying to think what was the no offense, but when when you've been watching football for so long and you've won so many trophies, some things kind of blend into the background. I'm trying to think what the thing was. Was it an offside?
What a way to rub it in is all I can say. Especially when we're talking about glory spotters and everything as well. Yeah.
What was the Adam, remind me what you're so annoyed about. Was it the offside goal that Gabbiadini scored, or was it? I think was it a penalty that you should have had? There's always something, isn't there? But yeah, go on, Adam. Just
all right, let's
carry. Oh yes, sorry. All right, apologies.
What is the answer? He says that we scored an offside goal to make it 2-0. It wasn't offside. Okay.
Okay, but Adam, very, very quickly then, Adam, would you rather have VAR, or would you rather just say that was just one of those things that happened and Jello, it's okay, Jello, it happened, and it's one of those things. And I have to be honest, as I've got like a dossier at home of all the bad decisions United have had over the years.
He's not lying.
And I would still rather have bad decisions against us that have cost us leagues and European Cups in the past than have VAR. That's how much I hate VAR. But anyway, sorry. Next question.
Okay, let's carry on. So
the next one.
Elise says, I'll try PA again, but I want to see their flying license first. Yep, we've covered that one. Jordan goes, why would you captain Salah as a United fan?
It's win-win, isn't it? Either he gets me points for my fantasy team and does well for Liverpool, which is unfortunate, or he breaks a leg and gets 0 points, in which case I'm also happy.
This is bad. We were discussing it yesterday, and when Salah was playing, and we both had him as captain. And obviously, I haven't got a clue about football, right? I'll be the first one to admit that. But then he goes, "I hope Salah scores two own goals and gets a red card as well." And I'm like, I've already lost -7 for Ben. He's trying to kill me.
I mean, as much as fantasy football is good fun, and I have to be honest, I'm pretty hardcore on it and try every single week to get my team on all that kind of stuff. It doesn't compare with real life. So I would, there are people that say, oh, I don't know, fantasy team, it ruins how you watch it. No, it doesn't. Real football, fantasy football.
Okay. So here's an interesting one. Ali goes that he's a big Liverpool fan and he wants Liverpool to win 3-1. That's interesting. What score would you want for a Liverpool-Arsenal game, Ali? We'll let you answer that one.
Yeah.
Omar says, do you think Imran Khan is doing a good job in Pakistan?
You can say that.
I think that when you think about what kind of job he's doing, that you've got to think about what was the state of the country in when he picked it up. It wasn't perfect by all means, so he didn't have anything brilliant to work with. And I think that he's been doing a really good job with what he was given, and I think and I really, really hope to see him continue in the role for as many years or as many terms as he's allowed to have in this. But the sad thing is, that I see him this. So I'm not that much into politics, as some of the other members of Stani Army. So it's a shame that we don't have Hamza on the call for this one. But the sad thing that I see, is that Imran Khan's in power now with PTI. And all you see, people from other parties, all they do is say that Imran Khan's rubbish, the PTI are rubbish, they're this, they're that. But they never ever say what their own party would do that's good. They never say what would the PPP do that's good. They never say what the PMLN would do that's good. What of their own leaders doing good. All they do is they whinge and moan about Imran Khan. And fine, if you say Imran Khan's doing something really bad, cool, fine, okay, I can accept that. But what would your party do that would make it better? They never focus on that. All they do is say that Imran Khan's rubbish, get rid of Imran Khan, we want to get him out. Why don't you talk about your own party? What would your own party do? And until date, I've never seen anything like that as well. I remember asking a PMLN supporter, actually pinning him down over and over, and I said, your party's been in power for three separate times, I think. I said, what have you actually done? That's good. And he pulled out like 3 or 4 things, and that was it. And I thought, if in 3 terms, separate terms, if that's the main thing that your party's done, why would anyone want to vote them back in? And he couldn't give me an answer. And I said, I asked him this question, don't know much about politics in Pakistan, deliberately stay out of it, because a lot of it's just all complete, I don't understand it. I don't like watching any of these politics show, etc. at all. The deal said, is it true Imran Khan's ready to resign on one condition, if Nawaz and Zardari return the looted money? No idea. I don't know. As I mentioned, if Hamza is ever on a lunchtime show, we can ask him to speak about this, because he's a lot more politically aware about this stuff than either myself or the doc are. But I just ask anyone that's watching, you have a look at any politics and stuff, for people speaking about this in news channels or Twitter, social media, etc. People always just whinge and say so and so is bad, so and so is rubbish. Why don't they ever talk about what their own party will do that's good, and then we can talk? Everyone can whinge about a problem. Who can come up with a solution other than my leader is the best, my leader is the best? Why are they the best? What the hell would they do if in 3 terms, if there's hardly anything to boast about or what differences you made for Pakistan? Then that's just a complete pile of bakwas. Adam says, advice you'd give to your 20-year-old self. For me, it would be try to go to every Pakistan game as possible, but don't pay a penny over face value. You, Doc?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Just in like chill out a bit, like. Just don't get too worked up about stuff that doesn't really matter in the in the bigger picture. I'm trying to think, where was I at 20? What was I doing? I probably had I've got a good one for that. When you're 20 years old, try and see as much. When you're in your 20s, try and plan to see as much of the world as possible, because when you start working and you kind of get bogged down, and then other life, things get. You start getting involved in other life things, etc., and it becomes more and more difficult to kind of venture abroad and stuff. Obviously, it's difficult now because in the pandemic, but try to see as much of the world as possible now, because I'm telling you, there's a hell of a lot of wealth of knowledge out there that you're not going to learn from, from YouTube, for example. From watching us, yeah.
Imi says, Agni and Kulz, can you give me advice on my life goals? Yes, I can. Put fitness above everything, Imi. Whether it's for yourself, whether it's for T20, or whether it's for Azam Khan or anyone else. Adam says, is it hard to fit into uni if you don't drink? So I've got a really good story about this, and if you don't mind me taking it, Doc. So I went to the University of Bradford, and in the university bar, they had a massive projector, right? That so we never went in there, but then there was a Pakistan-England series on that Sky Sports was showing, and so they were showing that, and the whole half of the bar where there was where the projection screen on was full of Pakistan fans, was full of Muslims, and not a single alcoholic drink was being drunk there. And you could just see the people behind the bar were given as evils, because there was no seats left for anyone at all. But yeah, it's it just depends what crowd you want to get into. It's not just at uni; it's at work, etc. So I don't drink, and it's just one of those decisions you make in life. There are loads of other ways to fit in. Alcohol is not the only way to get ahead in life and to mingle with people. And if there are people who only want to know you if you drink, well, maybe those aren't the people that you want to be mixing with. Is my advice. I don't know, Doc.
Yeah, no, I would say exactly the same. I mean, again, I wouldn't let the whole kind of drinking thing define. I'm sure Adam isn't, but I wouldn't let the whole drinking thing define kind of whether you can mix or not mix with people. I mean, often I find that the people I have the most in common with, or some of the people that I've kind of got on well with most in life, are the people that do drink. English people drink. Okay, that's fine. It's just part of their culture. You have to accept it. And there are some people that I have absolutely nothing in common with, apart from the fact that we both don't drink. But I couldn't have a conversation with them for more than 2 minutes.
True.
So it's again, don't let that side of things just define it. It can be more difficult. I mean, one of the things I would say, we were talking to Atif Namaz, weren't we, about pathways for Asians getting into cricket. And I do think that one of the things that makes it very difficult in certain sporting environments, when you think of kind of club cricket and things like that, is that the alcohol thing just predominates so much. And let's have a drink before the game, let's have a drink after the game. And that can be difficult, because if you, and maybe that aspect of uni life might be a bit more difficult, because if you're in a team of 15 or 16 or whatever, and everyone's going for afternoon drinks, or everyone's going for nighttime drinks and things like that, that can be a little bit more difficult to fit into if it's not obviously part of your culture or religion or whatever. So yes, it can be difficult, and in sporting circles, I think it is hard.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to kind of skip through some of the quickly go through these, because we've got quite a few now.
We've got more interaction for just random life questions than we do.
I know. No De Bruyne for City recently as well.
That's true. Yeah, no, they're doing well. But to be fair, City, as much as I hate City and Liverpool, they've done well without a lot of their injured players.
Yeah. Letizia, the best number 10 England never had. Great player. So I've watched some of the Sky Sports documentaries in him, and that's what they say about him. Adil says, I'm a Liverpool fan. We're not winning because we ain't got a number of players. I think there's a number of players injured at the moment. Yeah, I think the squad depth is an issue there. Doc?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that Liverpool have got lots of injuries. I can't lie. I think it'd work the other way around. I think they'd want United to have as many injuries as possible. And the only thing I would say is that Liverpool, more than most other teams, Liverpool seem to suffer when you take one player out of their system. Like it seems like the whole machine just kind of comes to a bit of a halt. And I think they've really missed Henderson not being in the middle of midfield, because he is so key in their press. And when they press and they win the ball high up the pitch, that's what they then obviously they're into, they can get their front three more involved as well. And Mane, when Mane doesn't play, you notice it a lot. And he was a big miss yesterday for them as well.
Imi says Letitia was a wonderful player. Shame about the person.
Yeah, some very special views he has, doesn't he?
Imagine that. My fantasy team policy is no Liverpool or City players. Top red.
John are sitting there probably in his black from head to toe, top red, moody Man United fan. That's what we like to see. Good man.
Yeah. Let me just introduce one of our other guests on here. Assalamu alaikum, Shazib. How are you doing, brother?
Walaikum salam. Yeah, I'm not too bad. How are you guys, man?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, all good here.
So we're just going through some quick fire questions during the lunch period. I'll just carry on with those if that's okay, Shazib, because I think we've got 5 minutes left before the second session starts.
Yeah, that's fine.
Imi says, never played fantasy, but if I did, I would do a chorna. Couldn't sit there with them in my team. Well, Imi, we'll see next season, yeah, because I've challenged you to take part in Fantasy Football League, and I'll show you what a footy expert actually is. To anyone listening, false nine formation is where it's at.
Shazib, do you play fantasy football? You do, don't you?
Yeah, I play fantasy football. Like, I like playing it, to be honest with you. Brings more fun to it when I'm not watching my own team play or my rivals play, as you could say. But I do play it, yeah. Do you guys play it?
I've never cheered an Ollie Watkins or a Mick.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Assist, but yesterday when they scored, it just keeps you involved. And also, to be fair, from a knowledge point of view, you get to learn how certain teams play because you're looking out for them. Like I wouldn't care normally how Leeds involve Patrick Bamford, but now I'm really he's going to stay in my team no matter what because he's always so involved. But anyways, carry on. Oh, sorry.
Okay. VAR's killing the game. My 11-year-old has stopped watching games because he can't celebrate goals. I think that would be good for VAR, is if they followed the cricket way and they worked it somehow, so they gave the teams a couple of reviews. That would be interesting.
Yeah, even myself, man, when I watch football and sometimes when it looks a bit shady, I don't celebrate as well because with VAR, it just ruins it. He's right there. Not even your 11-year-old son. It ruins for everyone. Like, happens all the time.
It really annoys me, and the thing is, people are massive hypocrites. Okay, so I'll be quick because I could talk about VAR all day. But you had idiot pundits 2 years ago saying, "Oh, football's so much. We're so far behind rugby, and we're so far behind cricket. Why can't football bring technology in?" Not acknowledging it's a ridiculously different sport from rugby and cricket. So I hate VAR. It's completely ruined how I watch football. For me, watching United and celebrating United is the highlight of my week, and that's been ruined. So thanks very much.
Okay, yeah. Let me just quick carry on. So Omar says that Bucks didn't come up. Pakistanis love to criticize but never provide solutions. Bro, that's the same for a lot of people. I don't think you can single out Pakistanis for that. There's so many people that love to criticize, but they never provide solutions. One for you, Doc. Why has COVID affected Pakistanis so much, so many cases and death-wise?
Difficult one, because obviously not clearly not living there and not having huge number of contacts out there. I mean, I would say they've handled it at times. I mean, well, we've handled it worse here than Pakistan has, I have to be honest. I just don't know if Pakistan is a country that can sustain a lockdown very well, just because of the nature of work that happens there. It's all right here for governments to give an 80% furlough scheme or 75%, whatever it might be, but that's probably not doable in Pakistan. Also, I don't know if the testing has been quite as rigorous in Pakistan. So that might have affected some things. But look, we might have a bit of a crowd for the PSL.
Sorry, Doc. He's correcting me. He said British Pakistanis.
Oh, sorry. Again, that's a difficult one because I suspect a bigger proportion of British Pakistanis have things like diabetes and heart disease. I suspect we live in closer-knit family groups, so you've got more 7 and 8 people in a house. Visiting family generally is probably a bit more part of our culture. So I don't know if British Pakistanis have been quite as adherent to the rules. I don't want to judge anyone. And number 4, we don't know. And there's so much we're going to find out about COVID in years to come that's going to be, that's why so many Black and Asian people died. So some of it we just don't know, unfortunately.
Okay, just moving on. Arsenal is not a big team anymore. West Ham are better. So we have a resident Arsenal expert, Riz, who's on the show, I think, on day 4, which is Sunday. So we can bring that up with him then in the lunch period. Shakib says, do you think Pakistan should play more tests at home? 100%. Bit of advice that Omar's giving here. Study harder at uni, definitely. Omar says that he agrees with me.
Traveling, I think.
Travel as much as you can. Definitely. Some of the places I've seen on holiday, yeah. And one of the best ways to do it is backpacking. Brilliant way to do it. Omar saying, what did I study? I studied computer science at uni. Ali saying, don't get married at 20. My advice to that is get married when the time's right, whether it's at 20, 30 or whatever. Sorry, Doc, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say you could just get rid of the at 20 bit in that sentence, but no, that would be entirely inappropriate. And I can only say that because my wife just left the house to earn some money while I sit my cricket.
Exercise them 20 is a great age to hit the gym and keep fit. Yep, we just need the gyms to open now. Feel free to jump in, Shazib, if you want to answer any of these. I'm just running through them all. Adil saying, will we see a class celebration like Hassan Ali? And did you see the Bhangra dance before the start of this test? The Bhangra dance?
That was Faf du Plessis.
Oh, was that the Faf thing? Oh, yeah.
What was that about? I never seen that. The Bhangra dance.
No, they were playing some music over the speaker system, and Faf was Bhangra just before the game started.
Yeah, Shazib, so if you'd actually woken up before 5 o'clock, you would have seen it?
To be honest with you, I was up late last night and did miss the first session. And
what time did you go to sleep?
It was about 12:30, 1 o'clock.
You need to
I went to sleep after midnight and I woke up at 4 o'clock.
Oh, I need to be like you, man. I need to be like you.
Yeah, no, needs to be
I'm on session 1 tomorrow, so I'm gonna be up anyway.
Imran says, agree, West Ham are massive.
I tell you what, if Imran has seen those, there's that Twitter account that does the West Ham alternative commentary. I can't go into it now because a lot of it's just swearing, but it's hilarious. And if you haven't come across West Ham alternative commentary on Twitter, it's so funny. But yeah, I'll leave that there. Oh, we're nearly ready to start.
We were just at the end of these. So Ali said they need to leave football alone. We don't want VAR. A little bit of controversy after the game. It gives fans something to talk about. Well, just leave VAR in, then there's lots and lots of controversy for you to talk about. And Omar says, big up computer science. All the way Zindabad. And that takes you to the end of our lunch period questions. That was a really good idea, Doc. With that, I'm going to have to dash. The kids have woken up. As some of you have seen, the cats are up as well. So, Jazakallah khair for watching, everyone. I leave you in the capable hands of Doc, Shazib, Hamza when he's back, and Omar will be joining shortly. Allah Hafiz, guys.
Take care, man. See you later.
See you soon.
Bye.
Doc, man, what's happened with the openers?
Oh, yeah, our openers are struggling, aren't they? Back to the game. And obviously, we were 20-odd for 3.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And we were doing okay. Sorry. We were 20-odd for none. We were doing okay. And then Maharaj comes in, which obviously was a bit of a surprise, I think, for all of us. And I'm just going to let Umar in just a second. And he took the wicket of Imran Butt with one that just got the shoulder of the bat, caught a slip. And then after that, we lost Abid as well. We lost Azhar Ali, LBW. And then we lost Abid caught short leg. And that was kind of 20 for none. Suddenly became 21 or 22 for 3. To be fair, well done. I think well done to South Africa, because we didn't expect spin to come in so soon. And Maharaj bowled really well. But since then, thankfully, Baba and Fawad have kind of steadied the ship slightly, and we've been relatively comfortable. They're just showing on. You're watching live on Sky Sports, aren't you, Shazad? Yeah. They're just showing the injury that Linda got, which happened kind of midway through, kind of the second hour, I think, where Baba came down the track.
How bad was it? Was it a bit major or?
It looks like. I mean, he's still off the pitch as far as I can see, and it looks. I mean, it might have been a bit of a maybe just a kind of bent out of place thing that they managed to kind of get back in place. There was a bit of blood on his shirt as well, so it looked a bit messy. But yeah, obviously that was so up and down first session. But I think very much on balance, you'd probably give it to South Africa. It was their session. I just let Omar in as well. Comment coming in about, we'll just finish off very quickly on the football before we move on, get back onto the cricket. First of all, Salam Omar, how are you?
Walaikum salam. No more football talk, thank you. Cricket talk.
Omar being a Liverpool fan, I think we'll probably rather avoid that. Big teams, to be honest, I'm going to disagree. I don't think it's just the big teams that don't like VAR. I think lots of teams don't. Just because it just ruins the spontaneity of football. Football is, for me, it's got to be spontaneous. So yeah, I don't know about yourself, Omar.
I don't think VAR's the problem. I think people are running it are the problem.
Yeah.
It's like DRS. DRS isn't a problem, is it?
But Omar, do you not find that you can't celebrate like you used to?
Oh, 100%, 100%. But the thing is, what they said is, I might be wrong, they're using VAR for clear and obvious decisions. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But then they're measuring fingernails.
Yeah, exactly. So then it's not, you think it's not clear and obvious. But the problem is you have to draw the line. You have to draw a line somewhere, don't you? If you say something isn't clear and obvious and don't give the marginal ones, then where do you? I just feel like there's always going to be a line somewhere. I don't know if football is. I don't know if football is a sport that works with surgical kind of precision. But anyway, Imran is saying that the alternative commentary is good. Yeah, no, hilarious. I do like those Twitter clips that come up. And who wants to take this? Shazeb, I don't know if you want to take this, or who are we thinking South Africa are going to captain? Because Quentin de Kock is obviously not going to be captain after this Test match. He was never a particularly keen captain, and so he'll be replaced. That's a good shot from Fawad. Just punch down the ground for a couple. Who do you reckon?
I think it'll be Markram.
Yeah,
because he did take over a few years for the one days against India, if anybody remembers. But then he had a dip in form in the Test series, I think, after that. And then they were like, and then Faf stayed on. And I think they'll give it to Markram.
Yeah, probably. I agree with that as well. I think he needs to focus on his batting as well, because he's a good batsman, don't get me wrong. But I reckon he needs to just up his game a bit. And if he does that, it'll give him more confidence to be a good captain as well. But yeah, I agree with Umar there. It should be Markram.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Markram is obviously he came into Test cricket doing so well, and so was kind of groomed for captaincy, as you say, quite early. And then his own form kind of dips. So I don't know if he's quite ready. I mean, I've heard some suggestions that Elgar could be captain for a little while, and then give it to Markram when he's ready in a year or two, which I guess could be an option too.
Yeah, that's a good shout. It just depends on how South Africa want to do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't know who they've got next. Depending on who they got next and when they got it, it's a decision for them to make, and hope for best for them.
It was supposed to be Australia, wasn't it? But
oh yeah, the one got cancelled.
Yeah.
It's probably got more time to think about it.
Yeah, I think they have got time. I don't know who they've got in their next assignment actually, because like you say, that game has been the series has been cancelled in Australia. But it gives them a bit of time to kind of think about it, doesn't it? Ali thinks 250 is going to be a good score. So we're currently 66 for 3 in the 31st over. Shazam, what do you reckon? Good score on this pitch? It's not doing quite as much as it was earlier.
I think similar to last time, what we need. Like, we just dug in, and around the 300 mark, I'd be comfortable with, because obviously our bowlers will be on high. They'll be confident with what happened last time. We're 67 for 3 now. Yeah, the Babar and Fawad stuck in. It's similar to the first test in the first innings we played, where we lost wickets quick and we come back. And if we could do like the same kind of situation in this test match, we could hopefully get up to that 300 mark. But yeah, with that bowling attack and with how a batsman, I think around 300 would be a good score.
Yeah. I think I was saying earlier, you kind of take 300 on most wickets around the world, don't you? You know, maybe somewhere, maybe in Australia, a flat pitch at Melbourne, 300 is not quite enough. Maybe some pitches in India, 300 is not quite enough. But most of the time, 300 tends to be a decent first innings score that you're in the game kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. If we're in the game, we always have a chance, especially with us. So hopefully we can get to that 300 mark, and our bowlers can, give us some sort of lead to build on. But we got a long way to go yet. Oh, is that?
What's happened there?
Sure, that bounced.
So they think that's. Do they think that's gone from
his boot
bat to boot and then straight to the fielder?
I hope not. They don't look that confident.
It looked like a bump ball.
Yeah. They're not celebrating as much, so I doubt
it. Looks really like a bump ball to me.
Let's see what's the soft signal.
Not out.
No, not.
So obviously Maharaj is bowling to Fawad, who's kind of bunted one into the ground, but it very much looks like it's gone into the ground as opposed to onto his boot. There's been a few of these recently. There's a couple in the second and third here. Let's have a look. So he's hit it surely directly, into the ground.
Thank God.
Okay there.
We're at an appeal, I guess, if the fielding team.
Yeah.
Have they looked comfortable, have they, Fawad and Babar, since they come out? Any reviews lost for South Africa?
Yeah, it started really, from my view anyway, it started quite shakily. One thing that was kind of concerning with Babar was planting his front pad and really looked like an LBW candidate. But I think since last 25 minutes before lunch, and obviously the very start of this session, they're looking a little bit more comfortable.
That's good to hear. Fawad, man. Another beginnings hopefully coming from him, especially from last test.
Yes, let's hope so, eh?
Yeah.
I think historically Pakistan have always struggled against left arm spin, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking. We remember Paul Harris from previous South Africa tour. Was
Rangana Herath?
Yeah,
Sorry?
he used to do us.
Rangana Herath, he was always a thorn in our side.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's got to be a few more.
Even Monty used to sometimes. UAE. Monty Panasa used to, get the better of us sometimes.
Yeah, no, Monty certainly a tour that we had here when Monty played really well against us in 2006, and also when England went there in 2014 or so, I think.
62 for 3.
I think the plan really for these guys has just got to be stay together as long as possible. We just want to be batting at the close of play today, don't we?
Yeah. That's the main thing. Bat as long as you can, get the most runs as possible.
So I know there's having a few issues with the sound and stuff. I think almost just logged off. I'm hopefully going to log on again and we'll be sorted. But yeah,
it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Hamza, you missed an enthralling lunch chat. We covered all of life's topics, from fantasy football to the role of the Chancellor to the COVID vaccine to post-impressionism art. It's a highlight of my morning, to be honest.
Oh, wicked. So what was the fantasy football sort of thing then?
Well, I don't want to keep going over it, but I am in the top 3% in the whole world. So that was and basically whether it's ethical to play players in your fantasy team that you don't for rival teams. So yeah, for me it's ethical because I can keep my head above the rivalry and still want them to do badly, but I know some people have an issue with it.
Oh, fair enough. And
am I seeing a few spots of rain there? Hold on, surely not.
I won't say that. You're actually right.
Yeah, there's a little bit of drizzle there actually. Very, very few spots. It's 67 for 3 still. We're 33rd over, 15 minutes after lunch, and there's a little bit of drizzle in the air. Not enough, I think, to stop anything. Not for ages yet, but certainly you can see it.
We don't need this right now, especially with these two going nice and comfortable.
No, exactly, absolutely. I think, and rain delays rarely help batsmen, get settled. So we're back.
I think we want more than 250, Ali. I know we're not sort of in a strong position, but I don't know. We just played that top three. Just played some pretty poor shots, I think.
I'm gonna annoy everyone if I keep talking about football, but essentially, do I regret that we sold Lingard very quickly? No, I don't, because I don't think he's quite good enough for our first team. He probably could have played in a few Europa League games, but they say sometimes you need a bit of a change of environment. I think he probably just needed a little bit of a change of environment, unfortunately. Omar, what have you made of the day so far? I don't think we've got your views on it just yet.
Well, I missed the first hour of the first session. Shot. I got up at 6 and I saw it was 33 for 3. And is it bad that I wasn't surprised? So our innings always starts when there's a 3 wickets down. So I was like, okay, it's a job for Barber and Fuad. But like Hamza said, I think you need more than 250. I think you need 300 plus. Then you can attack a little bit more, go after South Africa a bit more. And obviously they've had their batting balls in the last game as well. So hopefully Barber can get some runs, stay out there for a bit, and Fuad's in good form as well. But I think it's the top 3 is a concern now. Well, not top 3, the openers. I think today this test match should be Abid's last test match.
What if second innings he comes out and gets 100?
So this is like 100.
You still drop him.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, because obviously, say if he does come out and makes like a 70 odd or something like that, and he does get dropped after that, there'll be a lot of debates whether he should still be in the team. But it's too many failures, and it's just sad to see, man.
Is the
If anybody look at this graphic,
what's the Zimbabwe tour made up of? Are they coming to Pakistan, right?
I think Pakistan are going there, Hamza, but these things are changing. I could be wrong. These things are changing all the time. I was just going to pick you up on that point, Omar, that you made. So there's a graphic on screen at the moment, and it's about fast bowlers with more than 200 wickets in the last 25 years. So let's go back to 1996. And South Africa have got 8 bowlers with more than 200 wickets. Australia have got 7. England have got 6. There's 3 teams that have got 0 fast bowlers with more than 250 test wickets. Bangladesh, Zimbabwe, Pakistan. And again, it just shows that we love to talk about Pakistani fast bowlers, but it just doesn't translate to numbers and longevity in any way. There's probably a number of reasons for all of them. But it's sad to see us at the bottom, underneath Sri Lanka, for goodness sake.
Yeah, well, in the past, what was it? Past 25 years? I don't know what the time frame was. I think we're always chopping and changing our fast bowlers as well, and it's been mainly our spinners that have been successful, especially playing in the UAE, especially in the last 10 years. And yeah, it was quite sad to see us at the bottom with Bangladesh and Zimbabwe. No disrespect to them, but yeah, we just gotta hope in the next 10 years we do have a bowler that can go up to 200. Ideally Shaheen, and if there's anybody else that comes through. But yeah, it was a bit to see, to be honest with you.
71 for 3. These two have now put on 49 in just under about 19 overs. Hamza, what's the solution? How are we going to get some fast bowlers with 200 wickets plus and all that kind of stuff?
I hope if they don't get themselves banned, that's a good start. Or get genital warts. That's another good start. But the thing is, India will probably be so I've said, they've got that graphic up now. So India have got 2 bowlers, but the thing is, those 2 bowlers, probably Sharma and Zaheer, I'd imagine. They've just played
probably, yeah.
Imagine Sharma and Zaheer. They've played like 1 million test matches, considering they would never have played that many test matches for Pakistan. So I do think there is a bit to do with we have more of a churn. They sort of
Why do we have so much of a churn? Are we impatient as a board and a team management,
I think
or are the guys that are not the guys that are coming in from domestic cricket not good enough? So we just got to get rid of them quickly. 71 for 3 is the score, my friend.
Yeah, just looking at numbers. Yeah, New Zealand 4, England 6, India 2, West Indies 2, Sri Lanka 1. Who's that one for Sri Lanka? Chaminda Vas, maybe.
Since '96, it must be Vas. It must be.
Yeah. So I think there is some notion that it's got to do with competition for places. And I don't think it's just fast bowlers. Again, I don't think Harbhajan would have played half as many tests for Pakistan. I think the last sort of 30 tests of his career, he was a bit rubbish. They kind of just kept playing him and playing him and playing him. We don't really do that. Once a guy dips, we don't hang around. Whereas India keep on going with the numbers. They play so many test matches as well. I think that's a big reason. And Ali says, big reason that Asif and Emma are getting banned. Those two guys would have got 250, 300 test wickets easily in the bag by now. So that's a big gap that was left.
Yeah.
I think all of that and a lack of tests, probably it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the lack of tests is also a big thing, isn't it? I mean, you can't get to 200 test wickets if you're not playing as many tests as everyone else. That probably, to be fair, that probably not just affecting us. I mean, I don't think Sri Lanka play as many tests, nor do West Indies, but equally, that's why they're near the bottom of that list as well. So it kind of tells you something, doesn't it? I mean, South Africa, I guess the South African wickets are a lot more kind of tailored towards fast bowling. But I always, apart from when they play us, I quite like to see South Africa do well, because I think they're up against South Africa have got so many obstacles in their cricket that actually it's good to see them at the top of something from time to time. I think, Ali, our next test is probably going to be after so you've got PSL, you've got white ball tour to South Africa, and then I think we've got, white ball tour, and then we've got, I think, a red ball tour to the Caribbean. I think that might be before we come to England for another white ball tour, but I could be wrong. So I'm thinking West Indies, but then of course you've got the Zimbabwe series as well that you mentioned, Hamza, as well.
Yeah, it's in April. We played 2 tests and 3 2020s in Zimbabwe. Yeah.
Pulled away by Barbados for a boundary.
Yes.
Shot.
I think with the fixtures as well, they're not. I know they're confirmed, but like you don't know yet because of what's happened recently as well with Australia, South Africa. So hopefully they do go ahead, but with these uncertainty of times, you just never know. That's the important thing.
So that was an 85-mile-per-hour ball, kind of pitched halfway by Rabada. It didn't do anything. It's not coming particularly quick off the surface. Barbados pulled that away pretty effortlessly for 4, and we're 75 for 3. 55.
Interesting watching Barber as well. He's on TTC only like from 48 balls. Like he's batting at his typical pace, which is good to see.
Yeah, and that was needed because this morning there was a period, and we were talking about it when it was happening. But this morning there was a period where we scored 0 runs in about 33 balls, and we were going absolutely nowhere. And obviously these two have come in, and Fawad's found it a bit more tricky, which is why he's on 19 off 72. I think they've set some good fields to Fawad, and they went very short to him quite early, which obviously he wasn't going to take on the short ball necessarily straight away. But Barbara's batted really well. He looks like he's in, without jinxing it, he looks like he's in good nick.
Yeah, it's good. When Barber bats like this as well, like it shows that maybe he's confident in his mind, because maybe I think you've spoken about the video that we're on Twitter, on Facebook, I think, where he smashed his stumps. I was kind of worried, to be honest with you. I was thinking, I don't normally see Barber like this. I've never ever seen him, angry like that. But so far, he's looking good, and hopefully he can convert it to a big century or even more.
I mean, in a way, it's not necessarily. I mean, obviously, you don't like to see Barber out of nick, but in a way, it's good that he sets himself such high standard that if he's not middling it in the nets like he wants to, then actually it annoys him. And if you look at any high achieving sportsman or high achieving batsman, they demand the absolute best from themselves at all times. And when they don't get the best, then obviously they're annoyed and dissatisfied. So in a way, it's not a bad thing. But yeah, no, I see what you mean. Obviously, of course, you want him to be hitting them like a dream. Shazeb, what do you reckon about this? That when they bring up the stats, they never talk about how many tests that have been played. It doesn't help when you're only playing 2 tests. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
100% agree with that. With any type of stats they show, they never do show the matches played, and that could be like siding a certain team, whoever's first and second on the list.
Yeah,
they do need to include the what's it called, the matches played, because if they don't, then we can't have a clear idea on how the player or the team is performing. So yeah, they do need to include matches played 100% because it does get misleading sometimes. Like Javi's mentioned as well, we don't play many tests. Like when it comes to us, we play 2 or 3 match series. When you compare it to England or Australia, they normally play five matches, so it is misleading.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you look at some of the games that Australia have cancelled this year. They cancelled on New Zealand, they cancelled on Bangladesh, they cancelled on West Indies, they cancelled on South Africa, but they absolutely made sure to fulfil all their commitments to India and England. So that says everything, doesn't it? And vice versa. I don't see, England weren't happy in South Africa and they pulled out of that one-day tour. Will they do the same when when they go to India and there's some kind of, biosecure breach?
They went back to India after the bloody Mumbai attacks.
Well, exactly. Yes, there were. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know Australia cancelled on the Kiwis.
Yeah, so that was the one-day series that was going on in Australia last year when COVID kind of first started. When we played Pakistan plays in Zimbabwe, they got to play Muzarabani. Yeah, so Muzarabani, he was the lad that got. He was brilliant in that Super Over, wasn't he? In that short series we played against them back end of last year. I mean, you would like to think that when we're playing Zimbabwe, that we'll be okay regardless of who they put out. But I don't know. Maybe that will be a good chance to test a few new players or something. 75 for 3 we are here. So going along. Go on, Shazam.
Sorry, I just mentioned that I think the drizzle has stopped. Thankfully, like I don't think there is any more drizzle because there was certainly some.
Yes.
Bit of rain before because they showed like a replay of a slow-mo and you could tell, but I think it's gone away now, which is good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There wasn't much rain. I mean, reading about reading the previews and stuff, there wasn't a lot of rain forecast. So hopefully it's not going to be kind of too many interruptions as time goes on.
Yeah, 75 for 3. Have you guys seen those videos of that pitch in Guarda that they built?
Yeah. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
On the side of a cliff. Looks really nice.
What side of Pakistan is that?
Southwest, sort of right at the other end of the country in the west.
Yeah, when I first seen it, it was actually, I was like, yo, this doesn't look real, but it looks really nice. What do you reckon, Doc?
Yeah, it looks amazing. Absolutely. I mean, the more grounds we can get cricket out in Pakistan, I don't know how practical it's going to be to play there, but it's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, this is the thing with just going off track very, very slightly, just in terms of Pakistan as a country and as a beautiful country, which it is. I look at 2 countries like Pakistan and Sri Lanka, obviously very, very close to each other geographically, both absolutely gorgeous, and one has got a tourist industry that is absolutely booming in Sri Lanka. And I just wish, obviously as a Pakistani, but living here, I just wish Pakistan people would see the absolute beauty that there is in Pakistan. That is so ripe for the tourism industry to kind of take off. But I'm sure there are lots of other obstacles in the way as well. Hamza, do you go fairly often to Pakistan?
Yeah, last time was 2018. I've always said the thing that they need to fix is the visa process. They need to just do a visa on arrival. It's the easiest way. If you want to get people coming to your country, you got to do a visa on arrival. I mean, Nepal do it. If bloody Nepal's got a huge, like, we shouldn't compare ourselves to Sri Lanka because they actually have beaches and they've got that kind of tourist industry. We're not going to get that kind of tourist industry, let's be fair. But we could do like a Nepal. Yeah, Nepal's got like this massive mountain trekking and hiking kind of industry where people go there and spend a whole month and just do whatever they want up in the mountains. We could easily do that, but I think like, firstly, if you don't have like a particular catchy name, like if you've got a bad reputation, you've got to make it easy for people to arrive. And Nepal doesn't have a bad reputation, and you can just do your visa online there, I think. Whereas with Pakistan, I know they say that there's an online process, but it's not that straightforward. You've got to provide so many documentations and whatnot. So yeah, you've got to do a visa on arrival, man. That's the only way if you want your tourist industry to crop up, you've got to make it easy for people to fly into your country.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Has anyone seen this bowler before? I haven't really seen him bowl, and I think his first test series was against Sri Lanka, and I think he played 4 matches, 10 wickets. Anyone?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
no.
Mulder's on now. I think you went through some of his stats a bit earlier, Hamza. He's got some good first-class stats.
Yeah.
So we've come on for Rabada with the score at 76 for 3. And again, I guess that's a small victory for us. South Africa would have come out after lunch thinking, okay, this bit of a partnership going, but let's see if we can kind of break it after lunch. It's come out pretty hard. And actually, we've managed to blunt them quite comfortably. I can't think of many chances we've given up in the past half hour. I don't know if you guys can. We've been talking a lot as well. So we're now, we're 76 for 3, and we've got their kind of third seamer on.
Did you lot agree with keeping the same team, or was anyone wanting to see any changes for this test? I don't know if it's been asked in the first session, but what do you reckon?
No, we spoke about it briefly. I think, Hamza, you would have put Sal Shakil in instead of Abid, I think.
Yeah. Give Sal the debut.
Shot.
Lovely shot from
Beautiful.
Fawad. Mulder's
Love it.
pitched that a bit full at 78 miles an hour, and Fawad wasn't going to let that go.
Good signs, man. Good signs to see he's in it.
Yeah, like they always say, add a couple of wickets to your score, see what it looks like. So if we were sort of 84-5 or something, we're in trouble.
Well, obviously, we were speaking about this in the last game. When you're Pakistan, you kind of add 4 wickets to the score, isn't it? Just to be on the safe side and see what happens. But if we add a couple to the score now, we'd be struggling. But again, this is where having that faith that Rizwan and Fahim coming in next. Obviously, want these two to bat for as long as possible. But God forbid, if we lost a wicket right now, I personally wouldn't think, oh my God, another one's going to go. I think, okay, we've got Rizwan coming in, he'll be all right. And then we've got Fahim after that, who's in good nick with the bat. So it's just going to the comment that's made here about our batting lineup getting trashed at home. I mean, it's not necessarily our entire batting lineup. It's that top order that's the problem, isn't it, at the moment?
That needs to be fixed. Like, can't remember the last time we've had good openers, and when I look around the domestic circuit, trying to think of names that stand out as genuine openers, but nothing really comes to my mind. I don't know who they can put in. I know Imam's been injured. Obviously, Sami Aslam's gone to USA. Shan Masood was out of nick before this. Some people said we should have kept him for the home series. There needs to be a few openers that are coming through, but do you think there's any that deserve a chance right now? If you're talking about genuine openers,
I just stick with Butt and Imam. I'd open with them. I think they're the best of a bad bunch. But he's made a couple of starts and hasn't looked awful. That's helped. So you'd imagine he'll be okay against Zimbabwe. Even in Zimbabwe, you'd think he'd be able to handle that. And I'd like Imam to be there with him. Just some easier runs. You want sort of the younger, better guys to get the easier runs. We sort of have a habit of waiting until it's an absolute crisis before we make the right change. Do you know what I mean? Like if we win this, I guarantee you, if we win this test as well, 2-0, there'll be people saying take Abid to Zimbabwe, and you're just like, what? Why do you have to lose to make the obvious change? Just get rid of him, bring Imam in. If you need another opener, whatever, Abdullah Shafiq. I know he's only played one first-class match, but God's sakes, I bet he looks better than Abid.
Oh, lovely! Comes down the track, 6 runs, 4 runs, I think.
4 runs.
4.
Yeah, I love it, man.
But that's what we haven't done to. Who was that bowling? Was it
Maharaj?
It's Maharaj, isn't it? Yeah. Left arm. So that's the first time we've properly attacked him all day. So Babra's clearly had enough.
Yeah, Babur definitely looks hungry for runs though, after being starved of it.
Yeah, 84 for 3. So I read a very, very convincing article on Cricket Info about Azhar opening, and to be honest, for me, I probably and obviously then freeing up a space in the middle order, and for me, it wasn't something I would have really wanted to do. It's quite a good article, and it goes through, compares Azhar to players like Chris Rogers, who for Australia moved up to open the batting kind of around the age of around 34, 35, and made it work for like 4 or 5 years, and made it work quite well. Shazay, would you open with Azhar and free up a spot in the middle order rather than just trying to shoehorn in openers that aren't kind of good enough? Because Azhar's record, the other big thing is Azhar's record as an opener is brilliant compared to some others.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to say that myself. I think Azhar opening has to be a shout because, like I said, if there's somebody that's pushing on the door to be an opener, then fair enough. But I definitely think Azhar should open, and maybe Imran, but obviously it's only been 2 games. You know what I mean? He does deserve more chances. Can't just get rid of someone that He's played 2 games, but I would open with Azhar and then bring in Sajkil in the middle in the Zimbabwe tour if you got him next, or and have Cameron Gullum waiting as well if one of the mid-order batsmen don't perform on that tour. So yeah, I'd definitely bring Azhar to open. As you've said, he's got a good record there. He's been there. He basically does open for us. I think a lot of us have said the early wicket goes every time in the first 10 overs. He's basically an opener anyway, so I would.
Yeah, if he's happy to do it.
Mm.
You don't want to force him, but yeah, if he's happy to do it, and I suppose if you, I don't know, it depends what the management are thinking. It would be something you could sit and talk to him about. Say, look, you're 34, 35 now, probably got 3 years left in you. Do you want to be an opener for the next 3 years? If he says no, then you can't open him in Zimbabwe. There's no point opening him, even if it's just for the one series, because that's such a easy, well, on paper, an easy series. So you might as well give it to prospective openers and see how they do in a more comfortable setup.
Ali mentions changing one of the opening batsmen, any of them. I think Ali mentioned earlier, I don't think he was particularly convinced with Imran Butt, which I think is why he's saying, either of them could go. I think realistically, Ali, I take your point, obviously, but realistically, I think they're probably going to give Imran 2, 3, 4 kind of series, well, 2 or 3 anyway, series to see how he beds in. It's difficult coming into international cricket. That's a nice shot from Barber for none.
And to be fair, Azhar's number 3 record is, I mean, it's not like he's piling on runs. He's doing okay at 3.
Yeah.
He's not piling on runs. So it's not like we're moving someone to open who's so solid at 3.
Yeah.
If you open with him, we could have him and Imam open and maybe Sold at 3, Barber 4, Fawad 5. And if you want a batsman at 6, have a batsman or Rizwan.
So Hamza, you follow obviously the domestic stuff pretty closely. Am I right in thinking that Sharjeel, who predominantly has been a white ball player for us, has actually been in much better 4-day form than in white ball form? And if that's the case, what's stopping Sharjeel coming into the kind of the red ball team? Ethics, fitness, or form, or all of the above?
I think he's a bit of a tainted cricketer to an extent because of his fixing. I know people always say, well, what about Mohamed Amir? But I think the context matters. A lot of people had sympathy for him as an 18-year-old. I don't think there's much sympathy for Sharjeel. And the other thing is, he's not a red ball cricketer as such. I'm just trying to have a look what his stats are. So
Yeah, I don't think so.
class. What's his first class record? The first class. Sorry, let me just bring it up. First class. His average is right, actually, 38. So, in strike rate of 81. So, but I mean, would you really play him in a test? I don't know.
How old is he now?
Hold on.
You're shaking your head. You're not.
I'm not really siding with that Sharjeel, especially in the test as opener. Like, I don't reckon he'd be a good test opener. Like, people are raising questions regarding his limited overs selection. Like, people still don't know regarding that. But
it might be worth considering it, though.
You think so? In test?
Yeah, it might be worth. I mean, would you if these guys are plodding along and getting out at 10 in 50 balls, would you rather have Sharjeel smash it around and get a 30 quickly?
I think it's easy saying that he's smashing out for 30, but you make a good point about openers getting out for like 10, 20, but I don't think we're at that level where we need to get someone like Sharjeel in. Like we said, we could promote Azhar up and get someone like Imam in, and if that doesn't work, then maybe you could revert to Sharjeel as opener or any other options, but I still think we've got one more level to go in terms of let Azhar and Imam open and then see how it goes.
I could be convinced by Sharjeel. I know it's a total wild card, but our openers are so useless right now. I think Sharjeel going out and putting a bit of pressure on the openers with a couple of choke air.
He did play a game, didn't he? A game or two, I think.
He then played one test, I think.
Was that against Australia tour? I think it was the Australia tour when he went to Australia.
Yeah, it was one way he did. He was doing very well in the one-day games out there, so I'm thinking that possibly he did. The good thing about cricket, obviously, is it's a game of opinions, and obviously everyone's entitled to their opinion. So I'm saying that before I let Hamza take this question about Azhar and Imam opening and then bringing back Asad Shafiq.
Oh, sorry, is that a question about Shafiq?
Yes.
Oh no, hell no, forget him. We've got loads of other options. We invested 10 years in him.
We still need experience, though, is the point that Ellie
Mm,
makes.
Yeah, but even in domestic, he's looked up and down. There's no fluency to his batting. And as I said, man, he was batting for 10 years at number 6 and averages 37. That's not really a great return, especially when you
Yeah,
have Yunus and Misbah and Azhar above you.
I agree. Like, I think the stat was he played like 70 odd test matches in a row.
Yeah.
And if you played that many tests, like, you gotta do way better than what he's done. Like, whoever's been the coach has given him chances after chance. And when he first comes through, I thought, you know what, we've got someone here, like, after Yunus and Misbah, who can carry on after they retire, but he just hasn't been. I think you're right about domestically as well. He's not really been at it, and he's been given his chances. I know he's got experience, but for me, we need to look ahead. I know Fawad in his late years in his cricket, I don't know how long he's got left, but for me, number 6, Fawad is the guy now. And obviously, overseas in like England, Australia, South Africa, we don't know how well Fawad could do there. I know in England he had a few matches. I think he had one match actually. I don't know if it was 2, but I think number 6 belongs to Fawad right now. He's shown the form, even though it's at home. Away, obviously, time will tell. But I don't think Azhar Shafiq could be a good option.
Yeah, if you got Saud, Talat, and Ghulam, I think those 3 should be. 2 of them 3 should be in every test team. I think now. After
I
the
think
series,
it's one of those where when someone is a kind of a tried and tested player, but their output and their kind of run scoring falls significantly. I think Asad Shafiq needs a lot of other people to fail, and he needs to. Oh, lovely shot, driving through the offside for 4, 89 for 3 after 40 overs. So that was really nice shot. I think you've got to if you're Asad Shafiq, you need to be scoring heavily, very heavily in domestic cricket, and I think you need others to be failing. And I think that he needs that kind of those 2 things to happen for him. Because if he is scoring heavily and everyone else is doing badly, then I don't think you leave him out just because he's failed in the past. You've got to play, pick on form to an extent. But I just think I don't see him piling up domestic runs, and I don't see the others failing just yet, because I think actually our lower middle order is a strength right now. So yeah, not for me there. Ali also makes the point about 3 test series. I think again we've touched on this before, haven't we? I think I'm a big fan that you should have at least 3 tests. I think most of us are already.
Yeah, I think so as well, because 2 test matches is not enough. Like, especially in terms of players, in terms of, say, for example, if South Africa win this, hopefully they end up 1-0 and we don't get a winner. It has to be at least 3. Like, we've been calling it for so long now. And how many tests are there in Zimbabwe? Is it 3? Is it 4?
2.
Do you know? 3.
2.
There we go again.
Yeah.
2 tests. It's not enough, is it? They need to focus more on tests, especially if us lot in Pakistan that want to do so well in tests, go up the rankings, be on the best sides. We do need to play more tests, and it's just not enough right now.
So we've got Mulder from one end at the moment. He's in his 3rd over. He's gone 0 for 5 and score is 90 for 3. We've got Maharaj at the other end, who I don't think has bowled quite as well after lunch as he did in that first session. Equally, I think the pitch seems like it's flattened out, and actually I feel it almost feels like, Hamza, don't you think it's turning less than it was?
Yeah, I don't think it was turning that much anyway. If you look at the balls that like Maharaj got the wickets with, he got the Azharali one. They just straighten. With his left arm angle comes and pitches, and it just straightens, and it was just badly played. I think maybe Imran, but
the one that Imran got, I was going to say that
was a decent one.
Yeah.
That he got up Imran, but sort of leaning forward and playing the defensive shot, and then got a little thin edge. So that was a good ball. I think the others, or the other Azhar, I think that was just a poor shot by Azhar.
It's good to see Babar as well looking comfortable.
Yes.
Sorry, I was saying Babar got out twice to him in the first test, so it's good to see him looking comfortable. I'm sure it'll be the back of his mind when he first come in, but he's looking comfortable now, no jinx.
It'd be good. I was just going to say in the comments, Adil mentioned about Shajil coming back as well as Noble. It'd be good to hear or see what people. I want to have people's top 3. So feel free to put in the comments what your top 3 would be for the next test match, whenever that is, and whoever that's against.
Let's do 11s. I like
Well,
a good 11. Give me your 11s.
Or you could do an 11 if you've
For
got.
Zimbabwe. Who'd be your 11 for Zimbabwe? What would be yours, Shazib, for Zimbabwe?
If Imam's fit, I'd go with Imam, Azhar, Soj Kila number 3. I reckon he deserves a chance. I know number 3 is a big ask, but he's been knocking on for a few years now. He definitely deserves a chance. I'm a good fan of him as well. Number 4, Babar. His place is not getting touched. 5, Fawad. 6, Rizwan. Fahim 7. There were a lot of questions before this test regarding his selection, but he's bowled. He hasn't took many wickets. I don't think he's taken a wicket in the first test, but economically he's been bowling okay. We haven't really needed him. Our spinners have done the job at home, and batting he's done well as well. So I'll keep Fahim on number 7. And the fast bowlers is an interesting one because there's a lot of people saying Shaheen deserves a rest when it comes to these test matches, but if on paper, I say if everyone's fit, I'd pick obviously Shaheen, Hassan Ali, and is that 9, 10, and
So at the moment,
Yasser as well.
At the moment, we've got 2 seamers, 2 spinners, haven't we? So if you're let's say Fahim is going to play. So would you have? At the moment, we have Hassan and Shaheen, and then 2 spinners. Would you have a seamer instead of a spinner there then?
Yeah, if you're going to Zimbabwe, I'd pick another seamer. I don't reckon we need 2 spinners there. I've had them in the squad, obviously back up, and just in case we do need a second spinner. But I'll pick an extra seamer, and the extra seamer, that is a very good question.
I guess the options are Haris Ralph, Darvish, and
I think there's one more. Is there one more in the squad right now? Maybe I can't really remember, but
no. But I mean, I'm just looking. I guess then behind the scenes are kind of looking to get in. You've got Naseem, you've got Hasnain. If they think he's in any way ready for first class cricket.
I think it depends on how the coaches see it and how they would want to play in Zimbabwe. Like maybe I reckon I'd give Haris Ralph a chance because I know again it caused a lot of debates, but against someone like Zimbabwe, it could be a good wild card there. And if he does fail, I don't reckon it'll hurt us that much. But I would give a chance to Rolf when I think about it because, like I said, I am all up for giving these kind of bowlers a try, something different, something like a bowler type who could come in mid overs and bowl, with a bit of pace, a bit of aggression. So for me, the third team, I'll go with Rolf when I think about it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Hamza, what about you?
Yeah, for Zimbabwe. Yeah, if Azhar agrees to it, I'd open with him, and I don't know actually. Is it fair to drop Butt after this? If Butt makes some runs in the second test, I would still take Butt in the squad actually to Zimbabwe, but I'd like to try Imam and Azhar as opening combination and just keep Butt as a spare opener, and then Saud at 3, Baba 4, Fawad 5, 6. Either Ghulam or Fahim. Depends on the conditions. If it's a slightly spinning kind of condition, I'll probably go Ghulam, play the extra batsman. You can bowl spin. Yeah, 7 Rizwan. Swap them around. 6 or 7. 7 Rizwan. 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably stick with Hassan. Again, going bored pretty poorly, I think, in the first test. Well, in phases, but still stick with Hassan. 8, 9 Yasser, 10 Shaheen, 11. I'd be tempted to give Abbas a recall. Yeah, he's been put in some difficult situations where he's still bowled tightly. Maybe he deserves a slightly easier run at it against Zimbabwe. So I might be tempted to recall Abbas.
I guess my concern about Abbas is that his pace is down a fair amount from what it was before, and now some of that might be kind of shoulder injury related. But is he going to get that pace back at his age? And if he can't, cut away by Babra there for 1, 91 for 3. If he doesn't get his pace back, is he going to threaten batsmen in the way that he was doing before?
It's worth having one more look at him. If it looks like more of the same, then that might be the end of him. But again, this is the nature of Pakistani cricket. If he was an Indian, I don't think there'd be any pressure on him. I think he'd end up playing 75 Test matches.
Think so. I
Yeah.
think, of course, you mentioned the point about pace. I just feel like more of the top teams have not sussed him out, but they know how to play him these days. Like when I was watching closely recently, New Zealand, England, like they bat at the crease, and I remember seeing like a stat kind of thing where they showed where his average when batsmen play him outside the crease is very high compared to back in the crease. So I feel like when he first come through, obviously his pace was up there a bit, and batsmen didn't know how to play him. But I think with the analysis these days, the top teams they've looked at him and told the batsman to play him outside the crease, and he's less effective because of his pace.
Maybe we should just bring the keeper up as soon as the new ball's gone.
Yeah, like that's a good shout. If
Just
we
bring
do
the
bring him
keeper
back,
up.
if he does come back and he does bowl, and he's not taking, he's not being effective. He's keeping it nice and tight as he always does, but not taking any wickets. We should bring the keeper out. Rizwan's good enough to do it anyway. I don't think he'll complain. But with the boss, I guess.
And plus, Abbas, if you look at his wickets, a lot of them are bowled and LBW.
Yeah.
He's not getting caught behind that much, so you don't lose much by bringing Rizwan up.
Yeah. Like personally, obviously, I'd go with Rauf, but Abbas, maybe I don't know. I think he needs to. I don't know when the domestic starts again with the red ball, but I wouldn't bring it in personally again yet. I think he needs to prove himself first, then come back in. Like I've said, I do feel like when you do play against the top teams, the way they bat against him, I feel like they know how to play him now. But I guess it's worth a shout and worth a debate.
Yeah.
Salman Aliaga, Hamza?
Yeah, he's had a good season, but yeah, for me, just Talat, Ghulam, and Sauda ahead of him. But yeah, if he has another good season, sort of finishes in the top 2-3 run scorers, then maybe. But yeah, he's got people ahead of him.
Shazeb, what are you making of the game at the moment? We're 91 for 3. I personally think, although the last 5 overs we've only get 6 runs, so they've kind of put a lid on the scoring rate. Without kind of jinxing it, I feel like we're looking. Oh, what a
There
shot!
we go. See, I just say that.
Lovely shot from Barbara. That's a drive.
Go on. Yeah.
Oh, shot, Barbara.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they're both looking comfortable. I know last 5-6 overs the runs I've tried up, but they're both comfortable, and that's the main thing. 95 for 3, get that 100 for the psychological factor, and they just need to keep going, not play any loose shots. And I'm liking the way Baba's batting because he's looking very comfortable. And like you said about when he smashed his stumps, it looks like he's been hungry for runs. Like he's been out with that thumb injury, and he's looking like he just wants to get out there, make as much runs as possible. And he has got high expectations. You can just tell. He just wants to be he's one of the world's best, in my opinion, anyway. But he wants to fully cap it off and be like, "Look, I'm still I know I've been injured, but look again, he's knocking around for singles." And it's good to see him in good nick, and he's only 5 away from 50 now. For what I know, people might question his strike rate and how much balls he's faced, but that's the way he bats. You know what I mean? Like he's not doing anything different, and we want to see the way he bats. So he's looking comfortable as well. And so far, I'm satisfied. Just keep going, and hopefully, I haven't jinxed anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I would say, the ball is now nearly 43 overs old. I don't think it doesn't look like it's doing very much. I haven't seen any reverse or anything like that. I don't think we've got the right conditions for reverse, probably in terms of temperature and just need a comment there from Mohammed about talking about anything other than cricket. And usually when we don't talk about cricket, it's usually when the partnership does quite well. But the ball's not doing a heck of a lot. The pitch doesn't seem like it's doing a lot. It's not reversing. Mulder is bowling tight, but I mean,
you don't want to jinx it. But considering Babar's high score is 143. This is a daddy 100 territory.
Oh, no, don't say that, man. Don't say
daddy 100 territory.
That's the ultimate jinx, bro.
But Paul hasn't got to 50 yet. You've already given him
Just let him keep going, and let's hope he can get to that stage. But like you said, he's looking very good right now.
Hamza, Misbah-ul-Haq, whilst we're talking about the cricket as well that's going on, 96 for 3. Misbah-ul-Haq discuss.
Misbah. I think people,
we get rid of
people who like him too much, and people who hate him too much. It's a bit too extreme. He's not all this tuk stuff was utter nonsense. He had a top order that was utterly useless. So he had to be a bit of a tuk and take his time. But if you look at his record, he's anything but a sort of slow coach. And then you've got his coaching. I think overall he's made the right calls. I've said this before, that generally you can tell, other than his first couple of squads where he picked like Umar Akmal and Ahmed Shazad, I don't know what was going on there. But other than those, his squads have generally been pretty good ones when he was chief selector.
Yeah.
So he's sort of thinking along the right lines, even though some of his starting 11s, he's got one or two decisions wrong in them. But I don't think getting rid of him will really resolve anything.
So
I think him getting rid of the selector thing will help him.
So it'd be interesting to know, just from the comment, Ali's written about the sooner we get rid of him, the better. So it'd be nice to know kind of what the thoughts are. Why is that? Is that because you think he's not improving the players, or that we think that the mentality, the tactics are not right? So feel free to come back at us on that one, just in terms of why you would maybe kind of why you get rid of him.
I think at the start I was really against Misbah as a coach, even before he got in, because I thought he hasn't really done anything to suggest that he'll be a top coach. But I guess you gotta give the man time and see if he can make improvements along the way. The selected thing is a good thing, getting Mohamed Wasim in. Like, he had literally every type. He had the batting coach, he had the selector role, head coach. So it's good that they've spread it all apart now, and the pressures are on him to do everything basically. But Misbah, I'm still 50-50 on. Like, I don't want to say get rid of him, and I don't want to say keep him. I'm still 50-50. I just want to see how the team improves along the way, and then give a verdict eventually. But I'm not going to say Misbah in or out, like the way football terms goes.
So it's interesting, isn't it? I think generally, I mean, I'm just looking at this field here as well. It looks like they've gone slightly more defensive to Fawad. Maybe they've still got a kind of a silly, a short mid wicket and a slip, but there's generally less men around the bat, which is good. And also, just before we go back to Misbah, they just put a stat up. It's 98 for 3, but they put a stat up saying that the degrees of turn in the first session was 3.9 degrees, and in the second session was 3.4 degrees. So it is turning less in this session, which I think is obviously, and also coupled with the shot from Barber, will get a 1. Coupled with the mentality from our batsmen, has just made the whole thing a little bit more comfortable. So it's turning less. We're batting better. We're 99 for 3 after 43 overs, 43.5, and everything is just a little bit. It's just nice and calm right now, which is what we want to see. Let's see what other comments we've got.
I was wondering about those stats that came up about how Pakistan don't have anyone fast bowler in the last 25 years. He's got 200 wickets. Would you reckon his Gul is probably the highest, right, for Pakistan? Umar Gul?
Yeah, he is. I think he is.
Yeah, I was just checking how many he got. 163.
I think playing in the UAE hasn't helped either with the fast bowlers. I think we've played a lot of cricket in UAE. So, like Ali mentioned before, the matches played is a big factor in them stats as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, no, agreed. Obviously, and then I think what happened after 2010, obviously, maybe we would have prepared slightly different. We would have prepared slightly different wickets if we had Amir and Asif. But after 2010, obviously, you lose your 2 best bowlers. I think that forced us into making the UAE kind of our slightly defensive, turning pitches fortress. So yeah, the combination of not playing enough Test matches and obviously the bans that happened.
Mixture of everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Mixture of everything.
So Ali thinks 150 for 3 would be lovely. So we've got an hour till tea now, so we're going to have a drinks break in a second, and we're on 99. Lovely shot from Barber.
50.
Well done, Barber.
Played amazing, hasn't he?
He's been really comfortable. He's got his 50. It's 103 for 3. He's got 51 of 81. And interestingly, there, I think he's had enough of Mulder just bowling wicket to wicket. So Mulder's not really doing anything with the ball at the moment. He's bowling 73, 74 miles an hour. Barber just took 2 steps down the wicket and flipped him through the onside for 4.
He looks relieved as well with that 50. The way he just looked up in the air, it looks very relieved, and he's looking very, like I keep saying, looks very comfortable. And for me, that makes me feel so good watching it. I don't want to keep bigging him up because I don't want to jinx him or anything like that.
No, but that almost looked like one of his 2020 shots. You know, when and the keepers, it's interesting. Literally the first ball that Barber took 2 steps down the wicket to come out to Mulder and meet him kind of halfway down, Quinton de Kock's come up. So that's going to keep him in his crease, isn't it? And it's interesting. That's, you know, they've changed that straight away. Whereas obviously with Pakistan, we're sometimes a little bit slower to react. Just going back to, so hopefully by T, we might have got to about 140 odd. I guess it depends upon how defensive South Africa go. So Ali makes a point. Obviously, I asked Ali to mention about, you know, the Misbah stuff and why he'd get rid of Misbah. So we lost against England and New Zealand. So that'd be the Test series. After both series, he didn't accept responsibility. Said we should have won when we were terrible. Okay. Good coaches accept when we are doing bad, but he doesn't. I mean, I think one thing that did annoy me was, obviously I speak as a healthcare professional. I think COVID's had an impact, but I think the COVID excuse was it just seemed like they were ready to use COVID as an excuse a bit too much. I wasn't happy with that. Shazay, what do you reckon? And like I say, everyone's got their own opinion, so it's not a question of us, you know, we don't just disagree with people for the sake of it or whatever. Everyone's got their own opinion. But do you think we were terrible in New Zealand and England? The responsibility?
I think I definitely agree with the comment. He did accept responsibility, and he did use the easy excuse of the COVID stuff. Obviously, it did affect the team, like, you know, the way they had to quarantine and the way they were stuck in the hotels and stuff. Like, that is a factor. But I do think Misbah didn't take enough, you know, responsibility for the loss. When I was watching his quotes and interviews after the games, we had Barber out for New Zealand as well, like, you know, the main key player. Like, there's a lot of factors contributing to the New Zealand series, but I do think you make a good point there, Ali, when you say he didn't accept responsibility. Like I've said regarding Misbah, I'm not gonna judge him too much. I just want to give him time. I'm not gonna say he's a good coach. I'm not gonna say he's a bad coach. I do feel like it's too early to judge him. For any team going out to England and New Zealand, it's difficult anyway, if you know what I mean, for any Asian type of teams. So I don't want to judge him yet. Sometimes I do say stuff about him in frustration, but like I said, within time, I'd give my fair assessment of Misbah as a coach.
I think the difficult thing is in cricket is, you know, in football, it's so obvious to see, or it feels like it's so obvious to see what the manager's doing, because a team will come out and play 4-4-2 or 3-5-2 or 3-4-3. The manager is there, he's giving directions. Whereas obviously we don't see that in cricket at all, really. We don't see the manager or the coach get involved. So I find it really difficult to judge Misbah, because I feel like I don't know what he does. And you hear interviews with some players like Shane Warne, and they'll say the coach is there. The only reason you have a coach is to get to the ground and back. You know, that's the most important coach. Forget any guy that's actually helping you doing anything. And then, of course, if you listen to other people, they'll say, well, coaches help with this and coaches help with that. I don't know, Hamza, how much of an impact do you think coaches actually have in cricket?
Well, a good coach would definitely have an impact. I mean, in cricket, they are the equivalent of a manager, because they sort of help set up the team with the captain and pick the 11s and whatnot, and then they'll think about team strategies and not formats, but sort of ways to get runs and ways to get the people out. I just think some of the stuff that people are coming out with about some of our defensive batting and saying, "Well, this is all Misbah," I just don't accept that, because I think a lot of it was just we're just not that good right now, and even if the guys are better than that, I think there isn't much confidence right now, because we haven't won that many test matches over the last sort of 18 months, or series anyway. And so that's why if we manage to win this 2-0, that'd be a really good sort of confidence booster. Then you go to Zimbabwe and maybe you win that 2-0 as well. Who knows? I don't underestimate that too much. But maybe you sort of win that 1-0, 2-0, something like that. So the impact of a good coach, I mean, I think a lot of it is sort of how good they are at identifying when to drop a player and when to stick with them as well. That's the other thing. I think that's where the debate with someone like Imran Butt comes in. Do we drop him, or he's only been one Test series, and it was against the South Africa lineup, sort of good seam bowlers, and he looked better than Abid. So what did he drop him, stick him? So decisions like that, I think, when getting those sorts of decisions right, I think are important with coaches, where they're able to look at someone and just say, okay, you're not making runs, but you're better than the other guy, so I'll just stick with you for a bit. Or you look at another guy and say, oh, you might be hanging around for 60, 70 balls, like Abid, like he hangs around longer, but he just looks like he can get out at any point. So you think, okay, we need to get rid of him and try someone else. So I think that's what a coach needs to get right, when you take someone out and when you put someone in, stuff like that. So the other thing people mentioned is the fielding. There's definitely been a decline since we got rid of Rickson.
Steve Rickson, yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if that's got anything to do with Misbah. So who got rid of Rickson? Did he want to leave? Who's our fielding coach?
That was the book. I mean, with Rickson, it was very much, if you read any interviews with him, he'll say that I just wasn't getting paid on time. And there was only so long that I could put up with that for, until I decided that I need the money. And that is just, that's board incompetence. And that comes, that predates Wasim Khan, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, I'd like to think something like that wouldn't happen now. But yeah, I agree. In terms of the fielding side of things, I wouldn't be blaming Misbah for that. I think I'd probably stick with him for now. But like you say, yeah, there are certain calls that a coach makes, like how long you stick with a player for. And actually, the other stuff might just be, batting coaches and bowling coaches. You've got to remember they have a big impact as well. So just to say, it's drinks at the moment. It's 107 for 3. Barbara's on 54 off 84. My OCD is very, very satisfied, because we've had exactly half the day and we've had exactly half the overs. We had 45 overs, so I'm happy. And yeah, we're looking all right.
Yeah, just on the point I missed, but I think we've seen a few decisions in the limited over side, like in the super over, of who's picked to bat, who's picked to bowl. I remember if the car coming out, and that caused an outrage everywhere. I think we got to remember, he is a coach that's just come through. Like, if you haven't got much experience, he will make mistakes, whether it's tactical, whatever. It's not like he's been coaching in these T20 leagues or domestically. He just comes straight through as a coach, so he will make mistakes for sure. Which is why I'm the type of guy to just give him time and let him do his thing, and then give a fair assessment. But I think in the limited overside, there has been decisions where you think, no, that's not right. But like I said, I've given him the benefit of the doubt, because he's new into the game when it comes to coaching. So I guess his opinions, like you've said, some people will not want him as a coach, some people will. And I think hopefully, inshallah, we win this. I win this 2-0, and then see how we go. So, yeah, I guess.
I've got a question for Omar. He keeps making comments. What did you make us laugh about? You said you deserve an award for making us laugh. I genuinely forgot. What was
it? I think it was to do with your cereal. So Omar's been in touch. So I'm just going to come to your comments. And obviously, we were having a very, very serious debate about Misbah. So I thought I'd just give you a second there. So yeah, Omar was very interested to know what your cereal was last time. What did you have today? What was that?
Shreddies
today. Thank you very much. Let me just see if I can get to.
Did I mix some today?
No, I've run out of everything else.
By the way, who's ever had Cocoa Pops with hot chocolate instead of milk?
No, not me. Is that nice?
It's amazing. So obviously it does. The Cocoa Pops do go a little bit soft, because obviously it's warm milk. But even you can do it with milkshake. You can do it with chocolate milkshake as well. And also because they've and I should be happy about this, again, given my job, but because they've taken all the sugar and therefore taken all the fun out of Cocoa Pops, the milk doesn't go chocolatey anymore. So you need either chocolate milkshake or hot chocolate to make it as chocolatey as it used to be. So that's just a little tip. Oh, what a nice shot from Barbara for none. 107 for 3. There's an on drive. So Umar, your comments aren't being ignored, my friend. No comments will be ignored on here, really. And feel free to keep posting, and thanks for watching. Misbah's captain and batsman was one of my favourites, especially the captain, very attacking. To an extent, Ellie, I think he was attacking. To an extent, I think when I think of Misbah the captain, I think of Misbah being quite defensive and kind of staying in the game. Oh, nice shot from Baba. That'll be a boundary. Lovely. Through the offside for 111 for 3. Baba's looking good here. 58 not out. I think of Misbah as a kind of containing type of captain, who would stay in the game till kind of day 4.5 of the test match, and then we'd attack to win a game at the end. But he was not a replacement. Mickey Arthur was the best coach we've had for ages. I'm a big Mickey fan. I have to be honest. I think Hamza, I think you are or aren't. I can't remember now. Mickey Arthur.
I think with Mickey, people forget his test record with us was quite poor.
Yeah.
The testing really declined under him a little bit. Maybe that's just because he didn't have Yunus and Misbah as much, but people forget that. Again, that Champions Trophy run papered over a few cracks with Mickey. I mean, I personally would have stuck with him and given him another 3 years, and it would have asked him to sort of scratch up on the test team. But I think people liked him because he was a bit no nonsense in the interviews and stuff like that.
But which we need. Don't you think we need that to an extent, though? Okay, not just in interviews, obviously, but just out of interest, they have brought Norkia back. So I think they got tired of Baba looking very comfortable against Mulder, so they brought Norkia back into the attack at the other end. Don't you think we need a bit of a no-nonsense coach, though? With the dressing room culture that can exist in Pakistan cricket, as far as we know.
Thing is, I can understand why they went with Misbah. He does have that dressing room respect that you're not gonna mess with him. I can't imagine anyone giving Misbah jip, and I can't imagine Misbah taking it. And then you got Yunus and Waka. If people talk about the problem in Pakistan being sort of the behavior of these people, sort of discipline and whatnot, I'd imagine people like Waka and Misbah do a good job of keeping them in line. So, and the whole sort of not dressing room, sort of the stuff about your interviews and all that, it's a little bit overrated. It's a bit of a sort of becomes a bit of a show. A guy who has a nice personality or whatever says the right things, suddenly people think he's a good coach. And if another guy's dour, boring interviews, gives sort of standard company man kind of interviews, people think, oh, he doesn't know, he's rubbish. I don't think that's the best way to judge him. So I'm a fan of, unless someone's doing disastrously, you just sort of let the coach see out their contract.
Yeah. Shazab, you're a football fan. If Pakistan was a football team, who would you? Fawad flirted with one outside off stump there. Not like him, but he's managed not to get an edge. If Pakistan was a football team, who would you compare them to? I'd say Liverpool. Mane, Firmino, Salah, Babad, Fawad, Rizwan. I've got my own thoughts on that. What do you reckon? Pakistan as a football team?
Good question. I'd say we need a football team that's unpredictable and don't know what to expect.
I was thinking West Ham, right? So if you think about West Ham, okay, they're a team that rarely, that was maybe quite good quite some time ago, like Pakistan were. They kind of see themselves as maybe slightly annoyingly for outsiders, this kind of academy of football that always produces amazing players, when that might have been the case 20 years ago, but not so much anymore. Their fans probably think they're better than they are, with respect to West Ham and Pakistan fans. And every once in a while, they'll kind of give the big boys a bit of a bloody nose. So I was thinking West Ham, generally Pakistan cricket kind of a little bit like West Ham. But I don't know. Maybe I guess comparing player for player, our Liverpool's front three and our big three. I don't know. I
love how you compare the West Ham thing though, like with the history, with the fans and stuff like that. I guess it's a difficult question and how you can compare, and the football's a different game. But I do like the West Ham shout, to be honest with you. I do like that shout. I'm trying to think of other teams that we could compare ourselves to. I'm not really sure. It's a difficult one. Depends how you want to compare it. Because with us, how Pakistan are like 1 minute down, 1 minute up. We've seen it. Seen it so many times. You can maybe compare it to the team.
I was going to say, sorry, and I know this sounds really bad. I'm not taking the mick, but you think of Everton, right? So again, Everton, a team that used to be good in the 80s and 90s, and now maybe slightly, very, very, very slightly, not quite as good as their local rivals, who seem to be winning everything. I've
got a team that you can't argue with.
Go on then.
Arsenal, golden era, 1990s, early 2000s.
Right.
I've been chasing it ever since.
Yeah. Well,
You know what, that's a good shout as well.
yeah.
I was gonna say Chelsea in a way, the way that I support Chelsea, obviously the way up and down, always second managers. Like one year we might win the league, one year we might finish 10th or 6th or 4th. So maybe compare yourself to Chelsea as well, because we're always like going on a high run and then going back down.
That Arsenal shout's not a bad shout, is it? That's a pretty good shout. The odd star player here and there, always got a star player knocking about somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether it's Aubameyang keeping Arsenal, away from relegation, or Baba keeping us kind of in the top 7 of world cricket. Yeah. Okay, so this field now they've got to Fawad with Maharaj bowling over the wicket, 113 for 3. They've got a slip, a short leg, a short mid wicket. I'd be very interested to see how Fawad has scored off Maharaj. I don't know if anyone watching can be bothered to find that stat. I don't know how easy it is to find one bowler to a specific batsman. But I feel like Fawad has found Maharaj quite difficult to get away. I feel like most of his runs have probably come off other bowlers. But he looks okay. He doesn't look like God forbid, doesn't look like he's going to get out. But he equally isn't finding it particularly easy to score, which is okay, because we've got Babar at the other end who's got 60 off 92 and is at the moment batting like a bit of a dream. It's kind of middling most things.
Fawad always kind of looks like he's struggling to score.
Yeah, well, this is true. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, was it 29 off 100 balls or something? 104 balls.
Not far off. I've gone to an ad break on here. Yeah, 29 off 104 now. Yes.
But that's how he bats, though. Like I don't think we should panic or be you know what I mean. So that's how he bats. And last time he batted like this, he got 100. So hopefully the same case could be this test as well.
So just going back, Ali makes a point about Mickey. So we'll just finish off on the Mickey one. Mickey Test will report how many Test matches we played under him. He won us a Champions Trophy with a bunch of donkeys. Okay, had a good record in the World Cup-ish. Mickey was a team man. Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough.
That was a pretty solid team. He won the Champions Trophy with, by the way.
I think he deserves credit for like players like Shadab Hassan, Fucker. Like before the Champions Trophy, I don't think they played much cricket, and he just brought them through as youngsters. I know Fucker wasn't that young. I know the others were, and they performed. So he deserves credit.
They weren't young, but they were inexperienced.
Inexperienced, yeah. That's
who were bowlers in the Champions Trophy? Is Amir, Hassan, Shadab. Who else was it? Junaid, Junaid. Oh my God.
Fahim played one game, I think.
Wahab played at the start, and then we got rid of Wahab and Ahmed Shahzad quite quickly in that one, thankfully.
Yeah. So he definitely deserves credit for that Champions Trophy. I know, like you said, Hamza, about what was the point you made about Mickey and the Champions Trophy? I can't remember. Regarding,
I said he did well, but I just think that papered over a few cracks.
Yeah, that was paper over cracks. Like, I think Mickey, like you said, I would have kept him on for another 2-3 years, but he does definitely deserve a credit for the Champions Trophy. Like, when it comes to us, we don't win many things. Like, if you look at the past Champions Trophies as well, we normally get battered in them. I remember 2013, it was a disaster. Like, every game, I can't remember a game he won in that Champions Trophy. That's how bad it was.
That's why, because we didn't win a game in the Champions Trophy.
It was exactly that. Didn't win a game. And I think every game we literally got dominated. It wasn't like it was a close game. I remember going to a few. So Mickey Arthur, Misbah, I know people miss Mickey. I definitely miss him. Pull shot there by Fawad. I definitely miss him. But I guess we got to look ahead with Misbah now.
Yeah. I don't think Misbah's done anything disastrous. As I said, I think you can judge a guy by sort of like the changes they're making and the squad selections, and he's broadly been getting that right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had that preview show, didn't we, about the T20 squad? And I think, kind of to a man, we were all pretty happy with the T20 squad that's been announced for the South Africa series. So yeah, you're getting a few things right. Pakistan and Southampton, they can get bowled out for 9 times and beat the best team in the world. We're bigger than Southampton. Come on, Ali. No, we've got more history than Southampton.
I'm telling you, we're Arsenal.
Yeah. Walker or full length anyway to Fawad. He managed to dig that out. Norkia's looked all right actually in this kind of comeback spell. His second spell of the day. His first spell, I think 7 overs, 1 for 10, something like that.
8 away from the 100 partnership as well.
Yes.
Oh, that is good to see.
And
Partnerships.
Hamza, we were on at 22 for 3 this morning, and I don't think we expected a 92-run partnership anyway. We were hoping for for a recovery. But yeah.
If these guys weren't going to pile on run, if this partnership didn't make runs, then I think you'd be asking a lot of Rizwan and Fawad and the tail to get us to 300.
How good could Ahmed have been if he hadn't been banned? I'm going to start answering that one, because one thing I would say is that Ahmed played amazingly in that 2010 series. Well, he was doing very well generally, obviously, but his kind of breakthrough series, as far as I can remember, where the world was watching, was that England series in 2010, and I think that is statistically the most swinging summer there's ever been in English cricket, like in terms of assistance he got off the pitch and in the air. So I'm not downplaying what he did in that summer and how good he was, but he got a fair amount of assistance from the conditions. And so I don't think it was realistic that he was going to carry on that trajectory and be swinging it around corners against everyone, no matter who we play. But how good could he have been? Brilliant. I don't know. I think he could have been anything he could have wanted to be. Put it this way, I don't think we'd have 0 bowlers on 250 wickets if Ahmed hadn't been banned.
Yeah, Asif was a bigger loss, I think, if in hindsight. Obviously, Amir's talented, but I think Asif it would have been on 300 wickets by now.
Do you think with the way that cricket generally, I mean, cricket T20 was around, 20, IPL started 08, and then all the other leagues also started around that time, sorry. Do you think with batsmen generally becoming more attacking as the decade went on, though, do you think they'd have come up with a bit more against Asif's 78, 82 mile per hour, doing a bit of this, doing a bit of that?
Well, I think he could have done a philander, just played red balls for us and taken wickets, just sort of with the new ball and whatnot. So I still think he would have taken around 300 wickets. And I mean, it depends how greedy he wants to get. If he wanted to get into the white ball team, if you look at someone like Philander, he clearly sort of just knew, I'm not going to make it in the white ball game, so I'm just going to become a legend of Test cricket. So it'd been interesting if Asif would have been like that.
What about his batting? Do we think he could have worked harder on his batting over the years?
Amir?
Yeah.
But he's had a few glimpses, hasn't he, of his batting ability? I remember before he got banned as well, he had a few scores, especially in the limited overs.
There's a cover drive in there that could have been worked on,
Yeah, he's definitely could have worked on his batting, because, like I said, there's a few glimpses of his batting. But when I go back to the point, I reckon, like you said, he would have been a brilliant bowler, and you make a good point about the English conditions at that point. But I think even outside of England, like the way he was performing in other countries, in Australia as well. I remember that series where I think to Shane Watson, the way Shane Watson was literally all over the place when he was bowling. We have missed, obviously, him in 5 years. Like, he could have beaten God knows how many wickets, and since he's come back, we've seen how, like the Champions Trophy final and a few other moments as well, the Asia Cup against India, of how good he could have been, if he did play in them years. But he has been a big loss in the day with what's happened, and I think I agree with Hamza as well. Asif, I think, a bigger loss. The way he used to swing the ball was crazy, and we used to sometimes in the Boss comment compare Boss to Asif sometimes, regarding the swing and medium pace. But Asif was, just a guy, and it was a sad moment.
I would say Asif is in a different league to Abbas. I know Abbas has been brilliant, but Asif, Asif's wrists, oh my God. He would trouble just the best batsman in the world.
Yeah, and I think a few batsmen as well said it. Asif, the best bowler, as Ali just mentioned.
Yeah.
That just shows, like, he was amazing, and we have missed his bowlers. I definitely would have got 200 plus wickets when they showed that stat before, like with the Test matches. I think even in the UAE, like, he would have picked up a few wickets. So if we compare Amir and Asif, I think Asif's been a bigger loss.
God, what a loss! Your captain and your two best bowlers.
Yeah, man.
So this is the thing. Just as an aside, then. So how much of a loss do we think? That's a good shot from Fawad down the ground. We pick up one, and just one. So 117 for 3 is the score. Fawad is 30 off 111, and Barbara is 62 off 97. 117, yeah, 117 for 3. Do we think people rarely ever talk about Salman Butt as a cricketing loss to us? Obviously, he was an opener. How much of a loss do you reckon he was, Hamza?
Well, in the 6 months before the ban, he was in really good form. So I don't know how. I don't know.
I think quite a big loss, which generally.
Yeah.
How old was he when he got banned? You know,
26, I think, something like that.
Before his peak, kind of.
25, 26.
Yeah, because then he did come back, didn't he, and play in domestics for a bit.
Yeah, and expected everyone to give him a handout and give him a contract and get the PSL contract and get into the national team. Volley.
And he wasn't far away. If reports are to, it was only kind of, I think, if reports are to be believed, it was only a few. They were worried about a bit of negative press, and I'm trying to think what else happened. Something happened at the time. They were gonna call Salman up, I think, for a training camp or something like that. Anyway, with the national team, and I can't remember. Something stopped them, whether it was perceived negative press or a tour got cancelled out. I haven't had to read up on that. I'm sorry, but he was very close to being recalled. Which, I guess we've all got our views on that. I'm not sure I would have been too happy about it.
So, what's your opinions on that then? Like, say if domestically he was performing good, would you bring him back to the side? Oh, there's another shot there. It's going
Good shot from Barbara for 1. They've got a relative defensive field out, so they've got a man at deep point. It's 118 for 3. Sorry, Shazeb, say again.
So, say for example, the way he wanted to come back into the side, we get the contracts and stuff like that. Say if he was performing really well domestically, right? Would you have brought him back into the Pakistan side?
Without getting too, we're not going to get too deep into nasty stuff. I think probably not. Again, it goes back to what I was saying the other day, right, about Azam Khan and just generally about players. I think if some players are worth the hassle because they're so good and they're going to offer you so much that you ignore the fact that they're lazy, fat, ill-disciplined, match fixers, whatever it might be, because they're just going to bring so much to your team that you kind of let it slide, or you think, okay, you've served your punishment, or actually you've lost 3 kilograms, so that's enough, whatever the situation might be. But because they offer you so much to the team, I don't think Salman Butt's upside at the age of 34, 35 is worth the hassle of bringing back someone into the team who's, chosen the path that he chose. So for me, it'd probably be a no. And Hamza, I think you're kind of shaking your head a little bit there as well.
Yeah, well, if he was piling on, I think there's something about him that he came across as very unrepentant about the whole thing, which really sort of wound me up quite a lot. And so yeah, if he was piling on the runs, God, I don't know if I'd say no, because again it would be hypocritical because we brought Amir back. Although, as I always say, the difference is he was 18. And at 18, you can be manipulated by senior people into doing things. I don't know. 50-50 for me.
Yeah. So on to slightly happier topics. Mohammad Wasim as chief selector. So we're 118 for 3, by the way. That's bang on 50 overs gone. This partnership is 96 now. Mohammad Wasim as chief selector. So when did he start his selecting? That was that for the... Wasn't that this tour? Wasn't that
his first tour? Yeah.
New Zealand was still, although Misbah gave up the job, Misbah still selected New Zealand. I mean, I'm pretty happy, to be honest. I feel like most of the players that you would want to see in there are in there. No one's ever going to agree completely about 20 players or 21 players and say, yes, these are the exact 21 players that I would have picked. Like we mentioned on the show the other day, I think the Safra's continual selection of Safra's might just be to keep a few people in the media happy, as opposed to actually Safra's needing to be carrying the drinks around with the team right now. But generally, I'm pretty happy, and I'm really excited actually about these T20 games coming up, because I think there's a few middle order players we picked that I'm really looking forward to see.
Yeah, I really like him. Like, I feel like when he picks the squad, he gives his reasoning as well, which is like whether you're an experienced player, whether you haven't played much games, like the way he backs you up with stats and figures, I reckon he's done a good job of that. And I like how he's talked about how players need to be fit and agile to be into team. He said something about, I think Azam Khan and Shajili, I think he was indirecting there, where he was saying they need to be fitter to get into the teams. And the quote I really liked as well is when he said, I'm not picking players based on the test or into the T20 team. Vice versa, because that's very important. We've made a lot of mistakes regarding that in the past, where we've picked players in the PSL and they've come into the test team. I remember Australia playing Musa and Naseem together, and literally they made like 55, 600 runs. I don't know how much it was. So far he's done a really good job, I think. I know there were a few question marks, like you said. People will always disagree with some of the selections. Like, for example, Asaf Ali was a debate, but when you look around, there's no other option that could come in. You got to look at that kind of stuff as well. If people don't agree with the certain type of player in the squad, who else would you bring in? That's another thing that people need to consider. But so far, I think he's done a good job. He's not going to keep everyone happy, like I've said, but he's done a good job, and I can't wait to see the PSL and see who he picks from there. And a few youngsters as well, I think, are lined up in the PSL, so it'll be an interesting watch to see how he picks a Zimbabwe tour based on that.
Oh, there's edged one, which I think he got a faint edge off Maharaj. I think De Kock might have missed a chance there.
Yeah, I think he's given as a run as well.
Yeah, it could have been a run out too. I mean, De Kock has always got a slightly guilty look on his face, but he looks especially guilty here. Let's have a look. Is that an edge?
Can't tell on that. Looks like it the way the facial reaction.
One thing I would say is that Mohammad Wasim, as a generally, I mean, obviously, I think he's been a good selector. I think he's a really, really good-looking guy as well. Oh well, apparently he looks like me, so we'll take that. Thanks very much.
I don't think he does, really.
I can't see it myself, but hey, there you go.
I think it's the hair. I think you've got a similar type of head to him.
Yeah, this hair very much needs a trim, but obviously in lockdown that's not going to happen. 100 partnership as well with these guys.
Oh yeah.
So well done, lads. That's really good, considering we were 22 for 3 and struggling to be 122 for 3 halfway through, or nearly through until T now.
I think they're giving the edge as a buy as well. I don't think there was an edge. So.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, it's at the bottom. It was buy.
Might need to see an ultra edge on that, but yeah. So
what do you reckon, Hamza and Wasim?
I think he's done well. The only thing I'd change in this squad was, I know people have said it already, is Sarfraz. I wouldn't have picked him. I would have picked Rahel, and Ifti and Nassif. I wouldn't have picked them too, but they seem to be sort of domestic favourites of the management setup right now. Asif and Ifti.
Think about Sarfraz, right? I agree with you saying that I would have picked Rahel. That's a good shot there as well.
Lovely shot from Fuad. Nokia's first ball of the over down straight past him for 4, 122. No, 126 for 3. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry about for Sarfraz. I think, say if he did get dropped, then the people who want Sarfraz would say he hasn't played. Why has he been dropped? He hasn't, shown his worth. Why he's capable in recent times. Why has he been dropped? I reckon that's the argument them lot would have made, and that's one of the reasons why Wasim didn't want to drop him, because he hasn't played. But I think I agree with you. One of these young keepers do need a chance, especially Rahel. I've seen him back on YouTube in his recent tour as well. Even Harris, it looks really good. I really do hope they do get chances in the PSL, because it's more, people watch it more, and it's going to be broadcasted everywhere, and it'll give them a chance to show people what they're about. So regarding the Wasim stuff, obviously, that's just my point of kept it quite low. But I think that's one of the reasons why he kept Sarfraz in the team, because they would have made the point of, why is he being dropped? He hasn't played, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, see that point.
Yeah, so Maqsood's another guy I think we could have picked. He's been in good form in domestic. I would have picked him over one of Asif and Ifti. But these are all debatable points, so I can accept a difference of opinion. It's just, Ifti is the one that really winds me up. I just think he's rubbish.
Oh, a good shot there in the gap.
I think they've been trying to get that dismissal all day, where Fawad kind of squirts one to mid wicket. and he's found the gap. But isn't that how Fawad got out after his 100? Didn't he squirt one to mid-wicket? Or, sorry.
Flicked it off his legs.
Yeah. So they know that that's a way to get him out, but he's managed to get 3 or 4 that I can't see. They're going to check.
Let's see.
Let's have a look. It was
good fielded.
Good stop. I think that's 3. Hamza, you know about Mohammed Harris.
I think Harris got a PSL contract, didn't he?
Did he? I'm not sure.
Might need to check
PSL
that.
teams.
I hope he has, because he looks really good, man. He looks really good. Like the type of shots he plays as well, very unorthodox. So I'm not really sure.
Let me just go and check the squads out.
By the way, just for the viewers, if you do see us just every once in a while just suppressing a bit of a yawn, please forgive us. We've been up since like 4:15, so it's really starting to bite here. But yeah, Fawad currently on 40 not out of 120. Barbad 64 off 103, and we're 129 for 3 in the 51st over. And again, it backs up, what we were saying earlier about the ball not really at the moment doing a lot. They've got a slip in to Barbad, but that's a cursory slip. And to be fair, though, Norkia's bowling 90 miles per hour. So
Fawad's on 40.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. So no, Harris doesn't have a PSL contract. Surprising. Shall we have a quick look at the squads for the PSL?
Go on, quick look if you like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give the highlights of so Islamabad. So they've got Shadab captaining, Alex Hales, Fahim's in the Talat, Asif Ali, Mohammed Musa, Hassan Ali.
That was a transfer, wasn't it?
Sorry.
That was a transfer, wasn't it?
Yeah. Rahel, Jaja Iftikhar, Mohammed Wasim. Is that the young fast bowler? I think so. Yeah.
Is that the bowler for Khyber? I think he was.
Who? Khyber,
a young bowler. Yeah. That's good.
And Chris Jordan, Karachi Kings, captained by Imad Babar. Babar not captaining it. Okay, Imad's captaining it. Yeah, Mohammed Amir, Amir Yamim, Sharjeel. Who else is gonna stand out? Danish Aziz.
It was half stopped by the fielder.
That was so good. It still got him before.
What happened?
Lovely shot for 4 from Barbad. Really nice drive.
I thought a wicket fell.
No.
It's the way he stopped it, like he was a bit thingy.
Yeah. Danish Aziz, he's got a contract as well with Karachi. That's good. Kasim Akram, he's the young all-rounder. Good. He's at Karachi. That's good. Zishan Malik. Lahore, oh my God, they've still got Sohail Akhtar captain. Jesus. He's rubbish. How can you make him the captain?
He's playing in the T10s at the moment, I think. I think he's captain for someone there as well.
That's about right for him, T10. Yeah, so Akhtar captaining, Hafiz, Afridi, Zaman, Ralph, Rashid Khan's there. Zishan, Agha Salman. They're the main guys. No one else stands out. Multan, Shan Masood captains them. Again, what's that about? A shade of Afridi's there. Riley Riso, Tanvir, Khushdil, James Vince. We were talking about him earlier and his starts for England. Usman Kadir, I think he's going to have a good PSL. Sahil Khan, I bet he has a good PSL. He's got a really good 2020 record. Mohammed Rizwan, Soeb Maqsood, Shahnawaz Dani is a young fast bowler.
Just on Maqsood there, Hamza, the question's coming about Maqsood. Struggling with the short ball. I'm trying to think of how many times I've seen him struggle with the short ball. What are your thoughts on that? Do you recall that?
The thing is, you'd only play him in. How many short balls do you get in 2020s nowadays? You can barely bowl one. Yeah, so if that was a test or maybe even an ODI, I'd be like, yeah, maybe don't play him. But I think he's worth a shout for the squad over Ifti. I'd have him over Ifti, that's for sure. So yeah, Maqsood's with Multan, and that's Carlos Braithwaite. Remember Ian Bishop 2016. Carlos Braithwaite. Remember the name. So Peshawar Zalmi. Oh my God, they got Wahab Riaz captaining them. Is that right? Who's usually captaining Peshawar? It's not Riaz.
It was Sami, isn't it? And I don't think he's playing this year. Is he not playing? He's not playing this year, is he?
That's a weird one. Wahab Riaz is down as captain. Trying to see who else they could have given it to. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Riaz captaining. Useless Shoaib Malik gets another PSL contract. Drop Mal. Haider Ali. Good that he's got one. Mujibur Rahman. I don't know who the hell that is. Ahmad
The
Bar.
Afghan.
Spinner.
Is it? All right. Is it Bangladesh?
Afghan.
Oh, is he? Imam's got them. No one else stands out. Ravi Bapara and Mohammed Amir Khan. He's the young fast bowler. So Ravi's back. And Queta's captained by Sarfraz. Mohammed Husnain's there. Mohammed Nawaz. Azam Khan's there because of his daddy. Naseem Shah. Zaid Mahmood, the leggy. Chris Gale. Oh, yeah, they got Chris Gale, didn't they? Banton, Shinwari, and Dale Steyn. They're the standouts. So, yeah, surprised that Mohamed Harris didn't get a contract.
Who was Rahel playing for again? Did you
Who?
say? Rahel Nazir. I think it was Multan, was it?
Hold on a second.
My bad. I think it was Multan.
But just while we wait, I'll let you look it up. So good point from Adil there about Babar doing the attacking and Fawad supporting him in defence with a few boundaries. It is actually been really good to see this partnership. It's been pretty much a chanceless partnership. There's obviously been the odd thing here and there. I think the temptation sometimes is when you see one player, when you see a batsman at one end batting so well like Babar is, the temptation for the other player is to try and compete with him and try and keep up with the strike rate. But Fawad has done really well just to bat in his own little bubble. He's on 40 off about 120, and I don't think he really cares how quick Babar's going. He's happy just to bat in his own way. And let's be honest, if there's one player who's going to be happy batting in his own way, it's probably Fawad.
They benefit from each other as well, like the way Adil mentioned. It's a very good point. One's attacking the ball, anything loose, he'll go for it, which is what I like about Babar this innings. Like if anything's touch short or like something's a bit full, he goes for it, and that's a sign of a confident player and a good player as well.
And that's what welcome Subhan as well. Subhan mentions Babar and Fawad looking solid considering the start that we had. Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's what frustrated us in the morning session was that for a while, when we lost that first wicket or that second wicket, we weren't transferring the pressure back to South Africa. We weren't keeping the strike rotated, and we went 33, 34 balls without scoring a run. Whereas we just haven't really let the bowler settle too much after that. So it's a good point, Subhan.
Yeah, and we've got 90 minutes until tea, I think. So they gotta keep going, man. Keep it on 3 wickets. Forward, looking a bit shaky, but he always looks shaky, like he said. The way he stances, but hopefully he can keep his wicket.
Shaban, where have you been? We've talked about Abid all day.
Yeah, Shaban's welcome, but a little bit late to the party, but welcome anyway. Yeah, I think we're all getting to that point. Well, some of us already got to that point. Some of us are getting to that point where as much as we want, Abid Ali to play really well, obviously it's getting to that point now where he's almost unpickable. Not just because he's not scoring the runs, but because he looks horrible at the crease. And it was a really, really shaky innings this morning. What's your opinion, Saban? Do you reckon would you get rid and move Azhar up or bring another opener in? What do you reckon?
Yeah, who'd you open with in Zimbabwe?
Yeah. Which PSL team have you got for Rahel there? Hamza, did you manage to check that one out?
Oh, Islamabad.
Oh, okay, fine. Another comment there from Ali Raja. Shoaib Malik needs to do us all a favour when he. Yeah, well, I think we've all been watching Malik for a long time. I mean, thankfully, I don't think he's going to be anywhere near the Pakistan team anymore. But
I don't mind him doing the rounds in domestic. Just don't want him near the national team.
Yeah. But equally, like you say, though, that PSL contract that he gets is taking a PSL contract away from a younger, more deserving player, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what he's been up to of late. Let me bring up his recent record.
I think Waslip said something about Malik as well. He goes that we've got other domestic players that are performing better than him, something along those lines. So it was good to see him say that as well. Ooh, little edge.
Babar slightly squared up there by Rab. So Rabada's back
for 4.
Yeah, and he's been Babar was slightly squared up by that, and that's gone for 4. So 1/3.
Yeah. Into the 70s, slowly.
Absolutely, into the 70s. 138 for 3. And we're going from a position of kind of weakness to a position of consolidation to very, very slowly, hopefully, after tea, maybe a position of strength, which would be lovely. I don't think we're ahead. Who's ahead in this game? Here's a question. It's that annoying question that non-cricket fans will always ask cricket fans. Someone will walk in now, like my wife or whatever, and she'll say, "Right, who's winning? Who's winning?"
His wife. Everyone's wife asks that question, doesn't they?
So who's winning at the moment, Hamza?
At the moment, Pakistan are winning.
Shazam, who's winning?
50-50, I'd say.
All right, no one's winning. I think because they look so comfortable at this crease and at the crease, and because there's still 27 overs to the new ball, I feel like we're probably just ahead. But it only takes a second to lose a wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm just saying. I think it's 50-50 because if you lose one now, 138 for 4, it would look a bit sticky. So, like you said, they're looking comfortable, which is good. But in Test cricket, every wicket could fall any time, and when you don't expect it.
Saban, thanks for this comment about Abu Dhabi being a good act, Ali. And there's a comment about moving Azhar up the order. Yeah, we've spoken about that. Azhar's numbers up the order, very good. And you've got another Kamran Ghulam fan here as well, Hamza, like yourself, who would have him in or around the team. Hamza, question for you, right? How much of a responsibility does the PSL and PSL teams have to thinking about the Pakistan national team, or is this is private investment, and it's not up to them to pick players for the good of Pakistan?
Sorry guys, just 1 second. I'll answer that in two seconds. I'll just be back in a second.
No worries, that's all right, man. No worries.
Doc, what do you reckon about Babar not being made captain of his team and Imad? Because for me that's a bit dumb. He should be the captain.
So that's why I was asking, really, because I was thinking. So it's 138 for 3, Ali, and Babar's on 72 for Wide on 40. That's why I asked the question to Hamza about how much of a that's a good shout for LBW.
Oh, he hasn't given it.
Babar's given not out on an LBW there, which
that looked very close, you know.
The only reason I think this has been given not out, either he's maybe got a slight touch, or it's hit him outside the line.
Outside the line, I think it was.
But if it's hit him outside the line, I reckon it's only hit him this much outside the line. It looked like a very, very good shout.
It's worth a review, no?
No, they haven't gone for the view, which surprised me. I guess
didn't review it.
No, De Kock has been burnt by what happened in the last game. Let's have a look. So it's tailing into him. Oh, he's hit it.
Inside edge. Oh, no one.
Oh, fair enough.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I thought he was gone.
What was the question you were asking, Doc?
So how much of a responsibility do the PSL teams have towards Pakistan cricket? So, for example, should they make Babar captain of Karachi because it'd be good for Pakistan? Or do they just think about themselves as a private investment team? Actually, we don't care about the Pakistan team. We need what's right for Karachi Kings or Peshawar Azami or whoever.
Well, I mean, they're private organisations piling money into cricket, so they're going to do their own thing. But I think just some of the decisions are just a bit weird. Just like, so why is Sohail Akhtar being sort of pushed ahead as the Lahore Qalandars captain? That just doesn't make sense. Someone must have some inside news on why because that's not a cricketing decision. No one can convince me that is a cricketing decision. I'm not that bothered about Babar being the captain or not. I don't mind him having to sort of sit back and take it easy on the PSO and allow Imad to be the captain. But for those who are saying, well, it's all just cricketing decisions, business decisions, why is Sohail Akhtar the whole captain? I don't get that. That's not a cricketing decision.
Yeah, no, again, I don't particularly get it myself. So I guess your answer is they don't have a responsibility. Really.
No, they don't. No, I get that they don't. But you would expect them to. They're set to make decisions.
Should they have a responsibility? Because it's a Pakistan league for Pakistan players predominantly, and obviously it's in Pakistan. Should they not have a responsibility to, like how they say that county cricket should have a responsibility to England, and how sometimes the coaches in England will put a bit of pressure on the counties to can you bowl Jack Leach more? Can you keep with Ben Folkes? Can you do whatever? Because it's going to be for the betterment of the England team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you do it though. Like for example, how do you make sure that Mohammed Harris got a contract even though he didn't? There's no way to do that.
No, I guess.
I think as well with county.
You could do it
and
with stuff like emerging player quotas. Like you have to have one emerging player, and what's an emerging player? All right, someone who hasn't got a national cap and is under the age of 22. So you have to have one of them in the starting 11. That would be a way to do it.
Yeah, tight single there, but we got 139 for 3. Fawad moves on to 41, I think. And Barber is still on 72, not out.
Yeah, with the PSL, I was saying, I think we've got a lot of foreign coaches and stuff as well. I don't think they're gonna care about the Pakistan selection or team or whatever. With county, it's different. Like ECB can tell the coaches, you know what, play this guy more or do that. But I think with the PSL, I can't imagine like the PCB telling, I don't know. I think Andy Flowers one of the coaches. Who is the Grand Flower? No, Andy Flowers. Sorry, I think he's Bulldog. Yeah. I can't imagine them telling Andy Flower, do this or do that. Or same with, I think Gibbs now. I think it's a Karachi, one of the Karachi coaches, saying play this guy more or make Babar captain. You know what I mean? So I don't think it contributes to the Pakistan cricket. But I think with the Babar captain thing, for me, he has to be captain. Like I don't see why he isn't, because it's only gonna help him. You know what I mean? Get a bit of experience. Then the shot there for single. Yeah, but I think they do need to make him captain. Someone needs to tell them, you know what, make him the captain, because he's a captain.
But what if they think Imad's a better captain?
But the thing is, I know they won the PSL last year with the Imad captain, so fair enough. They might think that, but I guess you make a point there. But I still think in some sort of way they do need to help Barber in that sense, because we have got the World Cup coming up and he will be the captain. It's not like we've got someone else coming into the captaincy quota. It's going to be him, and it will only help him if he's the captain of Karachi. But like you've said, if he's a better captain, he's a better captain. They won the PSL with Karachi, so it's what it is, I guess.
Yeah. Message from or comment from Ali about Imad thinks he's the captain of the Pakistan team anyway. Yeah, so there's that clip about Imad was acting up, wasn't he, on the pitch? Did you see that as well, Shazeb? There was a clip. Imad was having a go at Babar, I think, and then I think he just walked off the pitch, and Hafiz was saying, you can't just let him kind of get away with that. So
it wasn't a good sight to see, I guess. Like, even with Imad's place in the T20 team, it's not 100%, is it? Like, when the World Cup comes, we don't know if he's going to be the guy who's been playing. Obviously a very good player, and like you said, it could be a very good captain. Who knows? But even his selection in the team is not 100%. I think he'll definitely be in the squad. There's no denying that. But in the 11, there's another quick single there, which is good to see.
Oh, they've hit the stumps, but Fawad was well in.
He's well in. But yeah, that wasn't a good sight. What happened in New Zealand, and obviously he hasn't been picked for family reasons. But I hope it's just family reasons and it's not gone into a big thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Ali's very confident, so he thinks we're ahead 70-30 at 141 for 3. Okay, fair enough. And also
60-40.
Sorry?
60-40, I think.
Yeah, I think so, something like that. And also thinks we won't lose a wicket to the new ball. To be fair, that's a good shout. We've got 25 overs to the new ball. I think Rabada's kind of troubled Babar a little bit in the kind of the last over. He's bowling to Fawad at the moment, but the last over he got one to got an edge, and he got the LBW, well, very close LBW shout that just got a teeny inside edge. So, but overall this session we've been 26 overs for 78 runs at very nearly 3 and over. Textbook test match batting. What more do you want? 3 and over, don't lose a wicket. That's just.
Are these to the new Misbah Yunus?
We like to hope so.
Why not? I mean, it's Baba's going to be around for a while. Fawad is got a bit of gas in the tank left just yet. So yeah.
Did anyone see the clouds? They look very dark. I don't know what the forecast is, but
I think they said it was going to be generally quite overcast.
Okay.
For the duration of the match. Just a quick thing, guys. We're going to be stopping today at tea time, which is about 7 or 8 minutes time from here, and then obviously we're back tomorrow at 5 a.m. UK time. So obviously, as many people as you can, as want to or can, please join us at 5 a.m. UK time. Tell people like, share, and subscribe, all that kind of stuff. We love interacting with any comments that come in. We try and respond to as many comments as possible. We're just ordinary Pakistan fans like you guys as well. So please do tune in at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll get through as many comments and have as much chat and as many laughs as we can. The lunchtime stuff, there's going to be an hour lunch tomorrow, so we are going to need topics to talk about, however obscure or ridiculous. Today we went into a bit of life coaching. Tomorrow, God knows where we'll go. So yeah, any comments that you want to, or any suggestions for lunchtime chat tomorrow, let us know, or reply to the tweet. So we'll put out a tweet as well. The Stani Army Twitter account will put out a tweet, I'm sure. So feel free to reply to that with any suggestions for what you want to talk about tomorrow. And just for the last 5 minutes here, any comments you want to get answered, now's probably the time to make them. They're just showing a replay of the injury that Linda had earlier today when Baba came down the track at him. Looked like a pretty nasty one. I haven't been able to hear on the comments, or sorry, on the commentary what the damage is there, but it looked pretty nasty.
What's Ali referencing the Mohammed Hafiz clip about Imad?
So there was a clip that went kind of slightly viral where Imad was having a go at Barbad and essentially just walked off, as far as I could see anyway, just walked off the ground in New Zealand. Whether he had authorization to walk off or not, don't know. And Hafiz was pretty annoyed with Baba, saying, "Don't let him kind of talk to you like that. Don't let that stand." That's what I gleaned from it anyway. Tomorrow we can talk about football, wrestling fan. Yeah, we can talk about the Royal Rumble. Absolutely talk about the Royal Rumble. I don't know if there are any other wrestling fans.
Don't get bloody Doc started on that.
So I don't know if there are any other wrestling fans here. So that might just be me and you, Adil. But we can talk about the pros and cons of Edge winning the Royal Rumble. And general WWE's reliance on the older stars coming back.
I'm down for that as well.
Sorry?
I'm down for that as well.
All right, good. So we've got a couple of.
We have got 1 hour to kill in anyway in lunch.
Absolutely, I think it's going to be a long lunch break tomorrow, so we'll try and make it. I mean, I was going to say worst Pakistan collapses, but I was shouted down that was too much of a pessimistic topic to talk about, so we won't.
What collapses did you guys come up with then?
Say again, Hamza.
What collapses did people discuss then?
No, we didn't. We just went on to life coaching. We didn't get on to collapse. We were giving Adam a bit of elderly advice with what to do with his life in general, all in good fun, obviously. So yes, all that one nearly got Barbara on the pad, but he's okay. So we're 1:41 for 3, with 5 minutes till tea.
Yeah, boys, I'm gonna have to run off. So I can't remember what schedule I'm on tomorrow. I don't know if I'm on tomorrow. Probably not. I'll have to check. But either way.
All right, Hamza. No, definitely it'd be good to have you on. As Barbara cuts 1 for 4.
Another 4 should be. Oh no.
That's 2. I'm gonna cut that off. Oh, poor Billing. That'll be 3. All right, Hamza. Yeah, hopefully you see you on tomorrow. If not, then see you soon.
See you, Hamza. Take care, man.
Right,
Cheers,
Hamza. Take care.
See you guys.
I think they got 2 there, not 3.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. I probably didn't expect the misfield.
Just not run out at this stage of the innings.
Let's have a look. They kind of slowed down that second run as they showed, and then Fawad comes back and is sent back by Barbad.
I think he doesn't want to risk it, especially before tea.
The last thing we need, with probably an over and a half to tea, is a run out.
Fawad, relax.
Oh, I missed that. I was looking at the comments coming through. I missed.
Yeah. We don't need this right now.
Adil says, okay, Ali says, can we talk about, let's have a look. Can we talk about your best ever match tomorrow? 1 match only. By the way, all these things, guys, all these things, we also want to know your opinion. So it's boring just hearing what we think. That no one wants that. So absolutely, talk about your best ever matches tomorrow. Have a think about them and let us know. And I'm sure we'll do the same. I'll have a think as well. Best ever match. Interesting, isn't it? What you call the best? Do you call the best winning a trophy, or do you call the best the most thrilling? So we'll have a think about that.
I'll take a photo of these comments for tomorrow because I'm on tomorrow as well. So
good man. Yes.
Yeah.
Can we? And then how about a bit of the England-India match? Yeah, that's not a bad shout actually. I'm trying to think. Does that not start at exactly the same time though? Is that not a 5? Is that a 4 a.m. start or a 5 a.m. start? Let's have a look.
It starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
It does start tomorrow.
It must be around the same time, surely.
I think it's 4 o'clock, in which case it won't overlap. It won't overlap that much. So I'm sure we could do that. I'm sure we could talk about Bangladesh West Indies. So at the moment, Bangladesh made 430, 430 all out, and West Indies are 32 for 2. I tell you what, when you make 430 in the first innings in Bangladesh, you've got a good chance of winning that match. I expect Bangladesh to do well there.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. says a deal for the game tomorrow. So yeah, so when we have lunch here, probably they'll still be playing. So I'm sure we can watch that. If India are 250 for none, we probably won't. If it's maybe a bit more in England's favour, Fawad's going to get run out, I swear. Here. I don't know what's got into him suddenly, but he seems to want every single around. So the game tomorrow, Adam, the game is, so the Pakistan game is on Sky. It'll be on Sky Sports Cricket as it is today on 404 if you're on Sky. And England, India is on Channel 4. They picked up the rights for that one. So no overlap in terms of channels, thankfully.
Keep our boys on Sky.
Absolutely. You got to get the big boys on Sky.
Exactly.
I think this probably will be the last over because I make it 9:39. We've still got 5 balls left. So, again, Barbara sets off for a single. And
what are they doing? They
suddenly decided that they, let's have a look. This would be a good comment. Wicket soon. Ramiz's jinx will work. He said on commentary something about the state of Maharaj's bowling. For goodness sake, Ramiz. I can't. Sorry, because I've been talking non-stop for like 5 hours. I can't remember if it was the first session or the second session, but I think I said they did a statistical analysis and we lose wickets basically every time Ramiz is on commentary. So hopefully we can just see off these last 4 balls. That's down the leg side, so that's put away for 1.
Again, they're running.
1. Just leave it, lads. Leave it out.
Stay safe.
140. I don't think they've updated the scorecard there. 145 for 3. With Fawad on 42 and Babadon in the mid-70s.
Good session, hasn't it? It's been a good session.
I don't think we could have asked for anything more, right?
Yeah, we looked fairly comfortable. Fawad doing his thing, Babel doing his thing. They're both playing to their strengths, so can't complain.
Yeah, and Ali very confidently mentioned earlier that we probably won't lose a wicket to the new ball. And to be fair, we don't look like we are going to lose a wicket unless we run ourselves out or something. We don't look like we're going to lose. I mean, this is where actually bowling in the subcontinent is quite difficult, isn't it? Because the ball's not doing anything, it's not reversing, nothing happening off the pitch. You got a couple of batsmen who look like they're in good nick and quite well set. This is why it's not an easy place for bowlers.
2 balls. Yeah, it will be the last couple of balls. It's already hit 9.
Yeah. So, any final comments, guys? Anyone in the comments? Feel free to post them now. But we'll be heading off at tea time. And then back tomorrow. So have a think about lunchtime chat and all that kind of stuff. And thanks also for everyone who's been watching. I have some people probably dipping in and out. Some people have, I think, been with us probably since 5 o'clock. Really appreciate it, guys. Really appreciate as many people coming on. It's the more people, the more comments, the more fun, the more laughs we can have, and just talking about random nonsense. Triggering Hamza to go on a Fahim Ashraf rant or anything we want to do is. It's all good fun. So thanks for joining us. It's really good to have you along.
Yeah, just about enjoying ourselves, especially for the viewers as well. We want you guys to take part. Like you said, the comments. We like to answer anything really, especially about cricket. Like tomorrow lunch as well. I think it's 1 hour, like you said, because of the Juma stuff there. So yeah, come down. We'll talk about anything in the 1 hour long sessions, long lunch. Sorry. So
yes. Come down. And Fawad played that away nicely for a dot ball. So that's T. T is 145 for 3, Pakistan. And that was a brilliant session. You can't want anything other than batting serenely without losing a wicket and with the bowlers not threatening. Yes, indeed, you can watch both games. You're right. One on TV, one on phone. So indeed, that might be something to do tomorrow. That's a good thing with all this cricket on at the moment, isn't it? I mean, thank God there's this cricket to keep us all sane and keep us all going. So anyway, any final comments about the day's play so far, Shazad, from yourself? We've got 82 for none in that session.
Yeah, can't complain. Like I said, like we looked comfortable. We had that LBW shot, which was clear, really inside edge, but in the first angle, it looked like it was out. But we've been comfortable. Nothing really, affecting the batsmen with that, drop catches or reviews that, where they gave out and we've overturned it. It's been all comfortable. Just keep going after a T now. Hopefully, Barbara can get to his 100, Fawad to his 50. And just keep batting. Don't lose concentration. The ball's not doing anything right now. So if they do get out, it'll probably be like a poor shot or something like that along the lines, or run out the way they've been running in the last couple of overs. But comfortable so far, and let's hope we can keep going after tea.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. We'll probably go on till about 12 today. So you would hope in the 32 overs that remain, we might get another 80, 90 runs, get ourselves up to about 230, 240. That would be lovely. Hopefully, we can see off the new ball as well. So Ali, Bilal, Adil, everyone, thanks you guys for your messages, Adam, of course, and everyone else who was around earlier. Really appreciate it. Shazeb, good to chat to you, man. Shall I speak to you soon tomorrow as well? And we always got to end them, man. Even if there's only two of us, we've always got to end with Pakistan.
Zindabad.
Zindabad. Cheers, guys.
Take care, man.